Chapter 151, Cannibalism. Facing the desperate defense of Chengtu Yonghua Battalion, Ding Jian's subordinate was already at the end of the battle, and he paid a heavy price, and he still failed to occupy even one important spot. Had he sent more than 1,000 musketeers and swordsmen from the Shenji camp, the 5-army camp, whose morale had plummeted, would have been unable to launch a fierce attack. Everyone will fight with Yongwing with a dream of getting rich. If this dream can't be realized, or if it is very difficult to realize, then everyone will have to drum in their hearts, and they will even have the idea of retreating, not to mention being killed by Liu Ya, even if it had a missing arm or a broken leg, or even a blood hole hit by a blunderbuss. It would be fatal if it couldn't be treated by a good doctor. Ordinary soldiers do not expect to be rescued in time. They are very famous until they are well known. They are cheap. If the official grabs the silver, even if he is lucky, he is directly beaten in two by the flying gunshots. And there is no bones. No one can blame it for saving it. Thinking like this is free and easy, but it doesn't mean that the Jinying gang will not be afraid. On the contrary, once the situation changes, everyone will be stagnant. After all, free and easy and death are two different things. Everyone wants to take a lot of money and enjoy a life. The premise is that you have to live first, and whether you have any money. Almost every 2 soldiers under Ding Jian's army has a hapless person who is either dead or injured. The unscathed guys are of course lingering fears, and they don't want to get the same fate as their companions. After suffering such heavy casualties, everyone was in fear, but Shangfeng still urged to continue to attack the city. If there were no reinforcements from He, this unit would have already mutinous. Ding Jian was unwilling to be defeated in this way. If he couldn't take down the inner city as soon as possible, even the outer city would be untenable, and he had to retreat immediately, otherwise he would be encircled and annihilated by King Qin's division. If you really lose, the journey to the south is too far, and you will be chased by the masters of King Qin everywhere. If you head towards B2 and run to Huangdeji, you will have to fight a bloody battle with the Guanning army before you can leave the pass, otherwise you will have to detour from Menggu. Either choice is very difficult. Before withdrawing the trilogy from the capital, the generals of the Beijing camp must try their best to give up the Silver Mountain within reach, which is really unwilling. Don't lie down and hit to death. Get up. Give it to me. Whoever doesn't charge, I stab him with a single knife. 1,000 summoned the generals fiercely and arrested some of the nearby soldiers who resisted, and they couldn't help it if they didn't fight or not. These deadly worthless objects were used to pave the way for the men. The guy who was frightened and stunned by the violent exposure and explosion did not want to take a stab in vain, so he had to stand up lazily. His movements were very procrastinated, and he was very reluctant to continue to fight his opponent. They have learned the fighting power of the Yonghua Battalion. It is really worthy of the name. Now, if you don't give way, we have no objection. Everyone is just consuming it, which is actually quite good. It's just that the officials don't think so, and they have to let everyone attack the city again. Although the female wall on the top of the city is about to be beaten, but the people are still so easy to go up, and they will be shot down when they go up. So why not go up? A sneak attack on the governor's great tent can be a big success. There are many people on the ground, and the other party has little defense. When the attack on a tightly defensive inner city, the 5 barracks will be directly beaten back to its original form by the other party. It turns out that the fighting power of the brave battalion is so strong, from the soldiers to the generals. They are hostile and vicious. If you want to kill one of them, you will have to die 2 or 3. Master, if we continue to fight, there will be no more than alive brothers left. A guy who had a good relationship with Zhang Yukai approached him and prayed in a low voice. He had never fought such a tough battle on the streets. Even if he really broke the city in the end, how many people could grab the silver? I heard at the Imperial City the defense is stronger than the inner city here. Close your crow's mouth. Zhang Yukai carried the knife and reprimanded fiercely. As the general, of course he knew the casualties of his trilogy, but there was a guerrilla guard in the back to supervise the battle, who would dare not join. If you can't beat it, You have to beat it. He has long seen that this battle will not be won, but he said that it doesn't count. People who are arrogant to the army will be slaughtered by Shangfeng in order to prevent you from doing things. No one will touch the mold, and he will still bite the bullet. Right. When Yang Dashu saw Jiang Pozui's situation, he also urged to prepare for the offensive, and by the way, he checked the truth and said, "How many people do you have left?" "Less than 40. My, that is almost the same. After the city is broken, there will be less money." Hey, who says it's not? It's beautiful, but it's harder to do it than to climb to the sky. How can you break the city? After breaking the inner city and then breaking the imperial city, after 2 passes, I am afraid that only a handful of people will survive. The two of them felt that the Sylvan Mountain was getting farther and farther away from them, and they would have to figure out how to run away if they continued to fight. Boom. At this moment, there was another deafening and violent explosion, and the turbulent and abnormal flames quickly expanded between the electric flint and flint, and swallowed several soldiers who were still unaware of it. When the fireworks faded and the smoke dissipated, only the charred ground and the fragments that had been blown up were left. The guy who survived was also vomiting blood, lying on the hot ground and sobbing unspeakable. The man who was bombed was the part of the 3 wills. He himself had become completely unrecognizable. Just like he had been roasted by fire, his hair turned into a black jelly and stuck to the top of his head, and his scarlet evision epidermis. There was even more blue smoke. Help! Help me! Shaking and slowly raising a hand, still begging for help from his companion, but before reaching a height perpendicular to the ground, he hung weakly, and the whole person died. Run! Seeing his life, the soldiers were even more disheartened. When they were called out, they would run around like flies without their heads. If they stay here again, they would die or be blown up alive. They don't want to be blown off their hands and feet. The outside is burnt and tender. The silver is fine, but you can't just lose your life in the capital and go to the imperial city of Tlomu. If you don't want to pay for it, you can play it yourself. Stop, don't retreat, or you will let go of your arrows. The guerrilla general Go Bingfeng led his guards behind him, and if anyone dared to escape, he must rectify the law on the spot. "I'm going to you." The subordinates of the 3 wills didn't care about that, and continued to run back. Let the arrow. Swish. Puff. The distance between the 2 sides was only more than 10 meters, and it was easy to shoot. The deserters shot arrows and screamed again and again. Some even started counterattacks directly, and started shooting with Go Bingfeng's soldiers. Presumptuous. You all retreat to Ben General to siege the city. Otherwise, I will kill you. Go Bingfeng rode on the horse and yelled at these deserters. If they were not contained in time, it would trigger a large-scale rebellion, which would lead to abandonment of all previous efforts, and they would also escape from here. What? A sudden cold arrow suddenly hit Go Bingfeng, making him even more annoyed. He also wanted to see which brave brat acted like this. But when he looked around immediately, he hit another arrow. Simply Go Bingfeng was dressed neatly, and the 2 arrows shot by the opponent did not hit the vital part. The guerrilla general had no life worry, but his men could no longer hold it. "Brothers, it's all dead, cut him down." The soldiers were panicked when they saw the general's arrow, but the opponent's 20-something people aroused their fighting spirit, and they started fighting with him in 2 quick runs. "Brother, what should I do?" San Mao was already dead, and Ermazi was also afraid that he would die if he continued to fight, so he had to consult Da Marshall to discuss where to go next. Fuck him. Come on. Seeing the situation in front of him, Da Marshall thought about the wounded soldier under his hand, so he bit his posterior molars and cruelly decided to take a gamble. The 3rd brother rescued from the governor's great tent died at the rout of the city. This made Da Marshall extremely heartsick, and the death was even more difficult to tell. From defying the military order to committing chaos, this is punishable. The great sin of the 9 races. There are still 2 ways to kill Go Gorilla: escape by stealing the road, or use his head to find Yongwing to surrender. How can he save his life? Maybe after getting the prince's forgiveness, he can write off his previous sins. Up. The brutal Go Bingfeng has already left his relatives, and there is no need for everyone to sacrifice his life to him, and his upper head is worth a bit of money, so why not cut it off as a treasure for his own redemption? When you reach this field, you will be rounded up by others if you don't run. The survival instinct plays a decisive role, whether it is you wrong, join wrong or Xi wrong, whichever dares to block the way, then whoever is chopped off. They only recognize the way to survive, but they don't. Living. There were still hundreds of people in the 3 departments. Go Bingfing's soldiers could not resist, and they retreated. When the Senator Xiao Yan arrived with 30 soldiers, there was nothing left. You want to rehabilitate? Xiao Yan pointed at the first group of people with a knife, and he knew all 4 of Go Bingfing's men. Ha 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 ha. Sanrong's words are too bad. Sanrong's siege is not a resurrection, so how can I wait for it? Ma Xiao didn't believe in that rhetoric. It was the first one to retort you. You can't escape the charge of attacking Governor Sunday. That's good. If you turn around and attack the city, the general will forget the blame, and the amount of money that should be divided will not be less than 1 or 2. To appease the people, both rigidity and softness are needed. If blindly pressure is only counterproductive, Xiao Yan still doesn't want to be captured and killed by his subordinates. Chen Rong laughed. Now that the inner city is not broken, King Qin's army is rounding up the Beijing camp. Blame or not blame is not part of participating in the wrong. If I wait for the head of Shenrong to ask His Royal Highness for merit, the prince will forget it too. If you didn't catch the guerrillas, it would be better to switch to a general. The bigger the head of the official, the easier it is to wash away the guilt. Ma Xiao put his hand behind his back and gestured to the relatives next to him to prepare everyone for a sneak attack. Since Shenrong can take people to sneak attacks on the governor, then he can also copy the governor. Xiao Yan didn't expect the inner city to be so tightly defended, and Go Bingfing's men were so cunning. This time he miscalculated. The inner city could not be breached, and this group of soldiers who like to work and hate to work did not listen to orders, and even wanted to counterattack. It was really unreasonable. Sanrong, look, Xi Rong is coming from over there. When it comes to soldiers fighting, Ma Xiao is far less than Xiao Yan, but it's more slick, so they can carry forward their trifling skills. The sound of a beating made everyone unconsciously turn their heads and look in the direction of Ma Xiao, to see if Xi Rong Dingjian would lead his troops. Do it. When Xiao Yan turned his head slightly suspiciously, Ma Xiao yelled, and the archer beside him shot an arrow. What? Xiao Yan caught a glimpse of the movement of Ma Xiao with his light, but the movement was too fast, and before the soldiers could react, the sharp arrow had already been shot at the attending general. Chong, chop Sanrong and go and ask for a reward. Ma Xiao shouted angrily and led the crowd to start rushing to kill. Hundreds of soldiers planned to slay their anger and besiege their Shangfeng. Xiao Yan had an arrow in his shoulder. Seeing that it was not good, he pulled the horse and fled. Seeing that his master was unwilling to fight, the soldiers naturally had no reason to stay here, so they fled behind Xiao Yan's ass. Damn it. Another one ran away. Go Bingfing ran away, but when he encountered Xiao Yan who was killed halfway, he wanted to run into a big fish, but he slipped away from his mouth. The big horse spoon slapped his thigh, and he was extremely annoyed that he lost all the objects for his work. You can only take your subordinates out of the city first, and then do care about it. The situation of Meng Shan and Xu Oyan under the command of Lieutenant General Ding Jian is almost the same. Xu Oyan has been mutinous and can't be suppressed at all, but Meng Shan simply refuses to obey the command, forming a group through Guingning in the southwest of the outer city. The door retreated outside the city. Why did not dare to delay when he saw this. Half of his equipment in the sacred battalion was firearms, suitable for field battles and bombardment of the city, but it was not suitable to climb the city to fight. At the loading rate of the bird, he finished once in close combat, is to burn the fire stick. So he also ordered his subordinates to retreat as soon as possible. If they are noticed by the Yongwei camp, they will be killed. Huang Guangcai has been fighting for a long time. Maybe he still has a strange soldier. He is ready to use it at a critical moment, the ghost of Huang Kuang's sword. I heard that the soldiers of the Shenjing camp did not even need the heavy firecrackers to siege the city. Such a heavy weapon is a burden. Everyone scrambled to start running outside the city, unable to execute the command of the general and the general. The retreat directly turned into a retreat. The 5-army camp killed and injured so many people in the front. Of course, the Shenji battalion that opened fire at the back clearly knew that if they continue to fight, it will be their turn to charge and fall into battle. Most of their equipment is bird guns, and fools will use this stuff to go with the city. Yongwing is desperate. In order to rush to run before the 5th army camp is finished, let the remaining brothers behind the camp, the Shenji camp, will stray on a large scale, causing the retreat scene to become extremely chaotic. The various ministries elbow each other, verbally abuse, push, yell, and pull. Swords facing each other abound. Zongrong, the thieves are gone. Liu Feng took the binoculars to see clearly. There was a large black area on the outer city, with crowds and horses neighing. I don't know what happened to make them like this. Yup. Huang Degong was still wondering, why did the Beijing camp unilaterally run away when it was about to die? This puzzled him. Zongrong, I will be willing to go over and find out in the end. In order to avenge the dead brothers, Go Li, a guerrilla fighter, was willing to serve as the vanguard. It's not busy. Observe first and then decide. Beware of the tricks of the thieves. The soldiers are exhausted after repeated bloody battles. It is not easy to chase after them. Besides, there are cavalry battalions and Sun Yui's kin soldiers outside the city. Can those rebellious groups withdraw from the Jifu area calmly? After paying such a price, if the Beijing camp accidentally killed him with a carbine, and then broke the inner city, wouldn't the previous persistence become a joke? It's better to be safe, and wait until the thieves have been withdrawn before making any plans. Chapter 152, Outer City War. Yoji received a tip from Huang Degong, and was stunned for a long time in the same place without trying to understand what was going on. The Beijing camp attacked the ground suddenly and withdrew in a hurry, making the opponents confused. It seemed that they had performed very successfully on the path of metaphysics, and they had shown their full use. The use of troops was completely illogical, and the Jinying gang should never be underestimated in the future. Scum. It's not terrible to use soldiers like gods. The most terrifying thing is that they don't take ordinary paths and cannot be deduced in normal ways. They cannot judge the opponent's next tactics at all. Are there hidden high-level bosses in the Beijing camp? Yoji can only infer 3 possibilities based on his own brain cells. First, the casualties in siege are too great for Jinying to bear. Second, they suffered a disastrous defeat outside the city, and they desperately need their support. Third, Hong Chengche's army has already arrived, and when they get the news, they have to run away before being encircled. In addition, there is a 4th possibility, that is, the power of the conscientious artillery is so powerful that it scares the Jinying camp and knows that it is invincible. Therefore, it is necessary to withdraw troops pretendingly, or retreat, seduce the main force of Huang Degong, and then kill a bloody back carbine. Huang Degong has already sent a message that he will not lead his troops to pursue the attack. First he must continue to defend the inner city. Regardless of the possibility, it is good news for myself. As long as these fragments no longer attack the inner city, then you can wait for King Qin's army to besiege the rebels in the Beijing camp. The Dongcheng clan, who was left at the head of the city by Fang Zhenghua, reported that under the continuous bombardment of the rebellious firecrackers, part of the inner city wall was about to collapse. This situation, combined with the sudden retreat of the Beijing camp, is indeed somewhat illogical. It stands to reason that there may be 1 or 2 large-scale attacks. They are very likely to strike a gap in the inner city wall, then attack the inner city and begin to besiege the imperial city. The attack stopped abruptly at this time. Wouldn't the previous efforts be paid off? East Flow? Yoji didn't know what the other party thought, because a certain prince did not go to the battle to watch the battle, and the Yonghua battalion did not capture high-level prisoners. so he could only make guesses based on subjective assumptions. According to the quota, the strength of each of the 3 battalions is 8,000, but a large part of it is paid for the quota. The actual strength is about 5,000 or 6,000. The siege of the Beijing battalion is dominated by the 5th Army Camp, supported by the Shenji battalion. As long as the Yonghua battalion can cause more than 1,000 casualties to the 5th Army Camp, the War 5 scum will collapse. For an army that has always been non-modernized or non-modernized, it is considered qualified to be able to withstand 20% of the casualties in a fierce war. It can be used as the main force. This is still supported by the general's personal supervision of the battle and the support of the soldiers' extraordinary will to do it under. With casualties exceeding 30% of the troops, even the invincible Darking Wangshi must consider how to urinate. Like in the bloody Battle of the Hun River, the White-Armed Army, who fought until the entire army was wiped out, was the super trump card. Ning Jun can never do it. Yoji thinks that the first one is the most possible. For the time being, I can only think that the scum of Jinying are unwilling to work hard for the money. If it is for other reasons, there is nothing he can do. But even if this group of traitors ran away, Yoji hoped that Sun Quanting's kin soldiers and the Yongwing cavalry sub-battalion led by Lu Jiud could intercept their retreat. Otherwise they would really let them run to the northeast to join Huangqi. That is tantamount to adding more to the small shack of others. There are 2 ways to exit from Beijing. One way is to go directly to Xifengku in the northeast, pass through these passes, and then rush to the new master. The other way is more convenient, which is to go straight to Tianjin and go out to sea by boat. The way Kong Yao and others ran during the Dengzhou rebellion was exactly the same. The latter is the most likely to be Yoji. Except for the Shinsu battalion, which are all cavalry, the 5th Army Camp and the Shenji battalion are mainly infantry. It is impossible to achieve long range and rapid maneuvering, and they can only find transportation nearby to escape. If they don't want to go far and go to Tianjin, they can only go south along the canal. If they don't march along the canal, it will be difficult to obtain supplementary supplies. By then, the various ministries of the Beijing camp will not fight themselves. Zhenghua, the imperial court's decree is transmitted quickly. The navy warships and merchant ships of various countries parked in Tianjin will immediately leave the port, and those who dock without permission will be punished as a crime of rebellion. There are rebel cavalry outside the city, making people detour. Just go. Don't be afraid of trouble. As long as you don't have these big boats, just rely on those small sampan-like fishing boats, and see how your group of crumbs ran out of the barrier, thinking that you would be fine after you beat Lao Tzu. Can you pat your ass and leave? If the Beijing camp goes south, Yoji is absolutely not afraid of it. Hong Chengche's army just follows them to clean up the Jiangsu and Zhejiang areas that are dissatisfied with the imperial court. With the vicious means of Hong governor, they will not stop without killing them. Madden. There are only a dozen T-classes a year in Zhejiang province, which makes it funny to think about it. When Lao Tzu finishes cleaning up the mess in the capital, if you don't squeeze all your bones out, Lao Tzu will give you your last name, Chen Zunzai. Your Highness, Shi Ki is here to report that the backbone of Liu Yangxing's family has escaped, and they are searching everywhere in the inner city and tracking their whereabouts outside the city. The vassal who had invited Jin Yaiwei's commander was gone, and the old and cunning Liu Yang had a chance to escape. Fang Zhengwei consciously did not work well, but had to report it truthfully. Haha, it's okay. It seems that our command makes you really have a ghost in your heart. Don't you have a few internal responses in Jiney? Then let them do it. Don't get into the East Factory directly. Who wants to be promoted? You have to show your true ability. This time is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This palace does not raise rice buckets. Whoever has the ability to bring Liu Yang's head will satisfy his wish. This palace guesses that Liu Ying will not run far, because Jinying blatantly launched a rebellion, and let him see the chance of a comeback, and he can conduct a strict investigation in the Jifu area. If you want to keep Jiney as a spy agency, don't let the East Factory intervene excessively and turn this incident into a power struggle within Jin Yiwei. Wu Mengming had just been promoted to the new commander of Jin Yiwei, and it was him who wanted to kill Luo Yangxing. Luo Yangxing would not die for a day, and his seat would not be stable. Chen Zunzai. The prince did not punish himself for this. Let Fang Zheng would breathe a sigh of relief. Dong Chen could not intervene in this matter, but he could provide information secretly. If Luo Yangxing really intends to come back from the dead, he won't run away. Maybe he is hiding somewhere outside the city. If he casts a net widely, he might gain something. Then just copy Luo's mansion, block it first, and start ransacking the house after dawn. The monk can't run away from the temple. Luo Yang has managed Jin Yiwei for more than 10 years. He must have accumulated a lot of family wealth. It is impossible to transport it out of the city. I am afraid that it will take dozens of cars. Abandoning most of the gold and silver jewelry and leaving the city with only a little softness is also one of the characteristics of Luo Yangxing's desire to turn the salted fish over. However, Lord Luo wants to turn off. In this palace, there is only one way for salted fish to turn over, and that is when one side is fried. This palace is going to fry the other side. After copying the mountain of wealth, Jin Ying ran away again. Let's see how the arrested Lord Luo gave a perfect explanation. I hope that the checked items can be used to reward the soldiers of the Yongwei camp. Otherwise the palace will be disappointed. A certain prince didn't want to pay a couple of silver for this kind of thing, and if it wasn't enough, the assholes who had already been in prison would fill it up. The servant who went to pass the order reported that Sun Quanting had already taken action, but the situation of the battle was still unknown. The thief soldiers come out. Brothers, kill the general. The prince has the order to hack a thief soldier to death. Reward 10 taels of silver, and chop a few more so that you can go home for the new year. Seeing a large group of enemies coming out of the Guingning Gate, they were already about 1 mile away from the coast. They were reappointed by the court because of Sun Quanting's efforts to protect them. Following the order of the Prince Shabao to count Sun Quanting, Qin soldiers were divided into east and west, planning to separate into the Beijing camp that launched the rebellion together. Sun Quanting personally directed the east route, including Zhuo Guangxian, Zheng Jiadong, and Nu Cheng'u, while the west route was handed over to Hirin Long. Because the strength of the various units within the Qinbing was very different, Zhuo Guangxian had only 3,000 men, and Zheng Jiadong's subordinates were only more than 4,000. Nu Cheng'u had the largest total strength of the three, but only 6,000 people came. And Hirin Long's first division is close to 15,000 people, and the rest are the guards of handymen, housekeepers, and Sun Quanting, so Hirin Long's subordinate can be alone. Because Li Ziqing, Lieutenant General Gaoji, brought his subordinates to surrender, Hirin Long's troops were strong, almost equivalent to the combined strength of the other three generals. Hirin Long asked Lieutenant Gaoji to lay ambush outside Yongding Gate. Li Guoqi waited outside Yunmen. Lieutenant Hu Doi squatted at Guangningmen. Hirin Long brought 1,000 cavalry in the center to support him. This arrangement is also out of the consideration of making money, because the prince has already stipulated the division of labor inside and outside the city. You fight in the city, and those who die in the city belong to the victory of the Yongwei camp. Then they are really troublesome and thankless. Hirin Long, who has experienced countless battles of all sizes, naturally would not do it immediately, but instead ordered the three generals under his command to wait patiently until the thief soldiers withdrew from the outer city, and then kill them by surprise. After all, a thief soldier is worth 10 taels of silver. From a soldier to a chief soldier, who can't get along with the silver. As we all know, the prince is very rich right now. As long as he takes enough heads, he can get enough money from the prince. Generals at all levels have already got what they expect during the day, but if they succeed this time, there will be extra rewards, so the whole team is gearing up to get a big vote, no matter who he is aiming for. Qin soldiers fought many times from west to east, counting the arrears. Every talent got 12 silver. He said that if you cut a thief soldier you can earn 12 tals. How can you not be tempted to be a poor soldier? Secretly suffocating ruthlessness, want to make enough money tonight in order to distinguish between the enemy and ours. And in addition to the night battle, the various troops outside the city were coordinated, whether it was the brave battalion or the kin soldier. Each of them had a white scarf tied around their necks, so as not to be agitated. They would give their own people, hack to death, kill. Although Hudoi's subordinates only had more than 3,000 people, they were all masters who planned to make money. Such a good opportunity would not hack 3 or 4 thieves to death. So I am sorry for the knife in his hand. The lieutenants have already taken the lead, and the participating generals, guerrillas, and Qianzong will naturally follow them. Faced with the Beijing camp that has always been lazy and slack, Qin Bing, who has been fighting for many years, really didn't take this group of people seriously. In the eyes of Hu Doi and others, it is not the enemy that is in front of him, but the moving silver ingot. They must be hacked to death to be safe. All rush to the general. Don't let them run away. Don't say let the thieves escape. Even if the other brother troops are annihilated, everyone will not be happy to see the number of thieves in the city. This is related to the sale of tens of thousands of tals of silver. In fact, there is no need for Hu Doi to take the lead in mobilizing. Faced with unprecedented incentive measures, all the bloody kin soldiers are fighting for the first place. The prince stipulated that as long as the armor of the thieves' chest was cut off, the money could be exchanged. In this way, there was no fear that someone would kill well and use the heads of innocent people. Kill this general. In the face of countless ambushes, although Ding Jian, the deputy general of the 5th Army camp, was greatly frightened, he still wielded a knives and loudly ordered his subordinates to defeat the enemy, fleeing in many ways, and decided not to be besieged by the enemy at the foot of the capital. The soldiers of the 5 army battalions who were hit hard during the siege were unwilling to fight. They failed to invade the inner city and grab the silver, which made the people depressed. They didn't want to entangle with the ambushes anymore. When they were blocked, they immediately fled. In the face of the fierce and unusual kin soldiers' offensive, the 5th barracks were completely unable to parry. The two sides had just entered the state of short-handed combat. When they were charged by the other side, the rebels collapsed across the board. Some simply retreated to the outer city. As long as they don't die immediately, they can hiding for a while is a while. Shameless rat, the time for your death has come. Hu Doi shouted angrily and pointed his spear 30 meters away. Ding Jian, who was planning to gather the remains to break through, although he didn't know him, but from the fact that he was dressed and protected by dozens of soldiers, he should be a lieutenant. Level figures. Who are you? If you give way today, how about I and you 1,000 tals of gold? Before a cup of tea, his trilogy was smashed by an ambush, and he didn't listen to orders at all. Ding Jian was also panicked. Since he couldn't beat him, he decided to buy the other party. If you have committed a mess, can you buy people's hearts? Langer, I will take the dog's head from the book, so I can ask the crown prince for credit. Kill. After Hu Doi finished speaking, he rode his horse to fight and rushed to the target. He, the deputy general, relied on Sun Yue's recommendation, not the court sincerely used it. If he did not succeed in the battle, he would most likely be ostracized. This guy in front of him could be a lieutenant, and in line with the principle of knowing gratitude, if he cut off his head and dedicate it to the prince, he would be worthy of Sun Yue's letter to protect himself. HMPH. Daydreaming. Who could kill this person would have rewarded Qianliang again. Before Ding Jian's words were complete, Hu Doi had already galloped close, making him rush to flee, so he would not dare to fight with him. Although the surrounding soldiers are Ding Jian's direct line, they are considered loyal to their masters. But the surrounding 5 army camps have already been defeated. Seeing that the master is gone, they are the first to flee. There is no reason to fight for death, so naturally they will also run away. Although Qianliang gold is good, it still has life to spend. The opponent's general is murderous, and he is definitely not an opponent. let alone there are dozens of friends nearby. It is not easy to provoke his savage appearance. It is better to escape as soon as possible. Ding Jian's soldiers were frightened and shot nearly 10 people by random arrows. The remnants had to follow their master to flee, while Hu Dao led the crowd to chase after him, biting his prey like a mud dog. Chapter 153, Intimidating. Originally, after the unsuccessful attack on the inner city, Ding Jian still wanted to take the remnants to Tianjin, and then go out by boat. There was room for turning around whether he was going south or north, but he never imagined that he would encounter an ambush from the other side as soon as he left the outer city. Thousands of people were killed by this enemy in less than a cup of tea. It was really miserable. But now there are chasing soldiers biting them, and Ding Jian has no time to gather the broken up soldiers again. I had to hit the horse and whip and run desperately. Now I think of a series of things that happened from midnight to early morning, as if it was a dream of making a fortune that seems true or false. Although it is too far away, I can't bear to give up. In the end, it is still a basket of water and empty, which is really good fortune. The millions of tals of silver that was about to be obtained just flew away, and missed the glory and wealth of the second half of his life. Ding Jian was very regretful, annoyed, depressed, angry, and unwilling to fail at this point, and his mind began to think about it unconsciously. If Huang Degong didn't know the current affairs, he kept a bunch of waste, and the Shenjing was not able to help him. How could his work fail? If everything goes well, the army should have already invaded the imperial city and started to carve up the gold and silver jewels in the city. Where did this damn enemy army come from? Without them, you can make a comeback if you find a place to rectify your troops and horses. I also really angry evil. The more annoyed Ding Jian was thinking about it, he couldn't help swearing. But the arrows shot from his back were not scarce at all. Some shot directly at Ding Jian's back. If he was not wearing heavy armor and properly guarded, he would have been shot at this time. Falling down, turning his head to see, he suddenly felt a cold sweat. The chasing soldiers were only 20 meters away from him, and there were only more than 10 soldiers around him. Being driven like a sheep by the opponent, it was extremely devastated. Death or life. Kill this general for me. Seeing that the hunting target is promising, Hu Dao screamed at the soldiers around him. If you read it right, the thief leader is also a lieutenant. If you can capture the thief first, you can capture the king. As long as you can capture and kill this person, you can redeem your merits. The position of lieutenant will also be able to sit firmly. No matter what, even if it was broken in two, he had to take his corpse back, so that he could claim credit to the prince, rectify his innocence, and repay Sun Yue's favor. Thinking of this, Hu Dao hurried forward and galloped towards the prey in front of him. The guards who followed Tiger Dao also understood that killing 10 ordinary soldiers is not as valuable as killing this one. Just such a soldier cut his head and presented it to the prince. In short, it was exchanged for several thousand tals of silver. According to Shangfeng, the prince ordered that those who capture and kill the lieutenant will receive 10,000 silver dollars. How can they get 200 tals of silver for each of the 30 people? And they will cut 20 people if they are replaced by ordinary soldiers. How much work would it take to cut off the chest of the 20 thieves to receive the reward? In comparison, it's easier to make money in front of this one at the moment. Although this guy runs desperately and runs faster than a rabbit, but no matter how fast your tortoise or son can run faster than the bow and crossbow in the hands of the man. Those who follow Tiger Dao are all veterans who have been fighting for many years. They have extremely rich practical experience. Everyone is chasing and shooting. While riding horses, they are busy with their bows and arrows in their hands. Shooting on a moving target while still moving at night, this hit rate is not high. But those who are hard to fight back are turned into horrified birds, just running away. If they dare to turn around and intercept, they will immediately be shot by the chasing soldiers. Into a hedgehog. A wave of arrows shot in the past will always hit 5 or 6, and the guy who is lucky and the arrow fell off the horse, even if he didn't directly fall to death, before he got up and stood, he was trampled into meatloaf by the galloping horse on the spot. The cavalry and the cavalry are facing each other, and the guy who falls from the horse may still survive. Like this kind of pursuit, the possibility of survival is very small, because the pursuit of soldiers not only shoots arrows, but also swings knives, ready to make up for the unlucky ones who fall from the horse. What? In the state of galloping at high speed at night, the horses were not equipped with headlights, and the cavalry could not see the road ahead if the torches were not big. Holding the torches, they would navigate the chasers behind them. Someone stumbled and fell a dog to eat. Xiang I simply ignored this worthless trophy, staring at the big boss in front of him. As long as he was still running wildly, he had to bite. As long as there is a left behind, one or two of Hudo's entourage will immediately check it out. It is best to be able to find some valuable items from the prisoners. No matter what it is, it can be sold for silver. If it's not a little bit, then I'm sorry, you have to deal with your hatred. Uncle, I have been chasing you for so long. At least I can go back and get a reward of 10 tals of silver. I'm doing a fortune business tonight. I can't let go of any of them. Ordinary soldiers are definitely worthless, but it's different from the general's personal soldiers. 9 times out of 10, they will bring the general's belongings. If you don't search for them, it's completely different. Absolutely not. For this kind of thing, Qin Bing is all in the door, because Gao Yingxiang, Li Ziqing and others have been doing this for many years. The leader of the gangster was killed and pissed in his butt. As he's Zongrong's subordinates, he did not take advantage of this kind of advantage. As long as you can find thousands of tals from the 10 or so people in front of you, even if the big guy is not busy tonight, even if you don't catch the rabbit general, it won't be too bad. If you catch it, it would be even better. Qin Bing was already going crazy. Not to mention getting paid. He almost couldn't even eat food before. As long as there was a way to make money, even if they searched for the dead, they would not mind. I don't need my money. Spread it out. In desperation, Ding Jian could only offer fishing bait, hoping that the mad dogs behind him could take the bait, so that it would be good to split the troops halfway. Each of the soldiers carried 200 tals of silver in the battle immediately, in case of accidents. It was part of Ding Jian's search over the years, and now it is finally useful. If gold is not a last resort, he is reluctant to throw it away. In the market, 1 tal of gold can be exchanged for more than 10 tals of silver, and 1,000 tals of gold is worth 10,000 tals of silver. With so much gold, where can't you be an uncle? The big deal ran outside the customs and went to Huangtaiji. The Lord will no longer be frustrated in the capital. When the king army enters the customs again, he will surely save his face. Kong Yao's servants can all be mixed up outside the pass, so why can't he? How can he be a deputy of Hanqi Dangdong? The personal soldiers were all confidants of Ding Jian for many years. They didn't dare to disobey the master's orders, so they had to throw silver ingots back one after another, hoping that the chasing soldiers would stop chasing and dismount and pick up the silver. Motherland. There is money. The sharp-eyed guy in Qin Bing immediately realized that the thing dropped from the front was an ingot of silver, and hurriedly reined in the reins, slowed the horse, and left so much silver without picking it up. It was a real loss. Everyone began to look around when they heard the words, and indeed there was something shining on the ground. There were few clouds tonight, the moonlight was very strong, the silver was very bright, 52 large ingots, and everyone was very greedy. Continue chasing. The general in front is the biggest silver mountain. The team slowed down very quickly. Some people even got off their horse and picked up the silvertals. When Hudoi saw this, he couldn't help being furious. This group of idiots who had never seen the world, the other party dropped such a small amount of money to make them stop chasing. It's stupid than a pig. There is still 1,000 tals of gold on the thieves' horses. Anyone who follows me can get gold. After all, he was a leading general, and the situation was so urgent that he couldn't use his horsewhip to beat everyone. In desperation, who do I had to take out Big Pie to entice everyone. Yes, what Xirong reminded is, chase it. The soldiers who have been blinded by silver have only thought about it. The enemy generals who are just right want to use 1,000 tals of gold to buy the road. It can be seen that they must carry so much gold. If they stop here, wouldn't it be the last? Leave 4 people to pick up the silver, and the others will follow Ben to pursue them quickly. Hearing that they could divide the gold, the cavalry who were obsessed with money turned on their horses. Fortunately, the prey didn't run far, but it was 100 meters away. With their riding skills, they wouldn't let it go directly. Golden Mountain ran away from the front. Ding Jian saw that the chasing soldiers were really in the game. He couldn't help but feel relieved. He ran out of Guangningmen and wanted to go to Tianjin, so he could only go south and then east around the suburbs of Beijing, passing Yunmen. When I was nearby, I suddenly saw a group of people appearing ahead. There are about 50 or 60 people on the scale, galloping to the southeast. Seeing that the two sides are about to meet each other, Ding Jian secretly cried out that he was about to die, and felt sadness in his heart. Who came from? Relying on the large number of people, the other party opened his throat and shouted first, "Who is your weight?" Ding fitness guards did not show any weakness, and did not weaken in calling numbers. If you want to hit it, or get out of the way. The other party unexpectedly had no intention of entanglement, as if intending to escape. "You are the Beijing camp." When the soldiers of the 5th Army camp heard the Mandarin accent spoken by the other party, they realized that they might be brothers from the Jinying camp. Why ask this question? "I'm under the 5th Army camp." "Oh, I'm waiting for Shenjing." "My brother." "There are chasing soldiers behind." "Flee." It is good. After the two men got closer, they found out that they were their own, so there was no need to say anything. They immediately joined forces and planned to form a group to kill Tianjin. Ding Jian fixed his eyes and saw that the leader was the old acquaintance Ey, which was completely relieved. It turned out that Shenji camp, who was behind the bottom of the 5th Army camp, discovered that there were ambushes outside the city. The 5th Army camp had been killed and immediately withdrew to the outer city, but Ey felt that the outer city would fall sooner or later, and he would commit troubles. If he was caught alive by the Yongwing, he would be put to death sooner or later. Rather than sitting and waiting to die, and finally being caught in the urn, it is better to break out from Yunmen under the cover of night. It turned out that there was also a large group of ambushes outside Yunmen. The Shenji battalion, which was dominated by chariots, firecrackers, and infantry, was killed in a flash. His troops were lost, and they were unable to fight. Seeing that his troops were about to be surrounded and annihilated by the enemy, Ey had to lead a few soldiers to run away in the chaotic army. Then I met Ding Jian, who was playing laps with the enemy cavalry outside the city, and the two destitute men were finally able to meet again. Quickly put out the torch. With this, the chasing soldiers can easily approach me and wait. Ding Jian saw that the people from Shenjing were still lighting their torches, and he hurriedly called out on the horse, regretting that he had merged with them. Knowing this a long time ago, it would be better to let Ey and others attract the attention of the chasing soldiers, so that they can escape. But it was too late, and the chaser behind them quickly bit their tails again. Compared with the riding skills and field pursuit capabilities, the battle-tested Qin soldiers are far better than the uncles of the Beijing camp. Where to run? Accompanied by the sound of intensive horseshoes, more than 100 black shadows rushed out from behind a wood, and the general in front was Li Guoqi, the lieutenant general. He had been staring at Ey for a long time. If it hadn't been for the melee between the two armies, the night battle would have been a violent fight, and he would have killed him long ago. The lieutenant was worth 10,000 silver, and Li Guoqi decided not to miss this reward. There are only 6 lieutenants in the 3 major battalions. If you can get one, you will send it out. The prince's reward rule is that the lieutenant is worth 10 tals, the participating generals are 3,000 tals, the guerrillas are 1,000 tals, the 1,000 is 500 tals, the total is 100 tals, and the ordinary soldiers are 10 tals. The 3 battalions have a total of 6 lieutenants, 12 generals, 24 guerrillas, 57 people in total, 288 people in total, generals worth 120,000 tals, and lieutenants worth 50,000. 7,300 tals. The soldiers are worth about 230,000 tals. The total amount was 407,330. Because the Beijing camp was eating out of wages on a large scale, the number of soldiers was far less than the fixed number, and the number of soldiers who escaped from the battlefield was eliminated. In the end, the number of people captured by each department was much lower than the fixed number. Even so, a certain prince must at least give out no less than 300,000 tals of silver, but this amount of silver is also worth the money. With 300,000 to 400,000 tals of silver, the rebellion can be quelled. It is much more cost-effective than having the capital to break the inner city, snatch gold and silver jewelry, or even take the life of a certain prince. Through this counterinsurgency operation, a certain prince would tactfully imply that the court is not short of money. As long as you can fight the enemy bravely, you will have a lot of money. The biggest joint of the control of the elbows and bandits is the lack of money. As long as the military pay and the silver rewards can be paid to the ministries on time, many general soldiers will still try their best to loyal to the Ming and fully implement the military orders. It is rare for Qin Bing to run into a big money-making business. Without Sun Quanting's mobilization, his generals and lieutenants began to work out how to encircle and wipe out the prey in front of him. Li Guoqi was more patient than Hu Dao, and he even let the enemy drove out 2 miles away from the city before he did it. If they all run back, they will lose a lot of attacking the city, and it is considered a brave battalion to attack, so Li Guoqi will let his subordinates stay in ambush. Whoever dares to disturb the thieves first immediately rectifies the law on the spot. After a long while, waiting patiently finally paid off. The rebels set on a torch and swaggered close to the ambush circle, unaware of the surrounding situation. Then it was the thrilling robbery that he had just experienced. Everywhere he saw were ambush soldiers, rushing from all directions, and more than 2,000 men and horses were beaten by surprise. The Shenji battalion was swept down before it was too late to deploy, and the battlefield was chaotic. The soldiers did not know the generals, and they would not know the soldiers. After the heavy encirclement, He was left with this few people around him. Brother Li wants to have this as well? The 2 groups of prey were put together in the front, and the 2 groups of hunters also converged in the back. Hu Dao saw Li Guoqi. Ha 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 ha, Brother Tiger, why don't you go? How about the silver split? Li Guoqi saw that there were just 2 groups of people in front of him, and he thought that it was the target pursued by Tiger Dao, and he couldn't take it alone. So good. The opponent felt that the ability to eat alone was not bad, and it was good to have reinforcements on the side to help. And both were lieutenants and were of the same rank. In this way, Hu Dao would be good. Chapter 154, The Dog of the Lost Family. Although it is not summer, the surface light is still dim. After entering Yinzing 4 o'clock in the morning, the eastern sky is slightly white, and the brightly lit and smoky Beijing city is the reference object. Dingjian and He determined not to run in the wrong direction. With less than 80 horses alone, it is impossible to escape by land outside the pass to seek refuge with Huang Taiji. The only feasible way is to go to Tianjin, rush to the coast of Liaodong by water, and then go ashore to find the nearby Qing army. After the winter enters the customs with the Qing army, it will not be too late to avenge this revenge. At that time, the little prince and Huang Degong and others will return with their original interests. A large number of meticulous works can be planted throughout the capital to bring the army to the city. At this time, the inside should be combined with the outside to break the capital. Stop. The thief should go away. Turtle grandson, eat grandpa with 1 arrow. The loud curses of the Qin Bing cavalry behind him can't actually do any harm. The soldiers of the Beijing camp who fled in front of them will not listen to their orders, but they will be constantly afraid of them, because the sound of chasing soldiers has increased. Closer. The distance between the 2 sides has not been narrowed. Even the arrows shot by Qin Bing can only fall behind the horseshoes of the Jinying camp and eat ashes. but they are still scared to fear. Many people lie on horsebacks and run away. An arrow pierced his back. The instinct to survive drove the dozens of people from Jinying to gallop eastward as much as possible, while the hundreds of chasing soldiers behind were completely attracted by gold and silver, and their dreams of getting rich were now replaced by them. In the northwestern bandits, soldiers who earn 1 or 2 silvers have to run 100 or so miles. The imperial court may not be able to pay taxes on time. At most, the veterans who survived the battle for many years and survived all understand the difficulty of making money. Now, there are 2 lieutenants worth 10,000 tals of silver in front of them. How can we not make everyone excited? They are still carrying gold ingots, and one is worth hundreds of tals of silver. Isn't the purpose of being an officer and soldier just to make a living? In addition to special items such as personnel ordered by the prince, all the spoils seized in this battle can be handled by the conquerors themselves, which greatly aroused the enthusiasm of the counterinsurgency officers and soldiers, and everyone had endless enthusiasm. Killing a personal soldier next to a Beijing-based general, you can find hundreds of tals from the opponent. Even if you turn in half, you can keep half of it. With this windfall, you can return to Shanqian's hometown with great comfort. It's been a good dreaming day. If any of the soldiers wanted to rein in their horses and surrender, Qin Bing would not mind if they were left with all their belongings, and they would not be embarrassed for the sake of 10 tals of silver. Otherwise, one of them counts as one, and all of them have to be touched. Qin Bing often does this kind of thing when fighting the bandits. In the final analysis, he is too poor and the court is also poor, so that the bandits first robbed the gentry and the people, and then they robbed the bandits. It is impossible to return the property to the original owner. The prince was so empathetic. He had paid up all the owed salary before and raised everyone's monthly salary. He also issued the next month's payment in advance. Not only did he offer a reward this time, but the trophies can be dealt with by himself. Fight for yourself. The way to make money is right in front of you. You have no ability to catch the enemy. Then don't complain afterwards. Continue to eat the soil and suffer poverty, and watch others drink and eat meat eagerly. In a downwind fight, Qin Bing is better than Jinying, and the group of people to be strangled are not their fellows. There is no need to be merciful, but if they are not female relatives, they cut it with one knife, and then cut off the fabric on the front of the chest. Go get the reward. For the captives, a certain prince did not have much interest. Once these people have returned, they will want to focus on their old business in the future. If they are escorted to Shandong to mine, they may also escape. Detention in the Jifu area is a huge hidden danger. Therefore, a certain prince acquiesced to the practice of Qin Bing, which coincided with Sun Quanting's idea. Sun Shabao was very worried about the captive rebellion, so he strictly ordered the 4 generals under his command not to escape when encountering the enemy, and not to release the enemy without authorization. Combined with the reward regulations, it implies that the generals of Qin Bing will kill the rebellion of the Beijing camp. Otherwise, if Qin Bing goes south to suppress the bandits, there will be endless troubles. Anyone with a long brain will not escort the enemy to receive the reward. How easy money is. With such a high reward for silver, the prince must have a murderous heart, and want to eliminate the roots of the Beijing camp that has committed the chaos. And Sun Quanting can use the name of Night Battle to mobilize his subordinates to kill. What's more, if this group of rebels is not wiped out, it will be difficult for the Jifu area to be completely purged. For ordinary soldiers involved in the rebellion, they can be killed. If the generals of the Beijing camp can be captured, they will be escorted to the trouble and executed soon. In order to restrain the example, Cheng's launching of Jingnan was at best a gang fight in the same room, and the open rebellion of the Beijing camp was the worst thing in the 200 years of the Ming dynasty. Different from the invasion of foreign enemies, or the battle between Fanzhou and Ningxia, Jinying was a forbidden army guarding the emperor. Since its establishment, it has experienced countless battles, defending the enemy several times, and its record is shining. Now it has turned the enemy and launched a sneak attack on the capital. It is a crime worthy of death. The Gifu area is not trivial. If the Beijing camps familiar with the geographical and military conditions of this area are not swept away, the Jiangshan Shiji and the imperial court will always be threatened, and the eve of the winter solstice will also attract the raging of the East captive Iron Hoof. After understanding the connotation of the two orders of the prince and Shabao, the content can be condensed into two words: kiss and kill. Jinying will not stand in place and let you chop. As long as you dare to run, you must go after it, just like Hu Doi and Li Guoqi did. He chased for nearly 10 miles in one breath, although he still hadn't completely driven, but finally reached the distance that the bow and arrow should be able to reach, and the sky was about to shine. These rascals were unable to escape with the cover of night. The dog said, "Dare to run. Your grandfather called you this tortoise grandson." Hu Doi was also anxious when he saw this. The group in front of them didn't even have the courage to turn around and fight. Just like a group of Vegless women, maybe not as good as the women, they can at least talk back. They just stunned and ran away thinking, "Road. Don't worry, drive." Ding Jian beats his horse and slams his whip, galloping desperately, telling his soldiers from time to time, once he turns his head back, he may be shot down by an arrow, and he will undoubtedly end up dead. Both sides are chasing me and galloping in the wild. That is, they are running faster than anyone else. The slower side must be the loser, and either misses the Wanliang reward or directly loses his life. There are still thousands of tals of gold in the battle of the personal soldiers. It is not that Ding Jian has not considered these objects, but that is the last possession he can rely on. As long as he has a breath, he must take it with him in case of emergency. That is, as he ran, Ding Jian suddenly found hundreds of fine knights running down the opposite hillside. If the opponent's ambush, the enemy is too few, then he will undoubtedly die. But when I got closer, I discovered that this cavalry didn't wear their white scarves that enemy soldiers had, which meant that they might be friendly forces. Ding Jian, when the first person saw his colleague, he called his name directly. This was Ding Jian's old acquaintance Shen Shuiying, Deputy General Duke. He originally led his troops on guard outside the city, but after the siege was unsuccessful, he had the idea of slipping away first. It's just that I didn't expect to encounter the courageous resistance of the commander Zhang Jiadong, and the two other commanders Zhuo Guangxian and Nu Cheng'u's left and right flanking attacks, which made Duke's half of the Shenxu camp cavalry occupy the dual advantages of strength and mobility, and still could not conquer it. Seeing an overwhelming enemy, there was nowhere to stay in the Gifu area, so Duke led his troops to withdraw from the battlefield, planning to go all the way to the north and exit through Xifengku. Without running out of 10 miles, he met the courage led by Lu Jiudwing cavalry sub-battalion. Sun Quanting judged that after a failed attack, the rebels would inevitably choose to go north to the Great Wall, or go east to Tianjin and go out to sea, so that the subordinates would abandon all their horses. Shenxu camp should not be able to do so, so for them, the only way to go north is the way can go. According to Sun Quanting's deployment, the three general headquarters of Qin Bing lined up along Keoyang Gate and intercepted the rebels from going north. If the defense line was broken by him, Lu Jiud led the cavalry sub-battalion to conduct a second interception. The Qin soldiers had a large number of cavalry, but they had not yet reached the point where they could eat the Shenxu camp in one bite. In view of the need for night battles, this time the Qin soldiers and the Yongwei camp were fighting hand in hand to fight back and forth. Sure enough, more than 1,500 Shenxu battalion cavalry broke through the defense line formed by the Qin soldiers in one fell swoop, completely ignoring the pursuit of the thousands of Qin cavalry behind them. But before they ran out of the capital, they were blocked by more than 3,000 brave battalion cavalry. Come back. If he insists on pushing hard, how can he reach the mouth of Xifeng before everyone is dead? But Duke is afraid that his troops will be completely annihilated, and he will give up his horse when he goes to Tianjin. It is not known whether he can go to sea by boat. Ordered his men to turn to kill back. It's a good idea to go around Nanxing first. take the opportunity to get rid of the entanglement of the chasing soldiers behind you, and then go northward. In short, it will be good to lead your subordinates out of the barrier. It's just that Duke broke through Qin Bing's line of defense again, thinking about the beauty of taking refuge in the Emperor's chicken, so he ran into the terrified Ding Jian and Hiwai and others. Don't be afraid of the two. There would have been thousands of fine knights, and they would definitely be able to retreat and chase the soldiers. Tug felt relieved when he saw that there were only more than 100 enemy troops chasing and killing his colleagues, and there were 500 or 600 people on his side. That's it. Ding Jian didn't have time to think deeply, and when he saw that there were many soldiers and horses behind Tuj, he agreed. Although the three of them are all lieutenants, whoever has more soldiers will listen to whoever has more soldiers, otherwise it will be difficult to save their lives. Warriors, kill with this general. Tuga's team is far from the end of the mountain, and this group of people is really overwhelmed to stop it. When hundreds of cavalry saw that the enemy was far smaller than themselves, they swept away the previous downturn and rekindled the hope of breaking the siege. Hearing the lieutenant's high voice, they waved their sabers and galloped on their horses, rushing to the enemy who had only more than 100 people in front of them, trying to rush them to death. Good job. Give me up. Hu Dao is not afraid of the enemy hitting him, but he is afraid that the opponent will run desperately, no matter how many people are there. Grandpa Zheng is worried that he didn't make any contributions to redeem his sins. Without being afraid of the crowds of the opponent, he urged the black horse with his crotch and rushed to it with his long machete. Although Qin Bing was at an absolute disadvantage in terms of military strength, the soldiers had experienced 100 battles and were vigorous, and they were not stagnated due to the large number of opponents. Seeing that the main general had already taken the lead, he immediately followed, with a fearless horizontal array to face the rebels who dared to die. Don't be entangled, go straight to it. Tweed seemed to feel that thousands of chasers had already stepped onto the ground behind him, and immediately ordered his men to kill his secondary. First, he had to make a way to survive. He didn't want to be annihilated outside the city by the opponent. The two horses were staggered, and Hu Dao picked up the knife and dropped the sword. One of them cut a cavalry from the Shinxue camp under the horse on the right. With a backhand, he cut the guy on the left to the ground. Arrows and spears can penetrate the target with the help of sharpness. The blunt weapon such as a knife and axe wants to defeat the enemy. It depends on the strength of the person used to sink, making the opponent unable to withstand it and being killed by a single blow. After the two sides charged, when Hu Dao, Li Guoqi and others dialed their horses, they suddenly discovered that there were not many soldiers still riding around, about 50 or 60, but the number of opposing enemy soldiers did not decrease much. When the two lieutenants were hesitating whether to continue fighting, Tug ran away first. Before the figure of the Shinxue camp disappeared, Lu Jiu led the cavalry of the Brave Guard camp into the battlefield. Quick chase. Seeing soldiers wearing white scarves not far away, in order to save time, Lu Jiu didn't make any noise. He pointed his throat and directly ordered his troops to pursue them quickly. Lu Jiu admired Sun Shabo's prior tactical deployment. The Qin army commander had an extremely precise vision for the development of the battlefield situation, and he was able to sit back and enjoy the results according to the plan. Thousands of Yonghui battalion cavalry swiftly passed by Hu Dao and Li Guoqi, the Golden Horse and Iron Horse. The momentum is like a rainbow, shocking the heart and soul, like a magnificent picture with rich colors. Follow me. Even the eunuchs can go to battle to kill the enemy and take the lead in the charge. What else can they scruples about as a sound fellow? The two lieutenants naturally also have to keep up with the friendly forces, so as not to lead people to chase them for a long time, and the credit will be robbed by others. Ding Jian found that he seemed to have returned along the same route. He followed the outer city wall from outside Zuoan Gate and ran outside Guangning Gate, the starting point. He was really pitied by Tug, and he felt even more depressed. I also wanted to divide the army with Tug blindly, so as not to become a race around the city, but turned his head and looked at the thousands of chasing soldiers behind him. He shuddered, and immediately dispelled his previous thoughts. If the troops were divided, the hundreds of Meng cavalry under Tug would not listen to Ding Jian and He-Wai's orders, and they could only run with their own soldiers. But the chasing soldiers behind him wouldn't be distracting from the pivot camp or the 5 barracks, and they would all chase them to the end. As long as 200 or 300 cavalry were separated, they could kill 2 of them. At this point, there is no way to repent, there is a way to survive, and if there is no way to survive, Ding Jian has to gritted his teeth and ran to the dark following Tug. I secretly prayed in my heart, hoping to get rid of these chasing soldiers before dawn, otherwise, after dawn, the chasing soldiers will not be able to run anymore. Ding Jian regretted it, and Tug regretted it even more. If he had known this, he should go directly through Xifeng. In that case, not only would there be no life worry, but also the thousands of fine riders under his command to please the emperor. What is this now? Lost dog? I really don't know how many people will be left beside me after I leave the customs. Chapter 155, Going for the Best Plan. When Ding Jian, He-Wai, Tug and others were playing the tour of the city with a group of cavalry, the 5th Army Battalion Deputy Han Ru and Shenjing Deputy General Tao Dinglin watched them from outside Guangkuan on the city. It rushed past, and not far behind was followed by thousands of enemy troops. The 2 lieutenants suffered heavy losses when they attacked the inner city of Chongmen area. The difference was less than 1 hour before and after. The total casualties were no less than 1,000 people. They did not break the inner city defense line. Instead, they damaged 1 guerrilla and 2,000 chiefs. The morale that had been soaring also fell as the war went unsuccessfully. In the face of the fierce attack launched by the Beijing camp, although the opposite Yingwei camp suffered a great loss, the city wall became riddled under the bombardment of firecrackers, and there were even hopes of invading the inner city several times, but in the end they were still stuck in the outer city, unable to move. There are no fewer than 8,000 soldiers to fight, but the soldiers below saw the dying wounded around them, as well as the limbs beaten beyond recognition by the fire, and the flesh that had been beaten by the fire. They were already complaining, and they did not want to make money, even to catch his own fate. The following people are greedy, and they even combine treacherous, lazy, greedy and slippery. But the abacus in their hearts will also play. You cannot earn money, but you can't do it. If you give you 500 gills of silver, you will do it for your leg. Don't you dare to do this kind of unlucky thing. You let your grandfather do it. See your ghost. If you continue to fight, maybe you will have no bones left. If you want to fight, then let the official go first. Let's follow along. Being treated as a guerrilla guild, the other generals, while not possessing their souls, kept themselves out of the matter with lingering fears, hiding as far as they could, wishing to hide in Zuoanmen in the southeast corner. Except for the commander-in-chief who supervised the battle on the front line, the generals of the 2 battalions almost retreated substantially. After this move was seen by the soldiers, there were even more discussions, which directly moved the military's heart, and almost no one wanted to continue the attack. City went to die. Immediately, what worried Han Ru and Tao Dinglin most happened. The soldiers of Jinying saw that the siege could not gain any advantage, and the Silver Mountain in the imperial city might not be seen anymore. So they began to flock to the outer city, ransack the shops and minutes' houses. At first, the generals had some disapproval. When they wanted to stop it, the situation had already lost control and was developing rapidly in an increasingly fierce direction. Robbery, arson, murder, and sex. People who have enemies in the Beijing camp took this opportunity to turn the robbery into vendetta and extermination. After the victims discovered the misery of the family, they changed the conflict from soldiers infighting in Shenjing camp. Because of the uneven distribution of the spoils, the 5 army camps began to fight each other. Because of the gaps, the 5th Army camp and the Shenji camp are also in chaos. As long as they can beat the other party, they will kill each other. Even if they face the old girls, they are merciless. When they met someone, they broke into the house. After looting the property, they had to kill them all, and finally burned them down, which seemed to turn half of the outer city into an inhumane campaign. When Han Rui saw this, he knew that the situation was over. These soldiers had already turned into raging beasts and could no longer give orders to them. They were not even the gangsters, at least the gangsters could fought for many years, and they were finally called by the court. In the face of the large-scale encirclement and suppression of the Yonghui camp after dawn, the result can only be to wait and die. They will not even get the chance of being recruited. This is the destined end of the short-sighted generation. After discussing with Tao Dinglin, the outer city is already difficult to hold on. If he is hesitant, he will be surrounded by King Qin's division. The two will call up their own guards, totaling about 400 horses, and they will join forces from Guangku. The door went out of the city and went straight to Tianjin. But less than 3 miles out of the city, they encountered a stubborn resistance from the enemies. No less than 500 fine horses. Han and Tao were killed by no less than 100 people, so they had to flee back to the city with the remnants, and they didn't dare to fight. In fact, they only encountered Zhuo Guang's first striker. Sun Quanting arranged the main force of Qin soldiers in the Keoyangmen area, and asked Zhuo Guang to send some troops to investigate the reality, first to investigate the enemy's situation, and secondly to lead the snake out of the cave. However, seeing that there were not many enemies out of the city, Qin Bing, a brave cavalry soldier, was fortunate enough to directly kill them. Not only did he make small gains, but he also slammed the enemies out of the city back. The two generals led by Han and Tao were all personal soldiers. Although they came from the Beijing camp, their combat effectiveness was not low. If they wanted to fight to death, they could break through the encirclement. The main reason was that the two lieutenants were afraid that fierce fighting outside the city would attract more enemies. The army retreated first in order to preserve its strength. After receiving the report, Sun Quanting immediately ordered the three generals to mobilize the cavalry under his command, with about 500 men and horses as a team, from Keoyangmen to Zhuoanmen, to conduct a dragnet search. If you find a good opportunity, you can join the battle without reporting. After seeing this on the city, the second general of the Beijing camp was so frightened that he did not dare to leave the city. If he was intercepted by the enemy again, he would not even be able to bring his belongings back. Oh, such incompetent people who know nothing about life and death. Han Rui looked at the smashing, looting and burning in the city, and his heart was full of sadness and depression. How wise and ambitious he was, but he was defeated by the hands of these vague finches. Before dawn, I must leave the city, otherwise I will become a turtle in the urn. Now that the cavalry of King Qin's division was infested, his pawns would not fall too far. Tao Dinglin had already sensed that he would be surrounded by his opponents under the city. Before his pockets were completely gathered, he had to make a bloody path to escape to heaven. It is completely unrealistic to expect the group of uncles behind them to stick to the outer city. They can really hold the Yonghui camp and the Qin soldiers from inside and outside. Then they would have penetrated into the imperial city to divide the Sylvan Mountain long ago. Tao Dinglin estimated that there was no need to wait until today's noon when the outer city was inevitably breached. By then, these thousands of fools would realize that he was imminent. But it would be too late. He didn't want to follow these inferior animals to a dead place, and be captured by the Yonghui camp. The prince would inevitably be angry with him, and being executed by Ling Kai could no longer be changed. Taking advantage of the last bit of capital in his hands, Tao Dinglin felt that he could still make a desperate move. If he was lucky, he might be able to leave. Yeah, Ba Chuang and Liu Liangzuo, these two bastards, I'm afraid they will have run away long ago. Han Rui sighed, and then cursed the two colleagues who were scammers. They went to Tongzi to escort the grain and grass, but they did not appear outside the city. The possibility of being late is very small. This means that I have discovered the abnormal movement around the outer city, and I have never heard the sound of fighting from Chengwei, indicating that they have escaped long ago. As for Tug, Don't expect others to save yourself from fire and water. You don't need to make your own bait. Han Rui looked into the distance while holding on to the fortress. He really felt that there was no way in the sky and no way into the earth. As a result, I have to wait to be self-reliant. It is impossible to have reinforcements. Whether he can survive is all on his own. At the moment, Tao Dinglin can only help each other with his colleague, hoping that luck will be on his side. Just as they were about to assemble their soldiers and prepare to leave the city again, they saw dozens of cavalry rushing away from south to north, followed by a group of chasing soldiers. But soon, they returned the same way. This time the scale became larger, but soon, the two people who were watching from the front of the city saw more chasing soldiers, with a scale of more than 1,000 fine horses. At this time, the two of them were a little hesitant. If they were out of the city, they might encounter an ambush again. If they stood firm, it would be difficult to hold the outer city. In the end, he learned from the pain and decided to let go. If he didn't go out of the city, he would wait for death. After leaving the city for the second time, he ran for about 5 miles, feeling a little relieved from anxiety. And Han Rui saw no less than 500 cavalry rushing towards him. After the first battle, Zhuo Guangxian sent someone to stare at the city gate, because the cavalry in the city must have come out of the city gate, and it was impossible to jump off the crate. Han Tao and Tao were afraid to walk through Zhuo Anmen, because there was no movement there. In this case, the quieter and more convenient the more dangerous. So this time they still walked through Guangkumen. Zhuo Guangxian was also a veteran of ambushes, specially instructing the cavalry to put a long line and catch big fish. This time they ambushed 5 miles away from the city gate to prevent the rebel cavalry from running back to the city again. The thief soldier was killed in the city, and that was the result of the brave battalion, annihilating the enemy outside the city. Only the soldiers could exchange the silver. Zhuo Guan didn't plan to let others share a piece of the pie. Sun Quanting's order was to search back and forth, and when he reached the 3 self-righteous generals, the order changed from patrolling to squat pits. At each city gate, a group of cavalry were watching from a distance to open the dark. Several detective horses lurked in the front, and when they found someone out of the city, they lit a torch as a signal. The large troops hiding in the woods could immediately mount their horses and prepare to fight when they saw the fire from a fixed location. Zhuo Guangxian was also cunning, waiting for the generals. Tug led thousands of cavalry to rush back and forth. They all turned a blind eye and watched cheerfully as Lu Jiud led the Yonghui camp to chase and kill them. And they waited for the cavalry to come out of the city. So you can stand still. The cavalry of the Shenxi camp is difficult to be surrounded and annihilated. The 5th Army camp and the Shenji camp are not happy. One lacks cavalry, and the other equipped weapons can't play much role at night. If they are short-armed, Qin soldiers can do everything in one go. Its strangulation was exhausted. How can a 4-legged cavalry have a toe-legged infantry? Killing one is only 10 taels of silver. Of course it is easier to kill pawns. This is the small abacus of the 3 generals Zhuo Guangxian, Zheng Jiadong, and Nu Chengwu under Sun Quanting's command. The 3 of them are tacitly aware, always thinking about how to maximize their own interests. And they are waiting patiently for the city. Ying took advantage of the night to break through. As for whether the city will become a hell on earth, they won't be nosy. Since the prince has something to say first, then the city is not Qin Bing's defense zone. No matter what happens, as long as they don't receive an order from the imperial decree or Sun Shabao, they don't need it. Bother. As long as you can encircle and annihilate thieves and win the battle, how about being selfish? Even if things get to Sun Shabao, someone will say 2 good things for themselves. They Qin Bing did this in Shaanxi and captured Gao Yingxiang and defeated Li Ziqing. Why not in the Kisuk area? Where can the villains in the court make irresponsible remarks? It is extremely pedantic and hopeless. Kill out with this general. You can sit back and relax when you arrive at Tanjin. Han Rui saw that there were not too many enemy cavalry in front of him. So he gritted his teeth and made a decision. If he wants to fight to the death and turn back, it will be dawn soon, and it will be difficult to figure it out. Go. Kill one. Reward 100 tals of silver. Tao Dinglin has also lost his blood. If he can't break through, then the large amount of gold carried by the soldiers is useless. It is not as good as a pile of scrap copper and iron, and it is better to use it to boost morale at this time. So rich, he must be a general. Brothers, kill him for me. Go back and receive the reward. Hearing the amount of reward offered by Tao Dinglin, Qin Bing Jinkai became even more excited when he heard the news. Chief Qian, who led the team, was right. Those with so many talents are also generals. If this is caught or killed, wouldn't it be sent? The lieutenant is offering a reward of 10,000 tals, and the participating generals also have 3,000 tals. Besides, they still carry silver on them, which is really a lot of money. Thinking of this, the Qin Bing group was like a wolf group that had been hungry for 3 days in the wilderness, and a little green light emerged from his black eyes. Their desire for silver may be stronger than the hungry wolf's desire for fresh meat, because wolves will be hungry for at most half a month, but they have been hungry for nearly a year. Since last spring, Li Ziqing was defeated by Hong Chengqiu and Sun Shibao in Tongguan. This year, Qin Bing has never seen anything valuable. After the Qing army entered the pass, the Qin soldiers rushed to assist Gifu and came to King Qin, but the treatment was not as good as the reinforcements from Boding and Xuanda. If there is no pressure from Sun Quanting, several general soldiers are planning to withdraw back to Shangqian's home by themselves. So let's not say that there is a group of Beijing rebels who are planning to fight for their lives. That is, they are tricks out of the coffin, and they have to squeeze 2 or 2 oils. Hearing Mr. Qian said that the opposite was a general, with a lot of silver on his body, everyone was almost howling and rushing towards the enemy with their swords on their horses. Although they had been angry in the Gifu area for a long time, they also inquired clearly. At the feet of the emperor, the Jinying camp was the most erosive, with no fighting spirit and no fighting spirit, and beating them was as easy as killing pigs and sheep. It would be best if Shikai, a group of self-defeating things, dared to fight to the death with one's own side. People stay. Keep the silver too. The mounts under their hips can still eat meat, which is really not bad at all. Both sides had their own clear goals, so they stopped talking and rushed directly in groups to head. The horses neighed, their weapons smashed, and in an instant the 2 men and horses strangled each other, each with a fierce face, and they both wanted to put each other to death. When the 2 sides lined up, unfortunately there were as many as dozens of falling horses, but the riders still had no time to take care of them, and they were all fighting hard to get what they wanted. Tao Dinglin, who was about to summon soldiers to protect himself, was shot in the neck by an arrow. He lowered his head in shock and looked at the sharp arrow that went straight in. He instinctively covered the sore with his hand, as if he wanted to stop the blood flow, but he just choked. With a sound, he fell to the ground from Ongyo and died. Oh, withdraw quickly. Han Rui was horrified when he saw this. He was stunned for a moment. Without this helper, he didn't know whether he could escape from this dangerous place. He was confused and had to call Tao Dinglin's soldiers to run away as soon as possible and delay again. The horses and men will be beheaded by the enemy. From the accent he had just spoken, Han Rui knew that the opponent was from Shangqian, and it must be the Qin soldier under Sun Quanting. It was really difficult to deal with, but he did not expect that his combat power was so terrifying that he was almost unable to parry. I have to go first. Chapter 156, Outer City Catastrophe. It's one thing to want to go, but another thing to walk or not. In the 2 or 3 minutes of work, the cavalry ambushing nearby saw the fire here, and people shouted, and they had concluded that there was a fierce battle here. In order to fight for the valuable trophies, they immediately outflanked this battlefield. The thieves in the city are different from those outside the city. Only officials and their guards and a small number of cavalry are eligible to ride horses. Anyone who can get out of the city is a high-value prey. A lot of silver was found on his body. So everyone knew in their hearts that as long as the cavalry came out of the city, regardless of whether there were generals hidden in them, they would definitely carry a lot of silver on them, and slaughtering this one was more valuable than slaughtering 10 foot soldiers. In addition, Shangfeng has already ordered that the Shanxi camp was driven away by the Yonghuai camp. There are only 5 army camps and Shinji camp left in the city. There are not many horses equipped, but there are 9 out of 10 horses that go out of the city. 9 is to protect the general from breaking through. The leader of the team asked all of his subordinates to prick their ears, and they could not see the fire, even if they used their ears to distinguish the position. Regardless of whether the friendly army agreed or not, they had to go and grab a piece of the pie, even if they grab some scraps from the corner. Thousands of tals of silver may be lost. The trilogy in the city is dominated by infantry, and the cavalry out of the city is bound to be a small number. Therefore, they are all fat sheep that are targeted by the wolves. As long as the city gate is opened, whether it is far away or ambush nearby, will rush up to take a bite without scruples. Damn it. Han Rui saw no less than 400 cavalry killed from the true north, and he gritted his teeth with hatred, but had nothing to do. Tao Dinglin had just died. Ba Chuang and Liu Liangzuo should have run away long ago, and Tuj and others estimated that they would not return again. Come back. This means that it is no longer possible for reinforcements to come to rescue. They are a weak lone army. As long as they delay here, there will be more and more enemies, and they can't wait to devour their own people. Quickly withdraw eastward. Few were hacked and killed by enemy horses, and there were only less than 100 people left. The hope of escaping and ascending to heaven became diminished. Han Rui couldn't care much, so he had to shout loudly and order everyone to flee quickly. If you continue to fight here, let alone 100 people, in the end there won't be even 10 people left. One of them will be counted as one, and they will all have to be hacked and killed by the hungry wolves. Block me. Don't let these turtles and grandchildren escape. The leader of the team was full of Shanxi dialect, but no matter if it was his team or the cavalry on the opposite side, he could fully understand the meaning. In the eyes of Chief Kane, a thief rider's worth no less than 100 tals of silver, and one run will lose 100 tals. How can this be made? What if you are a little surprised? For example, if a few ingots of gold are found from the corpse, it will be developed. Telling. The Qin Bing cavalry under him naturally did not dare to neglect, because one enemy cavalry could be hacked to marry a mother-in-law, and the 2 hacked to death even made the house. The general who took the lead didn't seem to have died yet. His head was worth 10,000 tals of silver. As long as he was beheaded and the upper part was removed, he would be able to score 100 tals of silver. With such a calculation, after a battle, it is safe to earn 200 tals of silver, and I will definitely not spare this group of tortoise grandchildren who refuse to go down and beg for surrender. Can't beat them Qin Bing, and are still unwilling to give money to a group of people who are terrible and demanding money, then don't want anything. My dears will take good care of the turtles and grandchildren. One Jinkai started to cover up from the rear, and the other 2 were roundabouts from the left and right sides. Although they were not affiliated with a boss, they were well coordinated when performing tactics. The latter can easily shoot and kill the enemy, with the lowest risk factor. It is much more dangerous to outflank the 2 wings, but the enemy general is at the forefront, and once it is captured, it will be the first achievement. This is considered a risky investment. The greater the risk, the greater the return. Seeing that the chasing soldiers were getting closer and he meant to cut off his way from the side, Han Rui rode his horse wildly. Since the hip mount was also a good horse, the speed was slightly faster than ordinary horses, so the chasing was late. It was too late to get on. The arrows fired were relatively inaccurate, unable to shoot down the target, so they could only hang behind and continue chasing them. Whenever the prey in front of them slackened, they would rush forward and capture it. Han Rui led the people around and galloped eastward, and when he was approaching Tongzu, he suddenly remembered that Liu Liangzuo, who was stationed here, had fled ahead of time. The governor of water transport, Sheik, would send troops to guard, so it was difficult for him to cross the river easily. So he had to turn to the south. I ran all the way to Zhangjiawan on the edge of the Jiao River. I wanted to take a break and then go on the road. But I didn't want to chase the soldiers suddenly. Everyone had to continue to escape in embarrassment. Fortunately, The water level of the Jiao River was not high at this time and there was no need to ride. A boat can be crossed on a horse. Even after crossing the river, Han Rui did not dare to go to fake Xian County sign, and the temporary fabricated reasons might not be confused. The chasing soldiers were behind him, afraid of being blocked by the defenders, and confronted him. Once the flaws were revealed, his life was immediately worrying. The only feasible way is to go south along the canal, go to Tianjin first, and then find a chance to go to sea from Dagu. If there is really no way, you have to flee all the way to the south, taking one step at a time. It is almost impossible to get out of the pass from the north, although the Qingshan Pass near Xifeng Pass has not been rebuilt. It is a good opportunity. But Han Rui thought that Duke and others might also pass there. Once they fall behind, the thousands of chasing soldiers behind them can instantly crush their own people into powder. After daybreak, the defenders on the top of the mountain can see the cavalry close to the bottom of the mountain at a glance. After lighting the wolf smoke, the nearby battlements will be on guard. The hope of getting out of customs alive is smaller than going to Dagu. When you arrive at Dagu Wharf, you don't need any big horses. As long as you can let the boatmen go out to sea, you can give them a few hundred gills of gold. When Tao Dinglin died, his soldiers and the gold and silver he carried also belonged to him. Thinking about it this way, there is nothing wrong with dying a partner in the middle of the road. It is best for the rest of the people not to die, and if they die again, they will definitely have their turn in the end. When Han Rui and his team fled towards Tianjin, the city outside the capital was already blazing, because of the dry weather. With the help of the breeze blowing in the early morning, the fire gradually expanded and began to blow from the east of the city to the west. The Minutes House is also a wooden structure, which is extremely easy to be ignited. After being ignited by a nearby house, it almost quickly loses control. Although many people have water tanks in their homes, most of them were smashed into pieces in a vented manner by Jin Ying's guns. The people who had been looted and survived by chance had to watch their houses being swallowed by the fire. In less than an hour, the whole family had nothing, and even many families had lost many members. As a local, the pawns in Beijing robbed the villagers' money, killed the villagers, burned the villagers' houses, and played with the villagers' wives and daughters. The dry matter has been described as tragic and utterly conscienceless. When Xiangye's army arrived in Xianyang, they did nothing more than that, but the goal of dealing with it was not to provide for Daitan's enemy. What is jinnying? The rabbit gnaws on the grass at the edge of the nest? Not only that, but after all the games were robbed and played, they started to fight each other for various reasons. Big brother, hurry up. Shenlang slowly poked his head out of the courtyard wall, observing the movement of the opposite alley very alertly. The soldiers of the Jinying camp in the distance were still burning, killing and looting. One person, ignoring the struggle of the woman in his arms, tried to tear open the front of the woman's clothes, while the other was watching the excitement with a laugh. The man lying in a pool of blood at the feet of the woman, his head sideways, his mouth wide open, his eyes staring angrily, and his gaze. Maybe his husband was killed by these two men. Shenlang held the steel knife tightly and intentionally stopped, but saw 4 or 5 soldiers coming up not far away. It was really difficult to deal with. It was not too difficult to kill them, but it was not easy to save the woman. So I had to endure it temporarily. Taking advantage of the attention of the soldiers falling on the woman, he hurriedly greeted Lu Shang, who was carrying his old mother, to pass through the nearby courtyard. Lu Shang's house is 2 blocks away from Xuanyamen, and the 3 brothers and their aunt are also cautiously walking around the enemy soldiers. If you are not careful, you will face the danger of a deadly battle, but Lu Shang will definitely not abandon his relatives and flee to the inner city alone. Shenlang and Gao Yu naturally also left for protection, not to mention that they have always stayed at the Lu family, less taken care of by my aunt. Shenlang was investigating the enemy's situation. After Gao Yu was responsible for the break, Lu Shang walked in the middle with his old lady with inflexible legs. He didn't talk nonsense. In order to save time and hurry on the road as soon as possible, He obeyed the second brother's command. It was safer when it was near the city gate. Jinying was afraid of being bombarded by the city's head, so stay as far away as possible from the inner city. The three brothers had already understood what had happened at night, and the Jinying had not shot down the inner city, so they vented the people in the outer city. If they had a little more brains, they would take the people as hostages instead of hacking and killing them. They acted in this way and spent the only time in the outer city. Waiting until dawn is their time of death. Because the outer city cannot be defended at all, the brave battalion will enter the streets of the outer city directly from the inner city, capture the nearby city head, and gradually take over the defense of the outer city. By then, the soldiers of the Jinying camp in various streets and lanes of the outer city will be reduced to turtles in the urn. Faced with the large-scale encirclement and suppression of the Yonghui camp, there will be no parry, let alone fight back. Lu Shang didn't know who had the courage to mobilize the Jinying to openly launch a rebellion. Now that he has given up the siege, he has acquiesced in the result of failure. If he catches the culprit, he will be punished and his family will also be exterminated. Who? When passing through the last street, Lu Shang accidentally stepped on the broken tile and suddenly made a crunching sound, which immediately aroused the vigilance of the soldiers resting nearby. Brother, go. Gao Yu saw that the thieves had already seen his party and hurriedly gave an order to block the chasing path of the four thieves with a horizontal knife. If you are all fighting here, then no one can leave. Someone must stay behind. With me, go away. When Shenlang returned to see that the situation was urgent, he urged eagerly, and then 2 jogging steps rushed over to help his third brother. You two be careful. Lu Shang glanced at the 2 brothers, cruelly, and headlessly ran to the other side of the yard. This kind of situation is very common when doing errands and taking people, but the important criminal is replaced by an elderly mother. In the most dangerous one before, faced with the siege of more than 20 villains, the 3 brothers were killed alive despite their wounds. Lu Shang knew the abilities of his 2 younger brothers. As long as he had a quick fight, it would not be difficult to kill the 4 soldiers quickly. He must hurry up and get rid of these damaging shatters before others come to help. Want to run? When one of the soldiers saw Lu Shang escaping to the other side with an old woman on his back, he planned to chase and kill him. Woo! But just half of his body was ejected, and suddenly he felt a cool breeze in front of him, and the silver-white light flashed, which was a little different from his forehead. Damn! Looking for death, the 2 Jinyui dared to block the way of the army men, and even moved their hands first. The guy who was almost chopped off couldn't help getting furious and swiped his knife. Dang! Puff! Kudum. Shenlang slashed away from the opponent's side, and before he took his hand, he slammed into the opponent's stomach and thrust the tip of the knife into his stomach. The other hand accurately grasped the opponent's wrist, holding the knife to avoid being injured by him. Then drew a knife and turned over, kicking the corpse to the ground. The whole action was completed in one go, without any delay, and the other 3 soldiers were shocked to see. When they recovered, they didn't fight. They were in a dilemma. And even the hands holding the sword began to tremble unconsciously. This damn Jin Yiwai is obviously a master. I am afraid that the 3 of them can't beat others together, but they just run away. If the other party has some hidden weapon, he will be awkward when he is hit with his back. Had to be so stiff. Go to hell. One of the 3 seemed to be less resistant to pressure, and he couldn't help it after facing a while, as if desperate, howling and waving a knife towards Shenlang. Shenlang is agile, and his reaction speed is by no means comparable to the few wine and rice bags in front of him. He dodges the opponent's chopping with extreme dexterity, and stabs his backhand into his heart with a backhand. This guy knelt on his knees, clutching the bloody wounds, choked in pain, and fell to the ground feebly. Although there was still a little air in, everyone could tell that the person was about to come. Died. You don't come here. The remaining 2 were really scared, squirming their Adam's apples, and threatening their opponents with trembling voices. The squad in front of them can kill a living person without 2 tricks. They are still a military master. This must be a big killer. Get out. Shenlang said a word softly. The two of them shrank back instinctively, and then ran away without thinking about anything. All the shit and hidden weapons that were just in their minds were left behind, and they would not be slaughtered by the Jin Yiwai. That would be considered fatal. Second brother, it is not advisable to stay here for a long time, please withdraw quickly. Gao Yu hurriedly stepped forward to remind them that they could kill 2 thieves, or even 20 thieves, but they could not kill 200 thieves. The Jinying camp had thousands of people everywhere in the outer city, and they were counted. 10 people found it difficult to get out. It is good. Shenlang also understood that it would be too late if he didn't leave, but as long as the eldest brother and aunt walked first and entered Xuanyumen safely, it would be much easier for them to get away. They are there, but not far away. I heard someone shouting to the alley where the 2 brothers fled. It turned out that the 2 soldiers immediately had confidence when they saw their companions, and immediately decided to fight back and avenge their shame. Follow me. Chop the 2 men into mud. Chapter 157, To the Death. There are 15 or 6 people in this group. They are all wearing armor and helmets, although some do not wear helmets. The torso except the head is already protected, and the defense is definitely not low. The headed one looks like a boss. Burly, half a head taller than 1 month taller, holding a blood-stained lancet in one hand, and holding a heavy bag with the other hand, with his chest touched. A lot of blood. His eyes were full of murderous disdain. The other tall, short, fat and thin people surrounded him. After a guy who had just escaped pointed and pointed, the group saw that the other party turned out to be Jin Yiwai, and did not show any signs of fear. Mom. Brothers who dared to kill the Lord, go up to the Lord and slaughter these 2 lackeys. The tall and sturdy man turned the corners of his mouth outwards, did not put the 2 opposite people in his eyes, turned his eyes to the left and right, and gave orders sharply. A dozen soldiers screamed and rushed forward without hesitation, like a group of carnivorous animals. Quickly enter the courtyard. Shenlang saw the other party mostly in armor, but the 2 brothers were dressed in single clothes and suffered a lot from fighting in the street, so he asked Gao Yu to enter the minute's house to see if there were any objects that could be used for self-defense. The 2 ran away, kicking open a nearby courtyard door that was half open. The courtyard seemed to have been ransacked. There were 2 corpses of a man and a woman lying face down at the door of the house. Then, the 2 didn't have time to think about it. Now it's impossible to save people. They had to hurry up and find something. Shenlang found a water tank cover made of wooden planks, which was very thick and could be used as a shield on the spot. So he threw it to Gao. January. Death. I grabbed a basket made of rattan. This thing is used to defensive bow and arrow shooting, but it can be used to resist hacking, and it can barely hold it for a while. It is better than having nothing in your hand. It is better to just dodge. A lot of. Okay. Gao Yu happily accepted his second brother's instructions. Generally speaking, when Jin Yiwai arrested the fugitive, in order to avoid the target's serious injury and death, Shang Feng's anger would kill him, so he would keep a sense of measure. But the current situation does not allow the 2 to act like they usually do. If they can't kill each other with a single knife, the other party will give themselves a fatal blow. They are not merciful. Hey, see where you 2 bastards hide. The gate was kicked a second time, and the soldiers pouring in from outside the courtyard blocked the courtyard. One of the guys who came in first held a knife in his right hand and a tiger head shield in his left hand. He pointed the opposite side with the tip of the knife, and yelled fiercely, "I didn't want to hide." Shenlang's face was indifferent. His wrist holding Yanling Dao shook, and he moved a little. If you play in the yard, although the place is not too spacious, it won't attract more smashes. If he could kill them right now, it would be fine. He hadn't wanted to die with all these inconspicuous things in front of him. Did you wait for the Lord to kill you, or did you kill yourself? The guy believed that the other party had been surrounded by a group of brothers and had no way of retreating. He grinned and revealed a row of disgusting yellow teeth. There were a lot of brown spots on the teeth, and even half of the left front teeth were missing. Stay away, Shenlang urged in a low voice. Gao Yu consciously stepped back 3 steps aside. He knew that the second brother was about to do it, and he could only play an elbow restraint here. Then he swept the group of people in front of him with his light, and said contemptuously, there is not much time in the next. Are you going up one by one, or are you going up together? As soon as the leader heard that the other party didn't put himself in his eyes, he immediately became very angry and shouted, who do you think you are? Heavenly soldier and general? Lord, I will let you open your eyes today. After that, before discussing with others, he raised his sword and shield, and rushed forward. If he wanted to kill this Jianiwei's power, he would usually stay away from them. Now the outer city is occupied by the Beijing camp. Jianiwei, not even a dog. Shenlang did not respond, staring silently at the idiot's moves in front of him. Seeing an opportunity, he immediately picked up the basket and let this guy's lancet be inserted in the middle of the basket. Then, when the handle was twisted in the opposite direction, the blade was stuck inside, and the other party hurriedly tried to pull the knife out of it. Taking advantage of this time, Shenlang with his shield on his shoulders, he carried the goods abruptly, and then he threw up his waist and abdomen. The guy who flew into the air was completely dumbfounded. He didn't know what was going on yet, and his mind was blank. This result completely deviated from his original intention. Before he fell to the ground, Shenlang stabbed upward from below, and the Yanling knife pierced this guy's armor, giving him a chill from behind. When it fell to the ground, due to the weight of the body, the blade directly penetrated through the stomach, bloody stabbing a length of more than 2 feet, making onlookers horrified. Mom, go up to the Lord, you can kill him if you don't believe it. It seems that this feudal clan is a practicing family, who knows how to do martial arts, which is really difficult to deal with. But one can't beat him, so many people can kill him yet. Give him a strength reduction for 10 meetings. The big man standing at the gate of the courtyard greeted, and a group of elders would swarm up and attack them. Shenlang drew out his Yanling knife, got up again with the lancet of the man on the ground, held knives in both hands, and fought with all his strength. Upon seeing this, Gao Yu wanted to step forward to help, but Shenlang waved his hand to stop him. It was this flaw that gave the opponent a chance, and one of them, who was less than 2 meters away, immediately slashed at Shenlang with a knife. Aware of the wind blowing behind his back, Shenlang held the lancet in the opposite direction, leaning against his back, and shunned hard to dissolve the sneak attacker. The 2 guys on the front noticed that the feudal clan's attention had been diverted, and they stabbed his chest forcefully from left to right. If the enemy is too close and there are too many to resist blindly, the situation will only become more difficult in the end, making oneself unable to resist. Shenlang used the Yanling knife to push away the deadly threat from the front, tilted his body, and fortunately rolled on the ground, holding the knife in both hands, and came the 18 rolls on the spot. The smashers don't know what tricks this is. They have never seen such a game before. People shrink into a ball on the ground, and it is very difficult to chop with a knife. If you don't hit it, he may still roll over. Especially the 2 knives are like 2 extremely threatening oars. If you are not careful, you will really hurt yourself. Unfortunately, someone is always careless, and the ankle is directly cut off by the sharp blade. The first person was chopped down, leaving only 1 foot spewing scarlet blood poked lonely on the spot. This scene scared the neighbors to be stupid. Just in the work of Lengshan, Shenlang succeeded again, brandishing a pair of knives and swiftly cutting off both feet. Someone was holding a long spear, but the distance was too close, and he couldn't use it at all. If he wanted to use the tip of the spear to stab the living bastard, he had to reclaim it 2 or 3 feet by himself, but there was no such time right now. Everyone was so scared that they backed back, but they were not fast enough. They were at a loss for this kind of side-by-side tricks, and they were overwhelmed. 4 or 5 people were swept by Shenlang like a whirlwind, and each had at least 1 foot cut off. In just 2 coughs, Shenlang killed the circle of people closest to him. The ground nearby was full of guys with broken feet and grinning and screaming pain. Others evacuated into the corner of the yard like a low tide, and getting closer to this evil star would have their feet cut off. It was really uncomfortable, and even if he was cured, he would be a crutch. Although Gao Yu had been with Shenlang for a long time, she had never seen her second brother use such a weird sword technique. He could not help but be amazed when he saw how powerful he was. This trick should be the second brother's unique skill, if not for today's situation. Special. I would never see it myself. Go to hell. The leading man had already opened his bow and set his arrows, pulled the bowstring to the full moon state, aimed at Shenlang on the ground, and planned to shoot the living king to death with one arrow. Oh! At this moment, the big man suddenly felt a heavy blow to his face. It was very painful. He didn't know what kind of hidden weapon was injured. He immediately became angry and screamed in pain. The arrow also missed the target and shot beside Shenlang. In the clearing, Gao Yu couldn't let the boss injure his second brother. After hitting the pebbles, he flew out and jumped up with the Yanling knife, and hit the man's big round head with the force. The big man hurriedly threw the bow aside, quickly drew out the lance it slung around his waist and slid it horizontally. The two knives knocked in an instant and made a clear sound. In order to take this struck Huashan, even with a strong body. Both were shocked and took 2 steps back. Seeing that this slender feudal clan had such strength, the big man stopped his body and gritted his teeth with hatred, but he still said not lightly, "Dog clan. It's not that easy to kill your grandfather. He has the ability." Come, unexpectedly, the 2 feudal vassals are a little bit weak. Today I have encountered a hard stubble. If I don't slaughter these 2 dogs on the spot, it will be difficult to understand the hatred in my heart, and I will definitely break them into pieces. As he said, the big man waved to the other party, motioning him to come to the street to fight. The place is spacious and it is very suitable for slaughtering the running dogs of emperors like them. Gao Yu caught a glimpse of the bow that the Han had just used, and cut off the bowstring with a single knife. He felt relieved when he saw that other people did not carry the crossbow. There was no need to worry about the threat of another cold arrow from the second brother, and he was stuck on the courtyard gate. But the people in the courtyard didn't have the luck of a big man. Faced with the wanton hacking and killing of the living kings rolling on the floor, they had no way. Some people saw that there was no way to crack them, and they simply ran over the wall. What? The guy who was forced to do a desperate fight was swept away half of his leg by Shenlang's whirlwind. He also rolled around on the ground with the living king in pain, yelling and calling for help. After killing 9 people in one breath, Shenlang got up from the ground, panting. The ground was full of broken legs and howling, and the people who were lucky enough to be alive were desperate and rushing to escape. In the face of this big evil star, whoever stays has to die, or die hard. Even if they still have the advantage in numbers, they are destined to not get the slightest advantage. If you want to understand this, you will naturally run away regardless of all evil. You wait for the Lord. Seeing that the situation was not good, the big man could only leave a ruthless word, and then disappeared to the corner of the street with his hands in a desperate manner. Second brother, you are amazing. Gao Yu can be regarded as learning the true strength of his second brother today. This is called hiding and not revealing. He has learned a powerful trick, and it seems that he will have to continue to work hard in the future. Hurry up. Get Tig's Yuanyuan earlier to be considered escape. Facing the third brother's compliment, Shenlang smiled disapprovingly, cleaning up these infamous soldiers. There was no sense of accomplishment at all. Even if he was let go, it would be dull and tasteless. But right now, it's hard to support myself. These soldiers are going to run away. How about their 2 brothers? If you delay time here, you may encounter more Beijing camps. The 2 of them turned around and followed the direction where their eldest brother Lu Shang was walking, and if they moved fast enough, they might be able to push them ahead and continue to take care of the eldest brother before and after. Dang. After walking for about 100 steps, they suddenly heard the sound of weapons knocking and screaming in front of them, and the 2 of them immediately became alert. I found a suitable position and planned to take a peek to see if there is a gap I can slip past the side without disturbing these fragments. because it is the Yongwing who walks less than 200 steps. The guarded Xuanwu Gate. If you don't look at it, they were both shocked when they saw the situation in the distance. It turned out that the eldest brother Lu Shang was surrounded by more than a dozen soldiers. Behind him was the terrified aunt, and there were 4 lying on the ground beside his feet. Shattered. Gao Yu immediately wanted to rush forward to relieve her eldest brother. Lu Shang seemed to have been chopped 3 times. The sleeves of the official uniform were also drooped, and there was a shuttle-shaped bloodstain on his chest. Shenlang hurriedly pressed his third brother's shoulders to signal him not to be impulsive. After observing for a while, he made a gesture. He went up from the left and asked him to go up from the right. The two joined forces to attack the group of broken pieces. Gao Yu nodded her head, and the second elder brother was more appropriately arranged this way, and the two quietly approached the group of people. They focused their attention on the surrounded feudal clan, completely ignoring the situation behind them. Puff! When Shenlang covered the mouth of the first target, and slammed into the broken heart from behind, someone suddenly discovered that there was an enemy behind him, and he was close at hand. He had already killed one of their accomplices. This idiot was still asking questions in amazement, only to be cut off by the quick Shenlang directly with his right hand holding the knife. Gao Yu was also unambiguous. She quickly killed 2 people and killed 4 accomplices. This group of gangsters realized that someone actually wanted to attack them. They suddenly became confused and hurriedly turned around to parry. However, the temporary response and the disparity in the strength of the two sides made them unable to resist the two brothers' left and right bow tactics, and they were hacked and killed by the other side one after another. The two feudal vassals who came up from behind moved faster, more brutally, and more accurate in their attacks. They also targeted their unprotected parts, and they could kill one person with 2 or 3 very simple tricks. But it is impossible for them to use the same method to succeed, and it is a master who can reduce the complexity to a simple one. If they can control the enemy with one move, then they are a master of the master. Jin Yiwai's field mission team is actually a special operation team. Although the field capability is far from the court's regular army, it's a single-player fight. Compared with ordinary people, each of them is a killing machine. The skill of each other is different. In a sense, some Jin Yiwai is the same as the killers on the rivers and lakes, thinking about how to kill people in the shortest time. Chapter 158. The city gates are closed. At this time, Shenlang and Gao Yu had no distractions. There was only one thought in their minds, and that was to use the easiest way to kill the people who harmed the people as soon as possible. This could protect the safety of aunt and brother, and walk the way for the sky. For the minutes to eliminate harm. When these people in the Jinying camp launched a rebellion, they deserved to die. The poisoning creatures are the animals that are inferior to them. Shenlang remembered the woman who had been ravaged by soldiers. If no one was rescued, her fate would not be much better. Maybe you can't keep your life. It's just this group of shreds in front of them. They can't defend their homes, they can't defend the country, they can't defend against the enemy and bandits. They use weapons in their hands to deal specifically with unarmed old friends, women and children. Even the watchdogs are better than them. They are not worthy of being human or worthy of them. Be a dog. When Shenlang used to handle errands, he would leave room for his actions. But today, not only must he kill these people in front of him, he must not be allowed to continue to do evil, but he must be cruel and never leave them corpses. In addition to arresting the most heinous wanted criminals and homicides, Shenlang will have a little compassion in his heart, but now there is no trace at all. Instead, there are only rage and violence that he has not experienced for many years. Puff! The sharp Yanling knife stabbed under the ribs into the body of a soldier. The tip of the knife directly penetrated the liver, and then lifted upwards, causing the wounded to scream in pain. When Shenlang, who was in a hideous face, pulled out the knife, the other party tried to cover the wound with a trembling hand, but everything was in vain. After 2 steps slowly, he fell to the ground and could only be sideways, lying down, spit out a big mouthful of blood. A guy also wanted to attack the evil star from behind, intending to split the bastard's head in half. Shenlang would be highly concentrated when fighting, watching the enemy in front, listening to the movement behind his head, and perceiving trouble behind his head. He suddenly bent over and flashed. Turning around quickly, seeing that someone really wanted to count on himself, in an instant he chose to give him a refreshing way, sticking the Yanling knife between his legs, and then fiercely pushing his crotch up and down. Hiss! This soldier only felt that his crotch was cold, and then there was an extremely severe pain. The pain was so painful that he almost lost his ability to move. The cold air was sucked in his mouth, and the whole person seemed to be frozen in place, unable to move. Shaking his head and slowly lowered his head and looked down, only to see that the crotch had been dyed red with his own blood. He immediately screamed in fright, and knelt on it as soon as his knees softened, as if thanking the other party for turning himself into one brand new eunuch. Shenlang did not make up for the goods, and was attacking the next target. He just glanced at the soldier with his left light when he turned around. Perhaps the soldier who harmed the people would just enjoy the last moment of his life. Is suitable. What part of the mistake is used to accept the punishment? This is called the crime deserved. As a temporary execution officer, Shenlang did not look guilty, but took it for granted. The soldier who was fighting with Shenlang immediately shuddered when he saw his comrades in such a terrible state. If this fellow had to do this for himself, how could he stand it? There was a knife in that area, and it hurt to die alive. As I thought about it, my energy was dispersed, and the movements in my hand slowed down. Facing the fierce offensive launched by Shenlang, it immediately became difficult to parry, and he never evaded the Yanling knife that was split from the side. After being slashed on the neck by Shenlang, blood spewed out of the blood vessels in an instant. Shenlang drew the knife back and wiped the dirty neck of this man. The corpse reversed half of its position by inertia, and then face down flat on the ground. Dog clan, go to hell. It only took a while. The Jinyuai killed 4 people in a row. The force was not low. A spearman walked out of the crowd and found himself an open space for use. He squatted his spear and screamed at the guy. Called and rushed towards the target. Shenlang's eyes were quick, and he used the knife to poke the sharp tip of the gun away, and turned the gun body in the direction of the target. When he saw that the other party was open, he could see the shirt inside, and pierced his chest with the knife. Puff. Under normal circumstances, soldiers will not untie their armor and open their shirts. This soldier should have just finished the important task that will make the following comfortable. It is estimated that he saw his comrades besieging Lu Shang, so he didn't even have time to wear it. Come here. It was all right now. I was stabbed by the Yanling knife directly. The blood trough on the knife was filled with red liquid in the blink of an eye, and even Shenlang's hand holding the knife was covered with filth flowing out of the opponent's body. It is said that human blood can only flow out of the human body. These soldiers are inferior to dogs. They say that dog blood is to promote them. At most it is scarlet urine, which is more suitable for use as manure. Slap. Upon seeing this, the companion next to him immediately swung his knife to slash, intending to pull the evil star before Shenlang had drawn his sword, but he made a wrong calculation. Shenlang didn't drew his sword to clean up the guy who rushed, but instead used the long spear in front of him to flick it sideways, and staggered the opponent. Anyway, the owner of the spear no longer needed this thing. Just when he stopped and was about to kill again and rushed over, a spear came suddenly, and before the soldier used a lancet to make a poke, he pierced his stomach. Shenlang seemed to feel that this was not enough to punish the ruffian. He wrestled his arms, clamped the spear in his armpits, and hacked the ruffian who wanted to swing a knife, and nailed the ruffian to the willow tree behind him. There was already a fist-sized blood hole in the belly of this man. He saw a lot of venting, less air intake, and a dry mouth. He wanted to scold but couldn't make a sound. He could only stare at his eyes, and finally fell into a dead end. When Shenlang turned around in a sigh of relief, he saw Gao Yu gently pushing the last guy's forehead with his hand. This servant fell backwards like a wood, and Lu Shang just hacked to death. 2. 13 soldiers were slaughtered like this. If they are allowed to continue to live, I am afraid that these 13 scourges will kill hundreds of unarmed innocent people. Although the three brothers were cautious in killing evil, they didn't feel any regret in their hearts, but they were unusually relieved. In front is the Xuanwu Gate, which is still raging. It shouldn't be too late, and the four of them continue on their way without delay. At the destination, tens of thousands of people had gathered here, all of whom were forced to desperate by the Beijing camp and had to move closer to this side. Shenlang frowned, feeling that it would be difficult to enter the city like this. Brother, I'll go ahead and have a look. There are people fleeing in front of them. Whether they are rich or poor, they are dressed lightly, because there is no time to take care of the family. If you run a little late, you will not be able to save your lives. Shenlang looked around, and chose a white beard who looked like a gentry and asked, "Old man, why don't you dare to open the city gate?" Too many people gathered here, and if the Beijing camp wanted to shell out again, there would be a lot of casualties. The goatee, who stroked his chin, sighed and said, "Oh, it says that I am afraid that the soldiers of the Beijing camp will be in the crowd. You must wait until the sky is bright to open the door." The old man heard the people calling for help several times, but no success. He came 2/4 of an hour earlier than Shenlang, but the result was the same. It was impossible to enter the city to rest. Although there was still a bit of entanglement on his body, what could it be used for? The defenders on the front of the city were frightened. It is estimated that it will not do anything to neglect Jingzhou. Shenlang was also a little frustrated when he heard the words, but he turned his head and looked around. There are indeed some young people in the crowd, and he cannot be identified for the time being. If he rashly opens the door and lets go, once Jinying uses this method to mix into the inner city, I'm afraid the inner city it's going to fall too. The outer city behind him was still glowing with flames, and heavy smoke filled the grey sky accompanied by screams and screams, as if walking a street forward would lead you to a purgatory on earth. It was an area without any humanity, and neither sympathy nor compassion had any effect. In comparison, the Xuanwu Gate that stood tall in front of him was so cold that it couldn't feel warm. Some people are crying, some are muttering, some are yelling, and some are silent. Life is full of attitudes, but for Xuanyuman, all expressions and words will not play any role. Oh, Lu Shang could only sigh when he heard what the second brother inquired out, and his skin was usually able to keep the people away, and it was still useless at the critical moment. There are officials and even Jin Yiwai colleagues around him, as well as those who are the general banner, but everyone is not the same. They are all blocked in front of the city gate. At this time, if you want to go in, you have to fly in with wings. I've knocked and heard it. It looks like it's blocked with a stone. Gao Yu told a piece of good news that was even less pleasant, and he could tell by experience whether it was empty or real when going out. Wait a little longer. Lu Shang knew that being anxious at this time was completely useless. The sky was about to dawn, and it should not be more than 2/4 of an hour to see the height of the sun in the distance. Suddenly there was a sound from the top of the city. Someone lowered several ropes, and then he saw hundreds of armored soldiers coming down from above. When all the fellows descended to the ground, the leader drew out his knives, and publicly encouraged, "Follow the Lord if you are not afraid of death. Kill those who are intolerable." One of the young soldiers responded in a straightforward voice, "President Qian, don't worry, whoever is afraid of death, brother, is a bully." Correct. Everyone responded in unison, and being able to go out of the city to kill the enemy is to hold on to the determination of death, and definitely not to be a tortoise. Some of them had their homes in the outer city, and when they saw the flames everywhere, they were already anxious, but they had to endure pain. When Huang Degong saw that the offensive of the Beijing camp had disappeared, he began to looting and killing everywhere in the outer city. Taking into account the feelings of his subordinates, he organized the soldiers in the outer city to go out of the city to fight. They have to face an enemy that is several times or even 10 times their own. Many of them may be gone forever, but all of them resolutely and voluntarily go. Someone was not in the city, but his fellow villagers died tragically by his side with broken arms and legs. The brotherhood was higher than the sky, so he made up his mind to avenge his comrades, not to let this group of Jinying be so grandiose. Run out from here. Chief Soldier Huang Degong mobilized troops from the city walls in the other 3 directions. The total force was more than 1,000. They attacked from the 3 gates in the south of the city. There were about 400 people on each road, commanded by a guerrilla or 1,000 chiefs. Although the Beijing battalion in the outer city has an advantage in numbers, it is now burning, killing and looting. It belongs to the stragglers. If the superior forces are concentrated, there may be a real chance of winning. What's more, the Beijing battalion has lost control. Even their generals don't know how many people the Yonghui battalion invested in this counterattack, and once the soldiers grabbed valuable items, they would first think about running away instead of challenge. Younger sister, brother. A pair of men and women who look like brothers and sisters met at the scene. When the elder brother is naturally a soldier of the Yonghui camp, the woman with less than 15 is in tattered skirts. Even the cuffs have been completely exposed, and tears suddenly run down her cheeks. Flowing down. Where is my mother? Where is my mother? Where is my mother? No. No. Run, come out. The young soldier cried loudly when he heard the words. The meaning couldn't be clearer. If he didn't run out, it meant he was killed. Especially for the elderly. The legs and the body are not flexible enough, and they will whisper and pant when they walk fast. Wanting to survive under the sword of a group of soldiers who cannibalize people without spitting out bones, it is almost impossible to tell them, "Okay, you don't have to go, stay and take care of your sister." After hearing this content, President Qian made a decision on his own. If the soldier under his command does not come back, there will be this weak woman in his family. Without the care of his brother, he can survive in this troubled world. No, I want to avenge my mother. The man immediately wiped the tears from his face. His eyes were extremely firm, he was cruel, and he vowed not to take revenge. We will retaliate for you. If you die, how will your sister survive? President Qian is usually very strict, but when it comes to life and death, he will still consider 1 or 2 for his soldiers. The young man still wanted to argue, but in his heart he thought that Shangfeng was saying that he had only 2 brothers and sisters. If he died in the war, his sister would live alone in the world. Wouldn't it be even more miserable? No need to repeat. You stay. The rest of you see if there are relatives around you, and if you recognize them, you can stay. Leaving him alone will inevitably make others feel unbalanced. Since he can recognize his sister, he must be able to do so. After finishing this matter, it is not too late to kill the thieves. Sure enough, after a while, more than a dozen soldiers also recognized their relatives among the crowd. But none of them can realize the reunion of the whole family. Either one is missing, or there is only one left, and they all cried together. Excluding these soldiers, President Qian immediately shouted to the rest of the people, "Okay, everyone listens to the order, follow me, and slaughter the group of people who hurt heaven and reason." Lu Shang just waited not far away, sighing helplessly that he was a powerhouse of the emperor, but it was different. He thought that Jin Yiwei would not be able to turn the tide in such a way, that is, he would do something to arrest people and execute them. A Jin Yiwei can definitely kill a brave battalion soldier, but 100 to 100 is hard to say, because 100 Jin Yiwei can't wait to have 200 eyes. Chapter 159. Getting into the soil early. When they rushed to the outer city, nearly 100 soldiers came down from the top of the city. A commander, regardless of age, separated the people outside Xuanyumun according to gender. The man on the left and the woman on the right. If the child is too young, it can be carried by the female family. Men are also divided into young and middle-aged. Although tens of thousands of people were reluctant, they passively cooperated, because the soldiers who maintained order had said that Shangfeng had an order to open the city gate, so as to prevent the fine work of the Beijing camp from entering the city and causing chaos. Family members and children, as well as those seriously injured in need of treatment, can enter first. Young adults must wait until the end and wait for a body search before entering the city. If there is an opportunity to fan, make Yao, or rebel, they will be dealt with as a crime of rebellion and killed on the spot. The gorilla Goli who sits here is not afraid. Xuanyuman has the Wenqing. Even if we open the Wenqing gate, the situation on the ground is even out of control. As long as the inner city gate is not opened, Yongwing still controls the city head. You can sit back and relax in the city. It's not bright yet, but you can still get a rough idea of the situation in the city. Judging by visual observation, most of them are people, and they don't carry weapons on the surface. Almost everyone is carrying a cloth bag as if they were fleeing from a disaster. Both the female family and the children do not need to be searched. The objects of vigilance are mainly the young people who are assigned to the other side. The archers standing on the ruined horse are also aiming at these people. If you find any changes, just wait for an order. You can shoot it. Mother, you enter the city, and the child will come afterwards. Lu Shangxing comforted his mother. Although the mother and child were separated, the time was short. It is better to let the mother go to the city by herself than to have her own protection but fear and fear. He has the status of Jiniwai, and is a female family and child. Presumably others will not behave to the mother. My son, Langer, and you must be careful and take care of each other outside. As mothers, we should treat them equally. Shenlang and Gao Yu both stayed at the Lu family. After a long time, Lu's mother has regarded him as a godson. Junior, please rest assured auntie, both children and you obey the instructions of elder brother. As long as auntie can enter the city, then they will be regarded as the most important thing in their hearts. Shenlang and Gao Yu will be at ease. Then the three brothers watched from a distance at the crowd of the mother who was standing on the opposite side of the family. After a while, the gate of the city opened. Under the guard of the brave guards, the family and the children entered the city in an orderly manner. You guys, how can I bring knives? At this time, the 5 battalion soldiers of the brave guards came and saw that the 3 vassals were all holding weapons and wounds on their bodies. They seemed to have killed them before, so they became vigilant. Lu Shang did not put on an official position. After holding a fist and saluting, he said in a kind tone, "This army master, the next and the 2 brothers are both Chinese. If you don't have this knife in your hand, I'm afraid Shikai would have died unfortunately. If it is inconvenient to hold weapons entering the city, I will surrender the weapon after this, and it will certainly not be difficult for the army master." After hearing this, the blunt soldier looked up and down Lu Shang. Seeing that his eyes did not flicker, it seemed that there was no falsehood in his words. He turned his head back after a little thought, and commanded his companion with his eyes, "The 3 of you come with me." Later, a companion of the soldier took the 3 brothers to a horse face to the west. There are senior Jinei personnel on the horse face to identify the identity, and if they know it, they can directly enter the city. Otherwise, the brave guards under the city will isolate the suspect and wait for Jin Yai to send others to identify him. There were no fewer than dozens of people known as Jinei under the horse, almost all of them armed with weapons, but their dresses were not the same. Some were dressed in official uniforms, some were in plain clothes, and some were shirtless. This is nothing. The most eye-catching ones are those who have been hit by the knife and the arrow. These wounded people are in desperate need of treatment. The brave guards and soldiers will identify the people in batches. If a group of 5 people are recognized, they can climb the ladder directly onto the horse face, and then directly enter the inner city. Those who are injured and unable to climb the ladder can enter the city through the city gate. Yeah, isn't this President Lu? Is it still alive? A guy with a big belly on the horse was stepping on the edge of the projectile to less collapse, leaning on his side and looking down. There are hundreds of sirs. Lu Shang raised his head and looked up. He didn't expect that it was his old acquaintance, Liu Xiangzu. 100 households. He usually made trouble for him. He arranged for their brothers several life-threatening errands. The 2 brothers were so angry that they would kill the goods. Fortunately, suppressed by him, this guy was sent to know people, and it was really an enemy on a narrow road. Hearing Liu Xiangzu's straightforward sentiment, I wish I was hacked to death by the group of smashes, and Lu Shang was angry, but he still had to be polite. Now there is a request, not to mention this guy is not dead. In the future, the relationship between the two parties will still be between the superior and the subordinate, so let's continue to bear it. Liu Xiangzu disliked Lu Shang's face, and chose to ignore this guy, let him hang out for a while before talking, and then greeted another guy. Hey, old Jiang, come on. When Gao Yu saw this, he was so angry that he had to drew his sword and slaughtered this silence beast. If it weren't for their brother's 2 fatalities and not bad luck, he would have died in the hands of the disciples 2 years ago, bestowed by this guy. Wait, no hurry. Lu Shang held down the impulsive third brother. Anyway, he was at the gate of the city, and it was not too late. For a while, people are on the top and they are on the bottom, which means that there is an obvious difference in status. If you are impulsive here, then Ying Wing will shoot them as hedgehogs. It's really not worth the loss. Let's forget it. Shen Lang coldly looked at Liu Xiangzu, who was chattering with others in full swing, gritted his teeth severely, and firmly held the scabbard with his left hand. Good people do not pay for their lives, and the disaster can really survive. The people who were smashed by the Jinying gang should have been this kind of people, but it's a pity. He did this completely deliberately, because he hadn't paid him much money, so he avenged his personal revenge here. Seeing the people around them climbing up the ladder one by one, their brothers fell behind instead. When even the wounded were allowed to enter through the city gate, the 3 of Lu Shang still stood awkwardly. Big brother Gao Yu really couldn't stand it. Even if she didn't do anything, she would scold Liu Xiangzu bloody. No need to say more. Lu Shang waved his hand and didn't want to listen at all. This was definitely not a place to speak. He had to wait until he entered the city or walked far to speak. Hundreds of adults, hundreds of adults, hundreds of adults. After shouting 3 times in a row, there was no response from above, and it seemed that only the soldiers of the Yongwei camp were standing on a horse. Under the supervision of the soldiers around them, they could not climb the ladder without permission to climb the city. Oh, let's go. Since the other party didn't want to make trouble, Lu Shang sighed and chose to continue swallowing his breath. His mother was still in the city, so he couldn't turn his face away because of this. After discussing in private, the 3 brothers decided to try their luck at Zhengyangban in the east. It shouldn't be like the Xuanyuan where there is Liu Xiangzu, who is not eye-opening, standing in the way. Fortunately, there was no one who deliberately found faults at Zhengyan Gate. Lu Shang and others were able to enter the inner city. First, they stayed with their mother at a friend's house, and then returned to the Yamen to report. The first thing was to find Wang Shide. Listen to the wind. There is no doubt that the Beijing camp launched a rebellion, but whether Jin Yiwei was involved or not is still unknown to Lu Shang. As a general flag, there is almost no possibility of wanting to know the upper-level secrets in advance. You just happened to be back, so I went out of the city quickly and hunted Liu Yangxing. Some people wanted Liu Yang to die, but Liu Yang had already slipped away. This made Wang Shide feel like he was stuck in his throat and couldn't explain it to him. The new commander of Jin Yiwei is Wu Mengming, the former cock knowledge. He did not know the matter, let alone understand the internal information, because the funder of this errand was Dongchen Governor Fang Zhenghua. If this matter fails, Wang Shide will not only feel that his position is not guaranteed, but his head may also be moved. Dugong means the prince. The prince's company commander dared to send someone to assassinate, and let Wu Mengming list a few crimes on his own, and then he could arrest the man's head. Seeing Lu Shang and others puzzled, Wang Shide said, Liu Yangxing had already left the city last night. His purpose is unknown. His Royal Highness has promoted Lord Wu Mengming as the new commander and ordered Jin Yiwei to arrest Liu Yangxing as soon as possible. The gold sent out in advance was small, and the wish of not following the prince was big. Wang Shide didn't want to be regarded as a waste by the Dongchen Dugong. If he wanted to keep his official position, or even climb up, he had to come up with some achievements. The officer has marked several houses outside the city on the map, and you will lead people to investigate them one by one. Although several people have already sent out, there is no news of their capture. Wang Shide is now going to put pressure on his luck and his own life. If he wants to succeed, he can only hope that the 3 blind cats will run into dead mice in front of him. Since the dugong did not intend to return the gold, and he sent someone to tell him to continue to do this, then he had to follow the dugong's will to do it, regardless of whether it was difficult or not. Subordinates obey orders, and then take people out of the city to search for them. Lu Shang still carried the 100 of gold he had obtained from the affair the night before, thinking that if it didn't work, he would return it to Wang Shide, but it seems that this matter can't be mentioned for the time being, so he has to continue to carry it and act by chance. Wang Shide gathered all the people who could be photographed, about 30 people, and 50 guys in GNY uniforms who came from the East Factory. It is estimated that they came to supervise them. With the 3 brothers, there are also a total of them, more than 80 people. Everyone's horse was equipped with enough water, dry food, dried meat, and silver, as well as bird blunders. These materials were enough to support the 5-day search of the horse in the wild. Get on, go, drive. There is no need for Lu Shang to enter and exit the city gates. The leader of the East Factory holds a gold medal from the Imperial Court, and the Yongwing camp can let go when they see the gold medal. They will not encounter obstacles from their own personnel on the road, and they can search the Jifu area unimpeded. After dawn, Yoji didn't close his eyes all night. Although he instinctively yawned a few times, he didn't have much sleepiness, and it was difficult for his tight nerves to relax quickly. A certain prince was always worried that if Huang Degong couldn't stand it, causing the inner city to be breached, the rebels began to besiege the imperial city and even set up artillery on Jingshan. Fortunately, there was no chance for the funny scene. Huang Degong finally didn't have a name for himself, and Zhuji was useless, so he waited for nothing all night. The eunuchs and guards who were frightened by the rebels were full of bloodshot eyes. They couldn't hold their bodies in this way. They had to arrange shifts on duty. The nobles in the back residence were frightened birds all night, and at this time they had already fallen asleep. Yoji can't sleep for the time being, because the battle situation reported from various places has to be reviewed by himself, and after careful judgment, new battle orders can be issued. Especially now that the thousands of Beijing-based rebels entrenched in the outer city have not yet been wiped out. They will do harm to countless people if they live an extra hour. Huang Degong must send troops to eliminate them as soon as possible. The fierce fighting outside the city didn't know what was going on. Whether those silly people who wanted to usurp the throne of a certain dynasty were caught, even the executioners in this palace are ready. Don't report that they all slipped away. His Royal Highness, Shenjing's deputy Tao Dinglin was shot to death by Qin Bing's Yueguang first, and the body has been transported outside the Chengshan gate. Well, yes, send someone to identify it, and immediately sign and handprint the report after confirmation. Slaves follow the order. It doesn't count if the big sesame seeds are removed. First, the 6 lieutenants, 12 participating generals, 20 for guerrillas, and 57,000 generals of the Beijing camp will be arrested by the main palace. Lin Kai's words can't be a single one less. Then there are 30 supervising soldiers, big and small. These turtles and grandchildren eat the wages given by the father of the pot, and then follow the group of 25 boys to fight back. This time I won't clean up very much, and I promise to have it next time. The waiter dared to gang up with others to commit chaos. If the cavalry of the Shenxi camp succeeds in breaking through the barriers, then they will run away. There is no way to stop them. However, the 5 army camps and the Shenji camp, which were dominated by infantry, were caught and killed one by one if they dared to die in the outer city or even in the Jifu area. This palace doesn't need you to go to the mountain ridge to mine. Go directly to the underworld to mine for the Lord Yan. You can also get a lot of dark silver, each starting at 100,000 tals. In the Imperial City, you can see the smoke living straight into the sky from the outer city, and Yoji can guess with his heels what kind of rubbish it was caused by the Beijing camp. How this mess will end hasn't been figured out yet. I was thinking about building a city on a hillside. Now, let's build a house in the capital first. The city is full of wooden houses. Once burned by the fire, they will become charcoal ashes. They will not be hacked to death by those mad dogs. Home is now. Huang Daiji's darking Wangshi didn't have to go south, so we made ourselves unable to take care of ourselves, and had a mess. This is the biggest feature of Dazhe dynasty. Yoji gets a little upset when he thinks of these troubles. How can he fall asleep? Fortunately, Huang Degong sits in the inner city, and Sun Quanting is commanded outside the city. The threat of the rebels has disappeared. Fortunately, Huang Qi had just entered the customs and robbed him. Otherwise, he would have heard the good news of the rebellion in Jisuk. Before Hong Chengche led the army to rescue from Shanhaiguan, he quickly conquered the capital together with the Jinying group. This is a blessing in misfortune. After thinking about it, it seemed that I found such an excuse to comfort myself. If one can be added, then there is no need to pay Jinying anymore. From now on, the designation of the three major battalions completely disappeared from the Ming army's organizational system. If you eat trash inside and out, you should get into the soil early. Chapter 160, Antibacterial Drugs. Some people say that money can bring a sense of security, and the more money in one's hand, the stronger the sense of security in the heart. Yoji wanted to say something chunty. What a shit! I have tens of millions of tals of silver here, but the coverage area of the sense of security is smaller than that of nail trousers. People are thinking about it every day, each other, assassination, arson, mutiny, and only a meteorite fell from the sky to give this palace a real hammer. Don't say that he is not an adult. Even if he is an adult, the group will continue to act like this. Otherwise, Master Zengd and Master Apocalypse Tank will not hang up quickly like amused. Originally, I wanted to collect taxes and fees from the merchants in the capital, but now all the silly vacancies in the capital were disturbed. Not only can you not reach out for money, but you also have to pay out of your pocket to help the poor. Thinking about this kind of thing will make you depressed. If you think about it the other way round, the Beijing camp has 24,000 soldiers. 16,000 for handymen, 200 tals of pension for each of the soldiers, and 100 tals for each of the soldiers, totaling 640. 10,000 tals, halving will cost more than 3 million tals. If you let them all die, such as being braided directly on the battlefield, you still have to accept it all. Now that they have been tossing about it, they don't have to take the money at all. I didn't expect this benefit. If the Beijing camp launches a rebellion, its establishment can be banned directly, and there will be no need to pay taxes in the future. Otherwise, it still has to allocate nearly 6 tals of silver and more than 170,000 shi of rice every month, which consumes more than 700,000 tals of silver and 2 million shi of rice every year. Adding in the consumption of weapons, war horses, fodder, ammunition, etc., all converted into silver, the imperial court would spend about 6 million tals of silver every year just to support the great masters of the Beijing camp. It's nothing more than spending money. Like Guanning, it can be used as much as possible. At least it can resist Shanhaiguan for a while. But for the three major battalions, the huge sums of money allocated by the court will not get any return on them. It will only produce the result of decay year by year, just like rotten flesh on the body. Regarding this mutiny and the subsequent punishment, a certain prince can only make an appalling evaluation. A dead Beijing camp is a good one. His Royal Highness, all the officers and soldiers required are ready to go. The last general will come and ask for orders. Entrusted by the prince, Zhuji organized more than 2,000 combatants, intending to regain the outer city together with Huang Degong's troops. There are more than 500 people from Yongwing, more than 700 generals from Dahan, more than 200 eunuchs from the factory, more than 600 eunuchs from the imperial horse, and more than 300 people from Jiniwai, totaling about 2,500. Huang Degong had previously reported that he had sent his deputy Songji to command more than 1,000 people to attack from the inner city, trying to eliminate the thieves who were burning, killing and looting everywhere in the outer city. However, Yoji believes that the number of pawns in the Jinying camp is huge, and it will inevitably become difficult for them to regain the outer city with more than 1,000 people and face enemies several times their own. Now that the siege of the inner city had been lifted, a certain prince asked Li Fengxiang, the admiral and eunuch of the factory, to be responsible for the security of the imperial city, and asked Zhuji to lead his troops to help the battle. My palace is waiting for good news here. I wish making a triumphant return, and we must pay attention to our own safety. After increasing the force, you can minimize your own casualties. After all, the Yonghui battalion is like the Beijing battalion, and there is one less death. However, Yoji does not want such a direct line of troops to be consumed in the counterinsurgency. General Dahun is usually used for photographing. Yoji does not intend to let them continue to be clothes racks. If this time is unfavorable, they can be abolished on a large scale in the future, and continuing to raise them would be a waste of food. The final general will definitely take the lead, kill the enemy and counter the rebellion, and not insult the sage. Zhuji was grateful when he heard the prince's instructions. Sun Yinyuan was seriously injured by the group of exposed disciples. He is still in a coma, and he must avenge him. Although the composition of this part is complex and it is difficult to coordinate command, but fortunately the enemy's combat power is not too strong. As long as the first is to make a splash, morale can be boosted, and the rest can be a matter of course. Okay, let's go. Yoji also felt that there was no need to say anything more. Although the improvised miscellaneous army was not very good, it could even be said to be dirty and watery, but it was obvious that the group of silly people on the opposite side was even more scumbags. What can you expect them to do if you can't beat them? A more important issue is that after the war, thousands of casualties will inevitably occur. In this era, as long as the wound is infected, even if you take Chinese medicine, you will have to fight hard. If you can't fight it, you will have to die. This is also true. One of the main reasons for the many deaths of warriors in ancient times. To reduce the incidence of death due to wound infections, it is necessary to develop symptomatic antibacterial drugs. The first choice is sulfur and penicillin. The antibacterial ability of penicillin is unquestionable. It has been a mainstream antibacterial drug since its birth. It is not only powerful, but also covers a wide range. Natural penicillin can be manufactured by artificial culture. Firstly, culture Penicillium chrysogenum for about 7 to 10 days at a constant temperature. Then cultivate the resulting Penicillium spore culture for 24 hours. Then cultivate the seed culture solution for 7 days before extracting. Decolorization, distillation and other steps can be prepared. In other words, from now on, it will take half a month to get penicillin. But that is the theoretical penicillin. Because aseptic cultivation cannot be achieved, it is not known what the final thing is. Yoji didn't know what dose the Ming dynasty people had to inject. They generally didn't have any resistance. If they hit too much, they would kill them easily. If they hit too little, they wouldn't work well. They have to do clinical trials in advance to determine it. There is also an earthen method. According to legend, in the Tang dynasty, tailors would apply the green hairs from oranges to the scratched fingers to help heal wounds. This green hair is patulin, a poison that has the ability to kill fungi and bacteria. Theoretically speaking, saving people and killing people are between this product. Yoji didn't dare to use long-haired oranges to treat his wounded. It is estimated that, except for a few lucky ones, most people have to be slapped by oranges. And once this matter spreads out, the whole world, whether it is a quack doctor or the common people, may use long-haired oranges to cure diseases. Then oneself will really kill people invisible. Cultivating penicillin is the primary task in the future, but it is indeed too late to keep up with the immediate action to treat the wounded, and can only be replaced by sulfur. Sulfonamide is also a poison, and its efficacy is much weaker than penicillin. However, Because the ancients were not resistant to the drug, Yogi believed that sulfonamide could also have a better antibacterial effect. The preparation of sulfonamide does not require a sterile environment. It can be prepared from acinylide through chlorosulfonation, amination, hydrolysis, and neutralization, and requires raw materials such as acinylide, chlorosulfonic acid, liquid ammonia, and liquid caustic soda. But to make these ingredients, Yogi thought for a moment, and suddenly felt that his head was a big circle. The production of acinylide requires aniline and glacial acetic acid, and the production of aniline requires the reaction of nitric acid with benzene to form nitrobenzene, which is made by adding hydrogen. Glacial acetic acid is made from acetic acid, which can be obtained by treating coal tar with calcium hydroxide and then acidifying the formed calcium acetate with sulfuric acid. Then how to make nitric acid, sulfuric acid, calcium hydroxide. Just to make acinylide, wait for Yogi to finish writing, and check it again. At least 12 reaction processes are needed. This is just a raw material. If the manufacturing processes of chlorosulfonic acid, liquid ammonia, and liquid caustic are counted, it takes about 27 steps to obtain sulfur. As long as there is an error in one of the links, the final thing you get will not know what it is. The result is the same as the result of soilless penicillin. Therefore, 1 or 2 sulfonamides are worth 1 or 2 golds, because the manufacturing process is too cumbersome and difficult to effectively control. There are only a handful of people who are proficient in chemistry, and most of the indigenous scientists are good at physics and mathematics. Yogi finished writing the preparation process of sulfonamides, and felt that he could publish a professional book on chemical engineering. If you demonstrate yourself and supervise the preparation process of sulfonamides, you will be exhausted or smoked to death in less than a week. It's not impossible to let the eunuchs do it all, but in this way, they are too worried. They know almost nothing about most of the chemical knowledge. Oh, looking at the pile of drafts written by himself on the desktop, Yogi was paralyzed on the small chair, and wondered whether he would pretend to be a witch doctor from Azeroth and let the soldiers taste the green-haired cantaloupe they made. I was afraid that the fruit fell into my hands and turned into a quasi-biochemical weapon that could kill 100 lives. The efficacy of the sulfur in the Ming dynasty was still more mysterious. After thinking about it, let's slowly make sulfur, which is at least more reliable than artificial penicillin. But fruit medicine must be made. What if the blind cat succeeds in encountering a dead mouse? Didn't I pick it up? The obstacle to the preparation of penicillin is temperature control. A temperature difference of a few degrees will cause extremely serious consequences. Sulfonamides are generally not so demanding, and the development of penicillin also requires a microscope. I heard that Boj has done a lot of research on optical instruments. It is said that he was the first person to build a telescope. When he comes to Beijing, he will let him make a microscope for himself. I believe the effect will not be much worse. If it didn't work, I asked Tang Shushi to join the R&D team. Yogi didn't believe that a group of local and foreign scientists formed a group and couldn't build a microscope. As long as the principles are clearly stated and the sketches are clear, the thermometer should be easy to build, and the constant temperature can be achieved. The most difficult thing is to ensure the sterility of the laboratory. For the current day Ming, the subjective and objective conditions are not available. At most, the scientific researcher can only take a few more baths, change clothes and wash hands frequently. His Royal Highness, Sun Quanting is decree outside Xuan. This should be almost the battle outside the city. There was a saying before that, outside the city, returning to the Qin soldiers, inside the city to the brave guards. Qin soldiers did not dare to enter the city to grab the head, and then the old grandson entered the palace to report the situation. Chen Sun Quanting is late for help, but I still hope your highness. Without ceremony and flat body, needless to say, Sun Aking has led his troops to make merits. After the war is over, the palace will reward all the soldiers and soldiers. If the Jinying camp is a land ruffian, then Qin Bing is a bandit bully, so let them go to clean up the Jinying camp and have their appetite. Qin soldiers had many shortcomings. but as long as they were able to fight, win battles, were loyal to the court, and listened to the tunes, they could be reused, and they could receive adequate supplies of weapons, military salaries, and food. Since Zhuo Guang's first department had already sent Tao Dinglin's body, this was the first lieutenant killed in the 3 major battalions, so the old grandson did not come to see him empty-handed. This meeting ceremony was not bad. On behalf of the headquarters, the officers and men would like to thank your highness for the grace. Okay, get up and talk. This palace is very concerned about the battle outside. Give a seat. Sun Aking has to elaborate on it. The fact that the old grandson can enter the palace shows that the overall situation has been determined outside, and that the Beijing camp's plan to seize power by the squad has been completely shattered. The 4 generals under his command should be sweeping the group of defeated generals in the 3 major battalions. After all, both soldiers and generals are mobile silver, and you can make a profit by killing one. Sun Quanting's buttocks touched half of the chair, and after sitting down, he paused in his throat before reporting gently, His Royal Highness, this morning, the minister received the edict from His Highness, so he led the army from the northwest camp outside the city to block Beijing in 2 ways. The battalion, commanded by the general soldier He Long in the west, led by the ministers in the east. They first repelled hundreds of enemy cavalry who went out of the city, but the interception of the Shanxi battalion failed. Ranqian's cavalry and supervising army Lujiud the cavalry sub-battalion led by the Yonghui battalion then pursued it, but it has not yet received timely reports. Long is intercepting enemies who have gone out of the city from Guangningmen, Yunmen and Yongdingmen. According to the report from the horse inspector, most of the thieves have been wiped out. Clearing down its remnants, this is what the minister knows about the current situation of the war. Since there is no modern communication tool, even the commander of the armed forces, within an hour, knowing where the ministries are, who they are fighting, whether they are winning, and what they are doing is already very difficult. If you want to know more about it, then use the Trinity metaphysical technique of lottery and calculation with astrology. Seeing the prince thoughtfully, Sun Quanting added, according to the news sent by the governor of the water transport, Shikafa, his deputy Liu Liangzuo participated in the rebellion and his whereabouts are unknown. The minister has sent Jingkai to chase after him. The old grandson can only judge Liu Liangzuo's collusion with the Jinying generals through his actions, otherwise he would not launch rebellion at the same time. According to Shikafa, Liu Liangzuo also fled to the Beijing camp after the rebellion. Yeah, Liu Liangzuo, very good. I have trouble with Sun Aking. Yoji wanted to find an excuse to kill one of the 4 towns in Nanming, but now it doesn't have to be so troublesome, just catch up and kill him. However, Yoji was very worried about whether his order for the Digaport warships and merchant ships to go to sea would reach the destination faster than Liu Liangzuo's cavalry. A certain prince did not believe that Liu Liangzuo would lead his troops to go south and become the second Jiangxian's Hong. He was seeking his own way. In Shandong, Henan, Nanzili and other places, the court still had many soldiers and horses. Judging from the map, Liu Liangzuo has to pass through at least 4 or 5 defense zones to the south of the Yangtze River. If he can pass through the border unscathed, Yoji will really look at him differently. Yoji believes that Liu Liangzuo will abandon most of his horses and choose to go out to sea. Just like Kong Yaod back then, he will go to Huangdeji, save a brand new chicken thigh, and then join the Darking Wangshi. Sun Quanting didn't know if the prince would order Shikafa to be punished because of the rebellion launched by Liu Liangzuo in Tongzu, so he didn't have much to say about the governor of water transport. Seeing the look of the prince, his attention was focused on the map, analyzing Liu Liangzuo's possible escape route. Yoji would not treat Master Shi like that. Huama Liu is Huama Liu, and Shikafa is Shikafa. Under his rule, the water transport situation is better. When replaced by someone else, a certain prince is still very worried. He must ensure that the grain from Jiangnan arrives in Tongzu as usual, and the throughput must not fluctuate significantly. Master Shi should continue to be his water transport governor. Chapter 161, beef ramen. The minister will do everything possible to stop Liu Liang's Zuo. Sun Quanting didn't know what the prince said was very good, so he could only accept it first, and then slowly figure out the holy intention. King commanded the three armies to fight for a night. Have you ever used food? They would only give the old Zeus tens of thousands of people to work for one night, and they would send them away without saying anything, which is really unkind. His Royal Highness, the minister has not used it before. Sun Quanting was hungry a long time ago, and was waiting to find a stall in the inner city after leaving the palace to eat some sesame seeds and so on. That's right, King will accompany this palace to eat together. So Yoji decided to use the old grandson as the first cute little white mouse, and use him to try his own secret recipes. In the morning, I used to have porridge and pickles, and eating a big meal would not have much appetite. Something like preserved egg and lean meat porridge is also a good choice. But last night to the morning, first the residence was busy, and then the rebellion outside the city was very exhausting. It was very energy and physical for the monarchs and ministers to replenish some nutrients in time, at least to fill their stomachs. Chen Zunzai. Based on the experience of these days, it is speculated that the food the prince eats more or less comes from the fairy world. Although the ingredients and materials are similar to ordinary dishes, the final taste is quite different. Sun Quanting believes that even a small dish may contain mystery, and there is no cave in it. It must not be underestimated, because this is for the prince who has returned from the fairy world to eat. Enter the dynasty and send someone to look around the back residence. Who else is not asleep? Anyone who intends to eat can be notified in advance. It will take about half an hour to eat. The slave and maid will send someone here. Yang Jinkao was also hungry for most of the night. The prince didn't eat. He definitely didn't dare to eat first. As long as the prince said that he wanted to have a meal, they would have hope. You can start the meal. Gyoyan, how is the research done by the chefs? Yoji attaches great importance to this dish or rice, because in the future, he will use this thing to open a shop to earn money. One bowl earns 5 copper coins, and 1 million bowls is 5 million copper coins, which is equivalent to 5,000 tals of silver. It's enough to use it as pocket money for yourself. The younger siblings have a marriage and other things, and they can also be used to make allowances. Fortunately, there are not many younger siblings directly. Otherwise, it's really not enough. His Majesty, the servants dare to think that the things made by the royal cooks are 5 ways similar to the things that His Royal Highness learned from the immortal world. After Peng Kao arrived, Zhang Yuoyan, who is in charge of Shangshan supervisor, began to let the royal cooks cook Peng Kao yesterday. For this reason, a special soup noodle research team was set up, consisting of 3 royal chefs who are best at making soup noodles in the back residence. Yesterday afternoon, they started to knead the noodle soup with the ash as written by the prince. There was an assistant who was in charge of taking notes next to them. They wrote down each step, the ingredients used, and the dosages used in order to summarize them. Lessons learned. Each master cooks at least 3 times, each time making 2 different doses of noodles, and the total offering will make 6 noodle soups with similar tastes. According to the taste of the noodle soup and the degree of elasticity of the noodles, let everyone choose the most suitable one, which is the closest noodle soup to the prince's description. Zhang Yuoyan didn't dare to say too much. The culinary skills of the imperial chefs were indeed very high, but the prince returned from the fairy world, and the dishes he mastered in the fairy world were also extraordinary. Many imperial chefs saw the dishes and said that they had never heard of it and could only try it first. Tried out. Oh, I feel relieved when I hear you say that. The beef soup should be cooked, right? It's done. The beef broth has been simmering since yesterday afternoon until the morning, and it is supervised by a special person, and the fire has not been turned off. That's good. Take a bowl of soup first. Oh no, come 2 bowls, let Sun King taste it too. Yes, people are iron, and rice is steel. It's hot outside, and you have to eat in the imperial city. What's more, this is the most exciting food that I have made since I wore it to Datong Dynasty. Because this is the most famous, The chefs can learn the 7-point similarity. That is a great success. The cooks quickly set up cutting boards in front of the East Palace and started to light fires. Some were on the surface, and some were preparing kitchen utensils. A certain prince is very careful. As long as the weather is clear, he must make it in front of his own eyes as long as the weather is clear, so that he can rest assured which cook cooks the dishes, what ingredients they use, and who passes them through, will have relevant records, and the incident will be traced to the end. Although there are quite a few people waiting to eat, there are only 6 cooks who make noodle soup. 3 of them are just slaying hands and do not touch the ingredients from start to finish. They are also afraid that they will be cheated by their peers. Yoji picked up the small bowl and first looked at the color of the beef broth. It was only a light copper color. The specific standard golden yellow was almost meaningless. But as long as the taste is not too much, no one knows what the authentic version looks like. After blowing the heat, Yoji tapped the soup with the tip of his tongue. It felt that it was not too hot and acceptable. Then, he took a sip, and suddenly felt a strong smell of meat filling his mouth and nose, especially fluid. Strong the desire to swallow spontaneously arises. The saltiness of the soup is just right by the chefs. If you can drink such a big bowl of hot beef soup in winter, people of all ages, men, women, and children can get fever all over and bear the cold outside for a while. Pick up a piece of beef in the bowl and taste slowly. The meat is not tender or old, and it is the part of the muscles. It looks distinct, soft and shiny, and tastes very chewy, fragrant and springy. Unlike the beef that was boiled was so loose and weak. The chefs also have a bit of knowledge. They didn't waste their title, just don't know what kind of noodles are made. Lanzu beef ramen. Beef is just for decoration. Ramen is the key point. The noodles are not delicious. No matter how good the beef is, it's nothing. Pull, sniff. Emperor brother. It smells so good. Hearing that there was something delicious, Zhu Zijian, the minister of snacks, didn't even sleep late and immediately put on clothes and patted horses to the scene of the incident. The eyes of this guy were still distressed, but with his eyes closed and his little nose held up, he smelled the scent of beef broth like a dog, and the whole person became energetic. The waiter immediately found a small chair, and Zhu Zijian sat down and stretched his neck, staring at the big pot where the meat was being cooked. Yoji could tell from his eyes that this product was definitely not here for noodles, just for meat. Only soup. Zhu Zijian directly chose to ignore the 2 slices of beef in the bowl. In his opinion, such a bit of meat was not enough to relieve gluttons. Appetizer soup. The noodles will be ready in a while. No matter the noodle tube is full, it's hard to say, but the soup is definitely full, because the soup can be filled with water at any time. Oh, the minister will use it first. Dare to ask if this is. Only then did Zhu Zijian discover that there was a big living person sitting beside the emperor, and Shikai, who was standing next to the emperor, thought he was a waiter, so he ignored the 2 slices of beef. Sun Quanting. Sun Shabao. The old grandson was so embarrassed that Yoji introduced himself directly for him. This guy should only have himself and the dining table in his eyes, and everyone else here belongs to his miscellaneous people in his heart. Oh, this palace is polite. Zhu Zijian hurriedly got up to give a salute. He had heard of Sun Quanting's name. It didn't really matter to him what he was doing. Your Majesty, the White Jin dare not. Sun Quanting hurriedly returned the gift. This is the son of the emperor and the younger brother of the prince. It is very necessary to be cautious. You don't need to be polite, just sit down, eat it quickly, or the soup won't taste good when it's cold. Standing with big eyes and small eyes, Yoji never expected this younger brother to learn anything useful from the old grandson. Oh, good. Zhu Zijian believes that all the instructions given by the emperor on the diet are correct and must be strictly followed. The body was small and the appetite was not small, and a bowl of broth was quickly wiped out by this stuff. Emperor brother, can I have another bowl? After stretching his neck and looking at it for a long time, Zhu Zijian finally said what he wanted to say the most. The noodles are almost ready. Wait. My palace and the old grandson are eating noodles. It's good for you to run for the meat, so how embarrassed we too should be. Oh, after being declined by the emperor's brother, Zusigian stopped speaking. Then I sat there and started to count. Barbecue is delicious, braised pork rice is delicious, fish-flavored pork is delicious. I don't know if this noodle is good or not. The emperor waited so patiently. The taste should not be much different. If it is not tasty, then just eat meat and soup. If it is tasty, then eat more. Oh, it smells so good. Yogi suddenly smelled a very special fragrance, which is the original taste of ramen. According to His Royal Highness, this is noodle soup, which is cooked in 2 pots with broth. Zhang Yuoyan made a special explanation. If he didn't follow the recipe provided by the prince, he wouldn't even be sure of the similarity. Oh, that's it. Have a bowl. Yogi felt that he had misunderstood his subordinates. Before he said he wanted to drink the broth, Zhang Yuoyan filled the stew with the broth, which was confused. In fact, the noodle soup of ramen has to be simmered separately. Not only beef bones, and liver, but also chicken is added. It is not too much to say that it is beef and chicken soup. Since the pot for cooking noodle soup is in Shangshan Supervisor, it is placed in a movable trolley pot, and some have to be scooped out when it is moved over, and the time is delayed, so Yogi didn't smell the scent in advance. Well, that's it. After tasting it again, Yogi was relieved. This is the legendary beef ramen soup. There may be a slight difference in the subtle taste, but it is generally correct. It is not too much to say that the 7-point resemblance is too much. So delicious. Brother Huang, can you give me a bowl? Zhu Zijian's eyes widened, and when he saw the emperor brother, he made a positive evaluation, which shows that this soup may be better than beef soup. Yogi waved his hand and asked the waiter to give each of the old grandson and the snacks a small bowl. If he drank too much, he would go to fill the water. After the tasting, the 2 of them were full of praise for the fragrant soup, which was an unprecedented masterpiece. Brother Emperor, it's so fragrant. As if a crisp sound of warriors blasted in his ears, Yogi knew that Princess Qingping was here. The unnamed Godney woke up lazily, washed, dressed, and combed, only to be late. But like her younger brother, he was extremely excited when he smelled the scent, and the previous sleepiness had been wiped out. Princess Qingping had never smelled this scent, so it aroused her appetite and curiosity. Yogi waved his hand and asked the waiter to make a table for the foodies' brothers and sisters, so as not to hum like a pig while eating. Pick up a light yellow silk paw and study it. This is a map of the Kisuk area. The embroidery girl sews according to Yogi's sketch. The city, pass, port, river, and mountains are all available, which is better than the current era. The map is more in line with the perception of a certain prince. If the Shinsu camp wanted to go north to leave the pass, if Lijiuzhongwei camp couldn't catch up, then it really couldn't be stopped, and this matter couldn't be forced. If Liu Liangzuo's eastward advance is fast enough, he can also board the ship and go to sea before the feudal clan who passed the order arrives in Dagu. At the moment, the only thing that can be sure to eat is the group of fragments in the outer city that are burning, killing and looting. The Shinsu camp has a full number of 8,000. And the actual number is only about 5,000. If you fleet to 3,000 outside the Guan, it is equivalent to 2 braids, and it is not unacceptable. Anyway, you have to accept it or not. Most of the 5 army battalions and Shinji battalions are infantry, and the total cavalry is only about 2,000 people. Excluding the missing, hidden, wounded, and killed, it would be good to live 500. Most of the infantrymen were in the outer city. After daybreak, they found that they had become a turtle in the urn. It was too late. It was impossible to break through the siege, because there was no way to go out of the city and they would be flanked by the Qin soldiers and the Yongwei camp. Zhuji attacked from the inner city. If the battle goes well, the battle can be ended before the sun sets today. If setbacks are encountered, the rebels entrenched in the outer city will be wiped out by tomorrow night at the latest. A certain prince didn't want to let these fish-hand-meat people's scourges live another day, but his own thoughts were quite different from the actual work. The principle is the same as making beef ramen. Even if you do it yourself, the final thing you get is the same as the setting. There will also be discrepancies. Right now is a special period. Everything is kept simple. Just use beef ramen to reward a few soldiers. This thing looks unremarkable, but I believe they will eat one bowl and want 2 bowls. Yoji and the old grandson are discussing the situation in front of everyone, and they are still talking about it. But if other people don't watch it closely, they will definitely not be able to match here and there because they don't know what they mean. Where is it? Dang, dang, dang. The imperial chef with a big waist and round waist started to pull the noodles. Because it was mixed with ash, the noodles were so long that they would not break when they were opened. Ping and Zhu Zijian were both amazed and shocked to see them. Peng ash contains toxic substances such as lead and arsenic. Long-term consumption is not good for the human body. Yoji asked the royal cooks to mix the minimum amount of noodles when they're alive, so as not to eat themselves to death. Guru. The stomachs of the 2 snack shoppers began to scream, and the Lord was eager to see the noodles that had just been cooked. The 2 of them had been conquered by the taste of the soup, and they were waiting to feast on them. After a few minutes of suffering, the first bowl of beef ramen in Datong Chow was officially put on the table. Based on the principle of ladies first, Ping was fortunate to pay for it first. Yoji stood up and watched. The 5 elements of ramen: 1 clear soup, 2 white radish, 3 red chili oil, 4 greens cilantro, and 5 yellows noodles are basically available. It's very good to talk about appearance alone. As for the taste, a certain princess, who was silent and stuffed her head tightly into her mouth, has already explained the problem. Sun Quanting had never eaten such a delicious noodle soup. The noodles were elastic, the soup was fragrant, and the beef was chewy. He was really hungry after boiling most of the night. He kept swinging his chopsticks and ate 3 bowls in a row. Yoji looked at Zhu Zijian, who was already a little unable to walk, and couldn't help but smile. Is the emperor planning to stay on the rockery this morning? Chapter 162. Discuss opening a shop. Hey, that. The minister retire. Hearing the sarcasm from the emperor's brother, Zhu Zijian, who had a little stomach, immediately concealed his embarrassment with a smirk, scratched his head, and planned to escape, eat and drink, and go back to sleep beautifully. This is an emperor. Every day. It's an extraordinary period right now. Undercurrents are surging in the back residence. You have to stay in the bedroom and you are not allowed to walk around. If something happens, you will never want to eat delicious food again. I couldn't scare this stuff with anything else, and I didn't have time to watch it. So Yoji had to do what he wanted. Yes. I hope that the emperor's brother will be relieved, and don't dare to worry about the emperor's brother. Zhu Zijian's advice to his elder brother is basically that the left ear goes in and the right ear goes out, but he is very concerned about eating, and he is worried if he doesn't eat a meal, and he feels uncomfortable if he can't eat meat. After tasting beef ramen, I just want to comment on this product. Can I have another bowl for lunch or dinner? This taste is really wonderful. I still want it after eating it. Barbecue can't be eaten often. Noodles are always okay. As an adult, Sun Quanting's feeling after dinner is similar to that of the prince, and that is extremely comfortable. The meal was really hearty. This kind of ramen has a rare and peculiar taste, which is really unstoppable. There are 3 royal chefs from Shikai. Where are you all? Yoji observed that after one of the chefs finished pulling the noodles, his arms began to tremble slightly. Although the movements were not obvious, he was caught by himself. Danjin in my hometown. At my hometown, Boding Mansion. At my hometown, Taiyuan Mansion. When the 3 cooks faced the prince's question, they were still a little uneasy, for fear that the prince would not be satisfied with the ramen they made. But Zhang Yuoyan winked, and they had to reply to the prince. Zhang Yuoyan wouldn't talk to them. He knew that the prince was the most taboo against others. You must say what you should say. If you don't say it, You shouldn't say it. If you say something, it would be too much. Yes. How old is it? How many years have you been in Shangshan Supervisor? The villain has 6 out of 30 this year. He has been in Shangshan Supervisor for 6 years. The villain is 40 years old this year, and has worked in Shangshan Supervisor for almost 9 years. The villain has 3 out of 40s this year, and he has worked in Shangshan Supervisor for more than 10 years. Yoji saw that their 3 exposed forearms were very sturdy. He thought it should be a chef who makes pasta for the mansion all the year round. They all have their own housekeeping skills, but compared to beef ramen, those are not enough. In the soup noodles, Yoji believes that pan noodles, braised noodles, sliced noodles, and pot cover noodles are inferior to ramen in terms of taste. Therefore, cold noodles, small noodles, and hot dry noodles can use their respective advantages to dig out the corner of ramen. Especially in the 12th lunar month of winter, when you are hungry, you have a bowl of steaming ramen in front of you, picking up the chopsticks, picking up the noodles and eating the first bite. That feeling is the most affordable happiness. They all make noodles. Yoji turned to ask Jang Guoyan, don't misunderstand him like beef soup. If it is temporarily pulled, then it will be oolong. His Royal Highness said that the earth is terrible, but his noodles are not as good as the ramen that His Highness recommends. Jang Guoyan didn't know what the prince intended to do, but he made a lot of mistakes. Are they a housekeeper or a real cook? According to the situation described by these 3 people, it is not very likely that the eunuch was transferred from other places. His Royal Highness, these 3 are all cooks. They have wives, and their families are all in the inner city. In the inner city, many officials lived in the wealthy gentry, that is, the legendary upper class. But there are always exceptions. For example, Imperial Kitchen can live in the inner city with this golden sign on his head. The in-house waiter can learn this craft at a young age, but after all, cooking still depends on talent, and no matter how hard it is useless. The imperial chefs are all masters carefully selected from Minjian, who enter the palace to serve the emperor and the nobles. If the cooks are slapped with a snap, then the eunuchs really have to do the cooking. However, one thing is that as long as you become an imperial chef, you can't make takeaways for people outside the royal family, let alone reveal the recipes and methods of imperial meals. This is a crime of losing your head. The lower part can be free from the knife, and the upper part can also be avoided. Then it depends on whether you can control your own mouth. If you can't control it, it is better than the lower knife. At least it can save the guy who eats. Oh, by the way, Shikai, you said that your hometown is Taiyuan Mansion? Yoji asked the oldest cook. This kind of manual work, except for people with particularly good health, generally can't do it for a few more years. Back to your highness. My hometown is indeed Taiyuan Mansion. Would you like to tell me to return home? Your highness. Please. The old cook didn't know how bad he was, so he immediately knelt to the ground. He didn't know what he had done wrong, but the prince asked in this way, clearly wanting to punish him, so he instinctively begged for mercy. Yoji was startled, licked his lips, and smiled. Don't get me wrong, this palace misses you when you are old, and you have been working for the mansion for many years, so you can return home in splendor. If you are willing to live in Beijing, it is also good. If you don't want to misunderstand, you really misunderstand. Isn't Lao Tzu a born murderer? Okay, you haven't been poisoned, and this palace won't even let a cook go. If you really want to start with you, it must be a leaning against your peers. With that said, the old cook can be considered relieved, no longer afraid, as long as he keeps his head. Other things are easy to say. Since these are all insiders, Yoji told them a little bit about his investment plan. Presumably you already know the taste of this beef ramen. If you open 100 ramen shops in my Ming territory, one for each store, the annual net profit is 1,000 tals of silver, a total of 100,000 tals, which is definitely not to be underestimated. Therefore, The main palace intends to experiment with a store in the capital first. This store manager can only be served by an imperial chef who masters the secrets of ramen. The back residence has served for many years, and the palace rewards you and other welfare measures. A bowl of noodles is priced at 20 cents. And the target is the upper middle class in the capital. This price should be completely acceptable to them. It is no problem to eat 5 bowls a day. Each store sells 1,000 bowls of ramen a day and can earn 20,000 coins, which is equivalent to about 20 kg of silver. Even if it is operated for 300 days a year, it will be 6,000 kg. Even if the sales volume is halved, the net profit will be 1,000. The two are also proper. If you open stores in the south of the Yangtze River, such as Nanjing, Suzhou, Hangzhou, Yangzhou, Wuxi, Chengzhou, Songjiang and other places, you will have stronger spending power there and you don't have to worry about passenger flow at all. Open 10 stores in the first year to test the waters, increase to 50 stores in the second year, and 300 stores in the third year. If each store can meet the profit expectations, the Ramen Group alone can make a profit of 300,000. 2 silvers. With this calculation, Yoji was shocked. The scale effect of chain stores is really appalling. In the future, barbecue restaurants, hot pot restaurants, and malatang restaurants will all follow this route, coupled with some tall restaurants and some fairyland dishes to fill the front. Maybe the restaurant chain alone can make you lose $2 million every year. Minutes regards food as his destiny, and he should really take advantage of the trend, and let the local tyrants willingly pay out of their pockets, and it will be a loss if they don't squeeze their diet budget. The villain is willing to tell the old man to return home. This is the prince who opened Chrysanthemum, and if he does not agree, he will really be angry with the prince. It's not forcing you. Hong Kong still hopes that you open a store in the capital first. It is better for Hong Kong to learn about the operation of the first ramen shop nearby. If there are any problems and drawbacks, we can get timely feedback and make adjustments. In the future, other places ramen shops are built with reference to this shop, and the staff will be removed from the back residence and the shop. Therefore, the position of the store manager is very important. I think you are in good condition in all aspects, so I plan on this. Don't misunderstand. Talking and talking, it became a rush to leave. If this special is spread, where will Lao Tzu's little tender face go? This allows you to open a shop and make a lot of money, and without the rules and regulations of the back residence. Isn't it okay to go to the execution ground? If you don't explain it carefully, this palace will have to shake the pot by yourself early this morning, and learn it by yourself. The villain is willing. The villain obeys His Royal Highness arrangements. The old fat cook finally understood it. It turned out to be a good thing. He really thought the prince was going to send him back to his hometown. The storefronts, furnishings, tableware and chopsticks needed to open a store do not need your heart. The palace will send someone to buy them. The relevant operating rules will also be written down by the palace. You only need to make this ramen and stew it. Beef, adjust the soup, and teach the apprentices how to ramen noodles. Another thing is that the recipe must not be spread outside. This side uses the formula of the fairy world, and the outsiders are punished for the crime of deceiving the king. Yoji is like asking him to go out to be a demonstration. Whether he can be a good store manager can only be determined by observing for a period of time after he is on duty. The villain will definitely remember His Highness' teachings. Don't dare to forget. This is a great thing. A great thing. I didn't expect it to fall on me like this. And the old fat cook turned from worry to joy. The most feared thing in the back residence is to offend people, and you don't know how to offend. People will hold grudges. It is really impossible to prevent. Of course, it's best to be able to go out of the palace to do it on your own. If you open a shop for the prince like this, it looks good. At least you don't need to be jealous. In the future, this store will be the demonstration store for the entire Ming. Many people will come to learn what you should teach and what you should not teach. You must know what you should teach. It's impossible for my palace to let this guy give the tiger the ability to climb trees. Let you teach and accept them privately, and open a shop casually? Yes. The old fat cook also understands the principle of starving his apprentice to death. He has served the mansion for many years, and he also knows that he has to leave himself a third of his work. The monthly salary is set for 30 tills of silver. This is a fixed part. The commission is not calculated. The more ramen you sell, the higher your success. If you don't make a big mistake, there will be a bonus during the new year. This remuneration is always outstanding in the royal kitchen. There is no way, without a high salary, it will be difficult to tie the store manager. Moreover, it must be both soft and hard. I will send people to remind me from time to time. The villain will definitely do his best for His Highness, and he will die. A monthly salary of 30 tills means earning 1 or 2 every day, which is still a guaranteed income, with additional commission rewards, which is extremely tempting for the old fat cook. Remember, you are a cook. You don't have to die unless you leak content that shouldn't be leaked. Yoji is the most annoying talker. You can agree to what you can do, and if you can't do it afterwards, don't you treat this palace as a Sunday? Yes. The villain keeps it in his heart, never dare to say anything. After earning more than 300 tills of silver a year, the old fat cook became excited when he thought about it, and he could agree to whatever conditions the prince said. You will study at Shangshan supervisor for another month, and wait until you think you have mastered the beef ramen technique before you go out to open a store. Moreover, the location and decoration of the store take time and cannot be done overnight. During this time, you also need to train the staff and the process. It's cumbersome. It's not as easy as it seems for the diners who enter the store. You will be asked to sign a guarantee before going out. If you violate it, you will be held accountable. Red mouth and white teeth. What is said? This is the biggest taboo in business. There is no white paper as a proof. Even if you are a prince, you can only recognize it if you have suffered a loss, and at most send someone to secretly take advantage of it in the past. All regulations and procedures must be handled according to the storefront of later generations, and the training of clerk must keep up with the pace of the times. Once you have accumulated experience in operating a ramen restaurant, it will be much easier to open a barbecue restaurant and a hot pot restaurant. There is a lot of fighting outside, and the prince and the cook in the back residence are studying how to open a shop. I have to say, this is very clear. Don't you see that the King army has gone south, and the Nanming gang are still busy fighting? Now open a store in the inner city, and then open another in the outer city, and strive to open stores in Tianjin, Boding and other places around Jifu before the end of the year. Open stores in Taiyuan, Xi'an, Liuoyang, Jinan in the first half of next year, and in Jiangnan in the second half of the year. Shops are opened everywhere, and the ramen shops will cover half of Daming within 2 years. Maybe you can still earn franchise fees. The franchise fee for one store is 10,000 tills, and 100 stores is 1 million tills. It's better to make money soon. If the hot pot restaurant and the barbecue restaurant can be played like this, these 3 types of shops can also make 2 million tills of silver, and the military expenses for the establishment of the North Factory will be reduced. There is no franchise store in the whole Ming dynasty. With its unique taste, Yoji intends to cash out quickly. If it is too late, it will lose money. Although this business can flow long and long, but who knows when the small water can flow. In case Stachao Jiao can't hold the real hammer of the big braid, the ramen shop is just making wedding dresses for others. If there is a big local tyrant offering a price of 1 million tills of silver, Yoji can immediately transfer the ramen recipe, and never step in this way, so that the other party can enjoy this day's gold transaction. Maybe in a few years, a certain prince will be able to publish a masterpiece called The 10 Great Techniques of Defrauding Money in the Ming Empire. However, it seems that those who can pay the money let themselves copy it, and suddenly there is a strange feeling that Fang hates less when the pig is killed. When the local pigs are all killed, send a team to kill the out-of-town pigs. Fortunately, Pig Ming never lacks pigs. One more pig will be killed. As long as the heart is determined, domestic pigs and wild boars can be killed. Well, okay, let's do this first. This palace is forbidden to disclose what you and others say, and those who violate the order are severely punished. When the yogi is full, people can eat. The ramen is also eaten. It is too inhumane to let everyone just smell it. First of all, Xia, Donggong's palm seal eunuch Yang Jinko, and Donggong Bingbai eunuch Li Jizu were the first to sit down and eat. Although Xia was a maid, the prince's meaning was already obvious, and Yang Jinko heard it clearly from the side at the time. This maid might be the future prince. Even if it is not the main palace, the worst is the side room. In addition, she was a person next to the queen before, so the two main servants in the East Palace treat Xia carefully and kindly. Chapter 163, King Qin's Pioneer. From Shanhaiguan to the capital, the straight line distance is 300 kilometers, and it is about 350 kilometers with turns, which is the legendary 700 miles. During this journey, Yuan Duda led the army and the king of Qin to walk for 2 days and 2 nights. It was not too slow even if he mobilized troops, prepared forage, and stopped halfway. Yoji was an imperial emissary sent to Shanhaiguan before the evening of March 15th. Today is March 21st. After more than 5 days, the speed of the princes who preached the imperial edict should not be slow, and the only difference was that they came back. Help people. I haven't received any relevant reports yet. According to Yuan Duda's marching speed, Uncle Hong is already a standard turtle crawling. Right now, he doesn't worry about being robbed by pigtails. It can only be explained by thinking about life right away. Is it because Uncle Hong has a lot of soldiers, so he has to wait for the price? Or do you want to stand on your own, use his army to change the dynasty? On this part of the road, Li, the courier of Binggishan speed, took the courier brothers to walk for 6 days, so that the country was gone. Yoji felt that if Uncle Hong did not show up, he would have to run to Tianjin. The capital was just overwhelmed by the disasters of the 3 major battalions, and the Yonghua battalion was crippled. Qin Bing is still good at fighting, but the 2 men and horses together are still more than half of them. If Uncle Hong insists on being Zhao Qiangyin, a certain prince is really blocking it. Can't help. His Royal Highness, Xuan Mansion Chief Yang Guozi led 2,000 fine horses back to his division, and he has arrived outside Dongzimen. Yang Guozi is outside the palace. Well, let Yang Eking come in, and all the men and horses will rest on the spot. Another order from the palace is passed to Huang Degong to allocate some of the food and grass in the city. In the end, one of the kings of Qin came. Yoji thought that old Hongta was going to start anew. There are deviations from the previous speculations. Hong Chengchi has Shanhaiguan General Soldier Mark, Ninian General Soldier Wu Sangai, Xingshan General Soldier Liu Zhaozi, Liaodong General Soldier Liu Zouji, Qiantun Guard General Soldier Wang Tingchen, Xuanfu General Soldier Yang Guozu, and Jizu General Soldier Bei Guanjin, Shan Kaian's commander Li Fuming, and Zidasu, who is about to be besieged in an iron barrel in Jinsu. Although it was not the 8 general soldiers commanded during the Songjin battle, the number had already been reached, and there was one more soldier. At this time Tang Tong was stationed in Mun, Cao Bianjiao was still in Zunhua, and Wang Puiyuan was in Datong. Even if old Hongta left the original 6 soldiers in Liaodong and returned with only Yang Guozu, Li Fuming and Bei Guanjin at this time, he would be considered a loyal protector of the Lord. The 3 commanders add up to a total of 15,000 people. Yang Guozu is a pioneer in the front, and he comes to investigate the reality for the old Hongtu. He can fight if he can fight, and he will run if he can fight. At the end, General Yang Guozi knocked on His Royal Highness and wished His Royal Highness 1,000 years of age. Under the guidance of the chambermaid, a burly middle-aged man with thick eyebrows and big eyes, with a full helmet and a red cloak, walked up to the front. Seeing the prince, immediately kneel down and salute. Yang King Starry Night, it is not easy, please hurry up, no need to be polite. Yoji said that, but he was slandering in his heart. At that time, Dudu Yuan was enough to say, you are more than Dudu Yuan. It is really distracting. and the team is not easy to lead. It was this pigeon that released Lu Xiangxing's pigeons in winter, and he ran away with Wang Pu and Hu Dao. This person said he was afraid to fight. He still dared to fight, and finally died when he attacked the King army in Songshan. If he is a titan, he still lacks Lu Xiangxing's determination and will to turn the tide. Stronger than Wang Pu, who flees first, and much worse than Lu Xiangxing, who is dedicated to resisting the enemy, belongs to the half-soldier generals, slightly better than the few generals of Qin Bing. The final general is ashamed and failed to come to protect the Lord in time, and I hope His Highness will punish him. On the way, Yang Guozu envisioned a variety of possibilities. For example, someone launched a mutiny while the emperor was in a state of illness. When he arrived near the capital, he found that it was true. What was most annoying was that when he led his troops to arrive, the mutiny was about to be subdued. I didn't catch up with the achievement of meritorious deeds. I heard that the Beijing camp is mutinous. What a good thing. For every soldier who has been fighting for a long time, it's almost effortless to clean up the Beijing camp, which is so lazy. Such a big gift, I didn't even pick it up. The Qin Bing who had come from afar swallowed it, and his heart was really depressed and angry. It's okay. I don't know where Hong Aking is now. Yoji didn't care about the goods in front of him at all, as long as he saw Hong Chengqiu. There were a lot of general soldiers in the late Ming dynasty, and there were only one or two supervisors. If one died, his strategic deployment would be messed up. The military commander-governor may have passed through Tongzu, and it will be coming soon. Yang Guozu didn't know the exact location of Hong Chengqiu. He only knew that the advancing speed of the Chinese army was not too slow. When he entered the palace, they should be able to see the outline of the capital. How many soldiers does Hong Aking have on this trip? As long as you know how many commanders Lao Hongtu is carrying, you can guess his approximate strength. Generally speaking, a commander's command ranges from as little as 5,000 to as many as 15,000, which is the same as that of He Long's troops. Almost. His Royal Highness, the commanding army will bring the former army chief Wang Tingchen, Jizu commander Bai Guanjun, Shanqian commander Li Fuming, and the final general to return to the division. The commander will lead the cavalry to take the lead, and most of the commanding troops will follow. 2. Yang Guozu couldn't understand Governor Hong's thoughts. He said that in case of unexpected events, he would not need to report and fight back against the enemy first. However, for the 2,000 cavalrymen, they were really not enough to do what happened, so Yang Guozu was still cautious along the way. That's good. Has AI King ever had a meal? If this goes on, my own Donggong will soon become a cafeteria for everyone, but I still have to eat if I should eat, not to mention that my nose is not bad. Back to your highness, the final general has not yet. When Yang Guozu passed by, he asked about a peculiar smell, which was particularly stimulating to the taste buds, causing his stomach to gurgle and scream, for fear that he would be embarrassed by the prince hearing it. Riding a horse and running wildly, even if you stop and rest, you will be eating and sleeping. You have to hurry up after a few bites. Not to mention eating in the palace, even eating a meal at a roadside restaurant is much more comfortable than this. When I swept away with the light, Yang Guozu saw that the maid and the maids seemed to be eating noodles. But with such a fragrance, this noodles must have a special taste. Aking came right in time, entered the dynasty, took Yang Aking over to have a meal, and brought some meals from Shangshan's supervisor to Yang Aking's entourage. Yoji directly sent the goods to eat beef ramen. For the chefs, this was the third wave of guests. Yang Guozu's soldiers did not have this treatment, but it was a privilege to be able to eat other things made by Shangshan's supervisor. It's not too late to have a meal first, and then report after other things are used. Yoji guessed that there should be nothing serious about Shanhai Guan. Huang Deji grabbed a grab in Guanai and withdrew his troops in the early spring. If he attacked Ninian and Jinzu again at this time, he would have to toss the master of the Qing dynasty alive. Wu Sangai and Zhu Dasu did not have the courage to take the initiative to attack. Even if they were able to live in their respective cities, even if they performed their duties, These two strongholds are left outside of Shanhaiguan. If they are pulled out by the Emperor's chicken, they will really have to shut down the hard steel braids up. I just don't know who entrusted the post of Governor Jiliao to Hong Chengchu before he left. Yoji didn't directly order someone to replace the old Hong Tu. The master was still in his hometown in the south of the Yangtze River. If nothing unexpected happens, Fang Yizhao, governor of Liudong, will be able to take up his post temporarily. This guy bears the title of a bachelor, and it is reasonable to make up the number. He was not entirely a waste. Last year, Chen Xinjie, who was the master of peace, asked Fang Yizhao to negotiate with Huang Qi. Unexpectedly, the negotiation was completed. Huang Qi basically agreed to Fang Yizhao's terms. Then Huang Dazu, who was killed halfway, went 3 times, and was unable to get through the face of Godad. This matter was abruptly disturbed, and Huang Qi felt that he had been tricked, making it easier for him to go south and enter the customs in winter. The master of the Qing dynasty almost ransacked most of the north. Bezali, Shanqian, Shandong, and Henan were not spared. Hundreds of thousands of people were looted outside the customs and became coating slaves. If you can negotiate a peace, there will be no such thing, and the King of Germany will not invite Shenyang to be a guest. Daddy Xiaogo refuses if he wants face, but in fact he loses even more face. And even the lining is lost. Every time the master of the Qing dynasty enters the customs, it will inflict 10,000 critical strike damage on the Datong dynasty. People avoid the capital and pick soft persimmons. You can't do anything about it. The Ming army is not strong in field combat, and its mobile force is extremely limited. Anyway, it is just waiting for the big braid to hammer again and again. Each time it is more powerful than each time. After being hammered 3 or 4 times, it is estimated that there will be nothing left in the northern region. There is no need to wait for natural disasters. The braid disaster alone is enough to make tens of millions of Ming people live worse than dead. Yoji felt that even if old Hong Tu brought the troops of the former army guard and courtiers to King Qin, there would be no problem on the Guaningjin defense line. Anyway, Guanning's combat principle is that no matter if you can or can't, you will shrink. As long as the wall has not been bombed and the food has not been eaten, then you will fight to the end. The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle. A certain prince wanted to know if he sent Jinzu enough food for 5 years, would Zudasu become a dead fat house from then on? Huang Ji led his army to besiege the city and dug a circle of trenches to prevent the defenders from breaking through, and then learned that the food reserves in the city would be blooded with anger and died ahead of time. A Jinzu, and Ninayuan, 2 strongholds together can contain about 30,000 to 40,000 Qing troops, equal to 4 flags of men and horses to serve as security guards for Zudasu and Wu Sangai. This greatly eases the pressure in the pass. If other battlefields are opened up, it will be difficult for the emperor to gather the strength of the last time he entered the pass. Theoretically speaking, if the Qing army entered the customs with a scale of less than 100,000, the Ming army could still find opportunities to kill 2 or 3,000 opponents. This is still very sure. I was afraid that the Xian's Hongzongcai would rebel on time, and the courier brother Li came out of the mountain to echo him, and this would attract at least 100,000 Ming troops to encircle and suppress. With such 2 major scourges, 1 mile and 1 away, 1 north and 1 south, they can't concentrate their forces to destroy one of them, and they don't have enough military power to strike at the same time. Even if you have enough money, it will take 1 year to train the new army to form a 3-hour situation of combat effectiveness. In the past 3 years, the Qing army had to enter the customs at least twice after hearing the good news from the Crown Prince Jiang'o. How to survive it is a huge difficulty in itself. Concentrating superior forces to hold on to the Kisyuk area and the Shandong Peninsula means that most of the north must be abandoned. On the contrary, they must be divided and defended by the Qing army one by one, or simply fight the big braid to the death to retreat. Fight to the death. Yoji thinks that the Ming army is still not up to this level, and they are all dead in World War I. This goal is easy to accomplish. The division of forces is a wrong strategy, and the result of defending everywhere is that you can't stand it everywhere, and it will inevitably collapse across the board. Before destroying the Zongtsaxianzi and the 5th camp of Jesuo, the capital city and mining area had to be maintained, and there was no other way. Counting on Apocalypse tank and gear-off airship? Don't be kidding. This is how the name can scare people who don't know how to frighten them. If the 10th version can restrain the braided cavalry, upgrading to the 20th version can sling the opponent, and the 30th version can overthrow the world. Even the 10th version has not been developed. There is only a sketch at the moment. Many ideas are put into practice, and everything is still in the architecture stage. The actual combat experience is completely zero. That is, 2 imaginative super weapons, which are self-comforting pills. If you eat too much, you will have hallucinations. Yoji definitely didn't want to eat more of this kind of food, but Yang Guozi over the Yang even made 3 bowls of ramen. He was not polite at all. It looked like he was eating a big deal. It's not easy for Yang Jinkao to stand by and remind him that the prince didn't ask anything. Besides, everyone's surname was Yang and they all worked for the court. Why would you embarrass your brother? After running such a long way to King Qin, you can eat with energy. Yoji doesn't feel distressed. It's not a big fish. If you don't even care about the noodles, who would dare to die for yourself in the future? But if it is spread out in this way, eating ramen will have a saying that not eating 3 bowls is not a good man. When Yang Guozi felt full of food and drink, and planned to get up, he found that his stomach was too bloated, and it was really difficult to get up. It was more embarrassing than saying the wrong thing in front of the prince, and the maids who looked aside covered their mouths and laughed. Yoji walked closer and greeted meaningfully, "Yang King, how sweet is this face? Anything I have eaten, I didn't say it was not good, not that I didn't dare to say it, but this ramen is really delicious, and the maid of the house can get a bowl for each person, so even the soup is not left." Yang Guozi's face was red, and he had to endure bloating, lowered his head and replied, "Trinity Prince, very fragrant, oh. I will lose my mind at the end." Shikai did not have officials of the same level seated next to him, so he patronized and ate, only to find something was wrong after eating, and he belched when he reported to the prince. Yoji didn't mind, and continued, "It's okay, as long as King is devoted to serving the country, you can eat as many bowls as you want, but don't eat too much today. I don't want to see a soldier of King Qin being killed by ramen. If you say that others will be tortured for borrowing ramen from the palace." Just now, Sun Quanting was still inexplicable, but it was enough. Last night to this morning, it was really dripping and not sticky. He was so hungry that his chest was stuck to his back. After eating, he might not be like this. Yang Guozi probably put a little dry food when he was on the way. This embarrassment. After being so ridiculed, Yang Guozi was even more ashamed and embarrassed. The final meal will be abrupt, and I hope your highness will forgive me. I can only hope that some people's food is worse than my own. Otherwise I will become the object of private jokes in the mansion. Chapter 164, Governor Jiliao. When the sun had begun to dawn, the horses stepped on the grass, the sound of their hoofs gradually rose, and the smoke rolled, as far as a few miles. The cavalry of more than 1,000 people was fast approaching the heart of the Ming Empire from west to east. One of the chariots in the team was mounted on a large vertical flag with a width of more than 10 feet. And a huge crimson-red flag was embroidered on it. In the car in front of him stood a thin middle-aged man with bowed eyebrows, big nose, toad eyes, thick comb whiskers on his upper lip, golden phoenix wind helmet on top of his head, and red tassels. His body was covered in fish scales and waist armor, a robe with sleeves and knees, 2 spacious python print war skirts underneath, stepping on high-barrel cowhide boots, holding the sword at the waist with his left hand, and holding the wooden railing with his right hand. His eyes are piercing, his complexion is cold, his brows are staring at the already blazing capital in the distance, and his thoughts are already extremely anxious. Worried. Report. Wang Zhaijun, supervisor of the Yonghui camp, come to welcome the master of the army into the palace. So good. Hong Chengchu soon saw this supervising army. Since Yang Guozi had sent his relatives to report the situation in the capital, he was not suspected at the moment. The army temporarily stayed at Wulai outside Dongzimen, waiting for orders. If there is no commander order, those who act rashly will not be spared. Hong Chengchu ordered Wang Tingchen of the former army guard, Bai Guangjin of Jizu army, and Li Fuming of Shanqian army with dozens of others. The soldiers enter the palace face-saint. While Yang Guozi was digesting food, Hong Chengchu was already waiting outside the palace. Yoji had the honor to see this boss-level traitor. Chen Hong Chengchu, knock on His Royal Highness. I wish. Hong King doesn't need to be polite, please hurry up. Yoji couldn't say that this big toad would make an appointment to help him. After hearing your reverse blessing, you might sell it one day. Not only will he lose his life, but he will also lose his life. It's good to come back. And it's good to come back. If you stand still at Shanhaiguan after receiving the order, then this palace will be really dangerous. The minister came late and was ashamed, and hoped that the palace would come down. Hong Chengchu should also take advantage of the situation to test it out, take the opportunity to figure out the holy will, and take precautions. It's not easy for a king's homeless class to return to court. Although this palace is young, how can it not tell right from wrong? I don't know who will a king temporarily hand over the power of the governor. Yoji cares about such one thing, and the others are trivial matters. Anyway, the master of the King dynasty will not knock down for the time being, and Wu Sangai and Zhu Daxu will not voluntarily surrender to the past. The west-leaning corridor has no worries for the time being. After the ministers took the decree, they temporarily handed over their powers to the governor of Liadong Fang Yizhao, who would command all the troops and horses in the west of Lining. Fang Yizhao was just a civil official and didn't know how to lead soldiers to fight. He was comparable to Wang Huizhen in those days, but he was the highest official of Liadong except himself, and he could act as the governor according to the law. This is quite appropriate, and Yoji's questions have been answered, and the answer is quite satisfactory. That's good. Several aching long-distance class teachers came to Qinwang and worked hard. However, this is a special period, and the palace only has ramen noodles. Don't dislike it for receiving the wind for several aching. Yang Guozi didn't care when he was next to him. On the contrary, he thought this beef ramen was very delicious. It was the best noodles he had ever eaten, and he still wanted to eat it. I just showed my timidity in front of the prince, so I should wait to see the jokes of a few colleagues. The three generals immediately knelt to the ground and vowed allegiance. The final general will not dare to die. No one as a courtier dared to ask the sage. The battle was fought like this, and the capital was full of smoke. It would be good for the prince to enjoy a bowl of noodles, not to mention the imperial meal, and the taste would not be different. Hong King, Sun King and the four generals followed this palace to Qianqing Palace first, to meet the father of this palace. When you're done eating, you will meet with Daddy Sha or go again and have a few hiccups in the main hall. Then it will be great fun. It will be passed out as no king of the eyes, and maybe he will be promoted by a certain Yashi who has hollowed out his mind and is famous for being promoted. Part 1. Old Hongta will be relieved when he sees the dragon body of Daddy Sha or go. He said that it was the emperor who was traveling on a crane. In fact, he was temporarily unconscious. As long as he did not die, he would not be able to jump outside. The prince who was able to inherit the ruler was also the prince. Then everyone returned to the East Palace. Each of the three soldiers really ate 3 bowls. Compared to Yang Guozi, Hong Chengchu was afraid of being rude in front of the prince, so he only ate 2 bowls, and he was very satisfied with this ramen. Said a lot of beautiful words. Yoji asked the 4 soldiers to go back to rest, leaving Hong Chengchu to report enough for his work. Sun Quanting could listen. Hong King tells the palace how things are going on in the western part of Lining. King doesn't have to go back. The palace will be reused. Governor Jiliao, someone else went to take up his post, so this palace wanted to listen to the truth and truth spoken by King. not to lie or empty words. A certain prince only got some relevant information from the bound edition of the street stall and the bound edition of the internet. Whether it can be matched with the situation of the present time and space is still a matter of question. Therefore, the narrative of the imperial commissioner who has been to the field inspection is needed as a reference. In accordance with, since there is no need to return to Shanhaiguan, Hong Chengchi has a bottom line and dare not neglect. He bows his hands and said, "The minister knows that everything can be said, and the word is endless. Your Highness, although the minister has not been involved in border affairs for a short time, but according to Yikan, Liuxi is tired. There are 3 reasons. First, the frequent changes of military and political officers in the west of Lining have made the established strategy unsustainable. Second, the local frontiers are self-contained, and they have become the last big trend. Third, the law of farming has great disadvantages. There is no intention to fight, and to resist the menacing eastern captives. Every battle will definitely be defeated." Before Hong Chengqiu, Wu Aheng, Zhang Fuzhen, and Ding Qiuchu were all in any 1 year or so, and only Fu Zonglong was a little bit longer, which was less than 3 years. The frontier officers changed frequently, and the strategy of defending the enemy would be changed day by day, making it impossible to follow. The governor of Liaodong is just a decoration. At most, he is the deputy of Governor Jiliao. It is the latter who plays a decisive role. Unless the court divides Jindliao, the governor of Liaodong has real power. But then, the governor of Jiliao will be the governor. It will no longer exist. Moreover, after Hong Chengqiu's open and unannounced visits, it was found that the most serious greed of money and silver was in the eastern Lining region. The imperial court allocated more than 500 tals of silver each year. Actually, 2 million tals were effectively implemented. Most of them were used by officials and generals at all levels, divided up. Regardless of the level of official position, every Liodi general was involved more or less, and the money used to privatize his troops, on the surface is the army of the court, in fact only obeyed the orders of one of them. If there is war, opportunistic, illegal escapers have become commonplace. The local generals used the silver of greedy ink to win over the direct soldiers. Most ordinary soldiers were left in the cold. They would secretly thank the soldiers when they received half of their monthly salaries. The soldiers at the bottom were all eating and waiting to die. Such a curved surface faced the eastern captives. Iron cavalry. How can you win the battle? Affected by Sun Chengzong's strategic thinking of Liao soldiers guarding the Liao soil and raising the Liao people, the local soldiers wanted to garrison the land while defending against the enemy. Although they were based in dotted fortresses, although they might be more than sticking to them, they were never enterprising. Due to the lack of field combat capabilities of the Liaodong Ming army, Lao Sun Tu's 2 guards, 3 institutes and 27 forts eventually turned into tactical islands, and the King army could destroy them one by one. Just pull out the 2 nails of Niniyuan and Jinsu. It was said that it was to farm the fields on the spot and fight to support the war. However, the military expenditure has remained high year after year. The fortresses were built everywhere in the Liuxi corridor. However, the role of restraining the King army was not played at all. People entered the customs by a detour. It has become a decoration like Maginot's line of defense. After the soldiers had their wives and children, they lost their minds in fighting. They all like to live a comfortable life and don't want to fight with the King army anymore. It is this wrong idea that not only caused the crops to be looted by others, but also the wives and children in the end did not keep it. In a king's opinion, what should I do? The old Hongtu is still very accurate in finding the problem. To find a solution, we still need to brainstorm. You can listen to his suggestions first. His Majesty, in my humble opinion, you must first send someone who understands the frontier affairs and the Lining affairs. It is best to send someone who has served in Liaodong to serve as the governor. If there is no major issue, you do not need to be replaced. Secondly, transfer the guest soldiers from all over the customs. Go to the western part of Lining to strengthen the defense and strengthen the combat power of the western part of the Lining line. Furthermore, Several Liao generals and tribes will be tuned into the past to prevent them from turning into the enemy. Fu Zonglong had done it in the position of Governor Jiliao. Hong Chengqiu believed that his ability was good. If the prince could reuse it, it would not be able to stabilize the defense line in the west of Lining. He just didn't know whether the prince had a candidate in his mind, so he did not bluntly recommend it. The imperial court can mobilize troops from Shanqian and Beasley to assist Liadong, giving full play to the characteristics of guests are good at warfare and native soldiers can defend. It can increase its troops by 20,000 every year, and it will be a very powerful force for 5 years. The 6 local generals in Liadong can at least transfer 2 of them into the past to encircle and suppress gangsters in various places. The vacant positions will be filled by the generals in the pass. There are no outsiders here, so Hong Chengqiu can express his opinions directly. These words are distrust of the generals of Liuxi. In his opinion, selfish local generals will ruin this area outside the pass sooner or later. Such speculation is by no means alarmist. If the generals are afraid of death, they will not be able to defeat the enemy. If the soldiers are greedy for life, they will inevitably surrender. If the King army assembles a large army to besiege Ninayuan and Jinzu in the next year, and the Ming army goes to rescue, the reinforcements must be completely wiped out. If it is not saved, these 2 cities will inevitably fall. It is a dead end to save or not. The war broke out suddenly, and the localities were in frequent emergency, and they were bound to be overwhelmed. Someone from the court took the opportunity to fall into the pit, or would be sent to jail or even the head of the king. Fortunately, the prince had transferred himself back to the capital and finally avoided this scourge. Well, Hong Aking is right. This palace will seriously consider the countermeasures. The successor to the governor has already made arrangements in this palace, that is, the king is in Jin. There have always been 2 big gangs in the west of Lining. One is the Sun family, advocating the establishment of a vertical defense system from Jinzu to Shanhaiguan, and using dotted fortresses to counter the advance of the king army. The other is the royal family, which used Shanhaiguan as the line of defense, built a horizontal line of defense, gathered people from all walks of life in the west of Lining, and formed a heavy army group to fight to the death with the king army in Shanhaiguan. Both methods have their pros and cons. At present, Yoji only knows that the old grandson's strategy has completely failed, because the court simply does not have so much money to defend him. So he will not be held accountable if he wants to sacrifice his life and serve the country. In order to raise the money, the Ming army in the northwest was forced to rebel. Jiang Xian's Hong has not been killed until now. He has become an alien in Daming's stomach. He will burst out at any time. The initiator of such a big hole is the old man. Sun Head. Sun Chengzong's strategy is not very effective because it can't save enough field troops as mobile forces to rescue between the fortresses. Because the king army concentrates absolute, superior forces to fight more and less. A fortress will face 10 times or even more. 10 times the enemy's siege. Without building a bastion fortress, as long as the king army with many artillery is willing to casualties, the Ming army's fortresses outside the pass will inevitably be eradicated by the enemy one by one. Even if you don't fight hard, you can get what you want as long as you fight with a spot. The Battle of Daling is the most typical example. After the siege, the king army began to dig a trench around the city 3 miles away from the city. The depth and width were both 1 foot. A wall of 1 foot high was built outside the trench to block internal and external contact, so that the Ming cavalry could not go out of the city to meet the reinforcements. The army cut off the connection between the defenders in the city and the outside world. This means that the king army has secured a victory, because the Ming army is completely incapable of defeating the king army in a field battle. As long as the Ming army dares to support it, it will inevitably encounter an ambush halfway. The Huangdaiji, who advocates the trinity of walking, cavalry, and artillery tactics, defeated the 40,000 Ming army in battle, and the general reinforcement was Wu Sangwi's father Wu Xiang. For Sun Chengzong's vertical fortress tactics to succeed, The only feasible way is to build coastal cities. As a result, Huang Tiji couldn't let his hands go down into the sea to dig trenches, no matter how powerful they were. Secondly, the Ming dynasty reinforcements do not need to worry about being ambushed by the Qing army halfway through, and can continuously enter the city directly from the sea. As long as the Ming army can guarantee the safety of the lifeline at sea, it is impossible for the Qing army to encircle any coastal city except in winter. There is food and soldiers in the city, the wounded can be transported away in time, reinforcements can be in place at any time, and morale will naturally not be low. Even if it was besieged in winter, enough food had been stored in the city. The Qing army was not afraid of the cold, so let's surround it. The waters of the west of Lining were also frozen for 3 months. After the beginning of spring, the Ming army's warships could gallop freely on the sea again, and the braids were staring. Therefore, Sun Chengzong's defensive tactics were only the bottom tactics, and Wang Zhejian's decisive battle tactics of increasing troops were not the best tactics. Assuming that the annual salary of Lining must be 5 million tals, and 100 tals of them are used to recruit and train 20,000 new recruits. In 5 years, a large army of about 100,000 can be formed. If the cost can be saved, the military strength will be higher. More. In addition to the original soldiers and horses in Liadong, the total strength is about 150,000 to 200,000. No matter how big the appetite of the Darking Wangshi is, it is impossible to eat this heavy group in one bite. If you implement such a tactic, you don't have to worry about losing your troops in the area north of Jinzhou, let alone draining boxes of silver. Since the quality of individual soldiers is not good, the solution is to desperately increase the number, and change the amount to induce a qualitative change. Even if the qualitative change is not possible, it can more or less offset the enemy's superiority. If 100,000 is not enough, then 200,000. If 200,000 is not enough, then 500,000. Yoji didn't believe that 500,000 piles passed, so that Wang Zhejian's command could suddenly collapse. The purpose of this is to drag the great King Master into a protracted war of attrition. If you don't want to come, I will defend against the coast, disgusting you. Yoji's tactics are very simple. It is to use naval guns to cover, and to deal with braids in coastal areas. You will take a detour to enter the pass. I will recognize it. Chapter 165. The Right Arm. His Royal Highness is wise. Wang Zhejian is the best candidate. Regarding qualifications, Wang Zhejian even overpowered the Emperor Sun Chengzong. Hong Chengchu believed that he was incomparable, and he had to be courteous to meet 3 points. He has been a Minister of War, and has skipped Liadong. He is even more familiar with frontier affairs. It would be great if he could take up his post. When I think about it, this predecessor was able to shake off those Liadong generals who were pregnant with ghosts by virtue of his former fame. When Hong Chengchu was in Shanhaiguan, he had already noticed that there was a big tail below him, but he hadn't moved. The example of Yuan Shongwen killing Mao Wenlong is still vivid, and Hong Chengchu deliberately organized military affairs after the beginning of spring, just before he had time to proceed. He received the imperial decree from the capital and had to return to the court immediately. Border military affairs. This palace also knows a little bit. Freezing 3 feet is not a day's cold, and it cannot be corrected overnight. It must be done slowly. A king can say such a heartfelt remark, which shows the loyalty to the emperor to serve the country. I am very relieved. When the head of Lao Wang takes office, Yoji can throw the pot to his uncle, and let the head of Lao Wang play the strategy game of stew in iron pot. Wang Zhejian is a senior expert on Papa Donglu. There are ways to spend money as well as ways to save money. When he arrives in the capital, he will discuss it carefully. Hong Chengchu said that he would transfer Liao Jiang and his troops to the pass, indicating that he had sensed that the outside team of the pass was no longer reliable and might surrender to the enemy due to defeat at any time, or surrender without a fight. Being able to make such an evaluation of his opponent's general also means that the old Hong Tu's conscience is almost still in the Ming court, and he has no plans to take refuge in the new master. or even stand on his own. That being the case, this product can still be used with confidence, as long as he engages in the line he is best at. Whether it is loyal or not, one can look at the number of beheaded gangsters and then make an assessment. It's just the Zongzai offering loyalty to play. Hong Chengqiu immediately bowed his hands to show his sincere heart. This is a matter of the minister's responsibility. If your highness orders, the minister will go through water and fire, and he will not hesitate. If the emperor really fails, the prince will inherit the Datong and become the emperor. Although it is a rebellion to think so, this is the situation in the royal family right now. How clever Hong Chengqiu was. He received the imperial decree first, and then saw the emperor. After thinking about it, he had a perfect way to advance or retreat in his heart. Yoji and Yanshan waved his hands with satisfaction. Hong Aking does not need to be so polite. You and Sun Aking are both the pillars of my Ming and the right arm of the palace. Originally, the palace recalled Aking not for the current rebellion, but just by chance. The camp temporarily turned to each other last night. Now that the two Akings are already present, the palace can elaborate on the plan before the summer. As for the 5 scum in the Beijing camp, even if the force is twice as strong as that of the Yonghuai camp, they can't beat Huang Degong's troops. Fortunately, they rebelled in time, just in time for the Qin soldiers to garrison outside the city, and were exposed and beaten by the northwestern men. Otherwise, waiting for the 2 big commanders to lead their troops to the south, Jiaifus troops are limited. They can still jump for a few more days. No matter what the matter is, your highness will give your orders, and the ministers will listen carefully. Don't dare to refuse. Since he is leading the way and the Beijing rebellion is behind, the prince has more important things to do on his own. Yoji then said roughly what he had revealed to the old grandson. The palace has received a report. Jiang Xian's Hong, who is now in the northern part of Huguang and the 5th camp of Jezuo, conspired to rebel against the imperial court in early May. Jiang Xian's Hong had also kept secret before. After approaching Li Ziking promised that after Jiang Xian's Hong raised his troops, he would enter Henan to recruit troops and echoed with him. The palace is determined to preemptively assemble more than 100,000 soldiers, go south to encircle and suppress this gangster, and eliminate all the gangsters who have troubled Ming dynasty for many years. Yang Jinkao took a 2-arm-wide map and spread it out on the table. The map included eastern Sakhan, southeastern Shaanxi, central southern Henan, southwest Anhui, northwest Jiangxi, and the vast area of Huguang. It took nearly 5 hours for Yoji to complete this huge map with a panoramic view of the geographic coordinates. After the meeting is over, the embroiderer can embroider a few more copies, and it is easy to turn it into a silk version. Keep it. Hong Chengqiu was terrified when he heard the words. It is no easy task to wipe out so many rogues in one fell swoop, but the big talk had already been said before, and he had to bite the bullet and promise. The minister is willing to take away this great trouble for your highness. If the prince wants to wipe out these tens of thousands of surrendered bandits, how many soldiers and horses need to be mobilized to kill them all? How much food, grass, and money will be consumed from this? Where do these soldiers, silver and luggage come from? Yoji saw that the eyes of this product were similar to those of Sun Quanting a few days ago. They were worried that people and money would not be enough, so he comforted and said, Hong Aking don't have to worry about it. It's almost there. By the end of the year, the 2 Akings can pay 300,000 taels of silver each month. The grain and grass are provided in full according to the strength of the army. If the thief is killed, the reward of silver is not counted. Sun Aking is the commander of the West Route Army, mainly to deal with the revolution. The 5th Battalion from the left and Liu Urukai's department. Hong Aking is the commander of the East Army. He must annihilate Jiang Xian's Hong's army, and finally achieve an encirclement of the Iron Wall, so that the gangsters will be wiped out in the Huguang area. Dushui is a first-rank officer who only cares about military affairs, regardless of political affairs, can be dedicated to chasing down the bandits. If the time expires, the war will be postponed to next year, and the monthly payment will drop to 200,000 taels. Right now, The money in his hand is not too much, but it is enough to support it until the end of the year. The monthly budget of 600,000 tals for suppressing invaders, a total of 5.4 million tals in 9 months, is still enough for a certain prince. Not to mention the money, even if you add another 4 or 5 million tals of silver, as long as the main force of the bandits can be wiped out before the end of next year, it will be a great happy event. In total, Hong Chengchu was able to draw 300,000 tals of silver per month, which was a lot. The prince had also spent his money in order to eliminate the gangsters. This is a huge investment and must be carefully planned. Yoji continued, if these 3 gangsters fight stubbornly, the 2 A-kings can join forces and encircle them. If they are dispersed and break through, they can arrange their own headquarters. The men and horses are chasing, the palace only provides food and wages, and does not interfere with the command, waiting for the good news in Beijing. According to the current situation of the enemy and us, the palace believes that it must be fortified in Changnan, Zhenan, Xuanyang, and Pinglai in Shaanxi, defended by Zhao Wengyuan, Zhuo Ming, Xiao Shinding, and Zhang Yingyi, defensive in Xikuan, Neixiang, Zhenping, Nanyang, Dengzhou, Xinai, Tangxian, Biang, Tongbai, Xinyang and other places in Henan to cut off the gangsters who were fleeing. The road is guarded by Zhang Guoqin, Hu Duai, Chen Yongfu, Liu Guonin, Li Wangqing, and Wang Xiao. In addition, Mu Wenzhou and Jiang Mingwu are assigned to guard the East of Faith. A certain prince would not scribble on a map he had painstakingly created. At most, he would use a sewing needle to insert the names of the generals on it for easy identification. Sun A-king will lead the 4 generals, He Rinlong, Zhuo Guangxian, Zheng Jiadong, and Nu Cheng'u, as well as the Bei Guanjun, Shai Shiwa, Yangda, and Fango and troops to the south. The dragon of Hu Guang and Ximingshi will all listen to you. Hong A-king can bring Wang Pu, Tang Tong, and Li Fuming to the south. Zhuo Liangu, Miao Yukai, Zhang Renxiu, Liu Zeking, Yang Yufan, Feng-u, and Horse Department are all under the command of Hong A-king, including Chen Hongfan's subordinate under Ma Tingbao and Ma Tingbao. Xiqizuo Department. With this arrangement, Sun Quanting has 10 generals, and Hong Chengchu has also assembled 10 generals, and the escaped General Mark is transferred back from Shanhaiguan to fight the stray bandits directly. In this way, roughly more than 100,000 troops have been gathered, and the share of the empty salary has been eliminated. If all of them are counted, it may exceed 150,000. The military strength is equivalent to more than twice that of the gangsters, and the encirclement and suppression efforts are unprecedented. If the Zongtsai cannot raise troops in advance, the official army still has a great chance of winning. His Royal Highness made such an arrangement so that the robbers would not be able to go north, but the ministers felt that the south and west forces seemed to be weaker. Hong Chengchu didn't dare to say that the prince had no intention of deploying defenses in these 2 directions at all. He pushed heavy troops from the north, seeming to drive the robbers to the south, and he mentioned it carefully in order to avoid angering the prince. Yoji, of course, knew the loopholes in his arrangement, and explained, Fu Zonglong is in charge of Sichuan, and the palace is known to mobilize his troops to guard the passage to Sichuan with him. Qinliang's White Rod Army can be used as the defensive corps. You don't need to fortify. You just need to handle the important places such as Xianyang, Yukeng, and Jingzhou. For one thing, the court does not have more troops to encircle the gangsters. Secondly, it is better for the gangsters to go south than to go north. Our palace has learned from the fairy world that the next 3 years will be north. There will be a severe drought. Once the robbers re-enter the north, they can swell to hundreds of thousands in a few months. How can A-king get rid of it as soon as possible? Once Jiang Xian's Hong or Jezuo 5th camp was allowed to enter Henan or return to Shangqian, then they would not be 350,000 horses, but 300,000 or 500,000 troops, and they would turn from a single spark into a huge fire. At that time, if all the troops of the whole country are transferred, they are not necessarily beaten. The rollover accident that year is about to repeat itself. Yoji doesn't want to see the crooked neck tree in advance. It turned out that Hong Chengchu hurriedly apologized to the prince. The minister is dull, and I hope your highness will forgive me. Since the prince said so, the courtiers would act like this, and he didn't want the gangsters to be suppressed more and more, and finally to the point where there were more than the officers and soldiers. It is not easy to compress the gangsters to such a scale. If they can be exploited, their numbers will inevitably rebound back, and the results of years of encirclement and suppression will be in vain. Looking at Sun Quanting's expression, he seemed to be convinced of the prince's words. Hong Chengchu had just arrived in Beijing and he was still unclear about most of the changes, so he couldn't say much. In particular, Hong Chengchu knows nothing about what the prince has learned from the fairy world. At present, he only knows that the beef ramen from the fairy world is delicious. It's okay, Hong Eking just arrived, and I don't know anything about what happened in the capital recently. I have been exhausted all the way, but I can rest first. After I recover my mind, it is not too late for the palace to discuss with Eking a strategy to suppress the invaders. The old Hong Tu was almost 50 years old. He ran for 700 miles and his bones were all broken. After the physical work, he still had to do mental work, so he couldn't toss people with great energy. The minister has good muscles and bones, and his physical strength is very good. Even if your royal highness has something to do, you can only wait for his highness oracle, and the ministers can enter the city to annihilate the thieves. There was still a very clear sound of cannons from the outer city, indicating that the king's suppression camp had not yet ended. If it were to rest at this time, Hong Chengchu would have been a fuss after so many years of officialdom. No matter what, he would have to do his best. I don't know what Eking knows. This palace informs all the troops in advance. If you kill a thief soldier, you can get a dozen silvers. The enemy outside the city returns to Sun Eking's kin soldiers, and the enemy inside the city returns to Huang Degong's brave guard. Eking, if the army is in battle, it will misunderstand others. And it will also be afraid of hurting the innocent, because all ordinary soldiers need to wear a white scarf to facilitate identification. With the reward amount, it is estimated that Qin Bing would have killed the Red Eye outside the city. Whoever dared to grab the head with them would be really fatal. There is no news that the other 5 lieutenants of the 3 major battalions have been killed, which may indicate that they are still chasing them behind their ass. Yoji also wanted to stimulate the 4 soldiers from the back. They eat meat, so you can't even drink the soup. Only in this way can they arouse their desire to win, and when they see the reward order from the rogue, they can automatically go to battle and kill the enemy consciously. Otherwise, just like Zhuo Liang, you can fight if you can, and you can run if you can't. Then there is no time to wipe out all the rogues. If it hadn't been for your highness to remind him in time, the minister would have almost caused a big mistake, and the minister would have to examine himself and restrain him. Hong Chengchu felt a little fortunate at once, but fortunately, he had already strictly ordered the men and horses not to move lightly before entering the city. Otherwise, once they go out to attack, it will definitely cause Qin Bing to kill his own soldiers. If the casualties on both sides are too high and the conflict is intensified, it may become a conflagration between tribes. Such a thing will happen at the feet of the emperor, which is absolutely impossible. It doesn't matter if you don't get the credit for the rescue, as long as you don't make a big mistake in front of the prince. Sun Quanting was here. If his troops rushed to attack the Thai soldiers, the news would spread into the palace, and he would not be able to hold it on his face. Yoji waved his hand very kindly, and smiled unconcernedly. No problem, Eking doesn't need to blame herself. The rebellion launched by the Beijing camp was sudden, and it has nothing to do with Eking's arrival in Beijing. Eking can lead the army as soon as possible. Coming, it has already been regarded as defending the capital, and the mother and the palace are very pleased. By the way, how about Lington? The palace also plans to make Lington a first-class imperial wife. Officials' regular wives can be named Mrs. Fuming and their mothers can be named Mrs. Fuming Tai. Hong Chengchu is a great filial son, And the best way to win over such people is to raise a mother's identity. Let this guy feel that a certain prince values their mother and son very much, so that they can do their best to do things for themselves. Old Hong Ta's mother was also a very loyal woman. After the traitor was surrendered, she cut off contact with her and refused to enjoy the support of this son. Driven by him, the Hong family almost all drew a clear line with Hong Chengqiu, making him truly a member of his wife and concubine. Hong Chengqiu knelt on the ground immediately when he heard the words, and bowed his head to salute. The minister has been deeply loved by the Holy Family, and the minister will thank the Holy Grace on behalf of his mother. Don't dare to be loved by His Highness again. Mrs. Yipin's name is very famous, and she is not very powerful, but it is very important that she can discount the dog legs of a certain traitorous son. Yoji watched quietly, without letting Hong Chengqiu get up. After a pause, he said, "If this palace doesn't seal Lingteng, then it will be Feng Aking." One sentence omitted is, Aking really wants to make this palace unacceptable? Throughout the ages, if someone has really reached the point of being a master of power, then death is not far away. Chapter 166, Dawn of Reason. 20 generals on the front line participated in the encirclement and suppression of the robbers entrenched in the northwest of Hunan and Guangxi, and there were more than 10 generals defending in Shaanxi, Henan, Sakhan, and Anhui. A total of more than 30 generals were about to be deployed. This battle of unprecedented scale, both the number of generals and the size of their forces, surpassed the Songjin War that determined the fate of the Ming and Qing dynasties 3 years later. In fact, this encirclement and suppression is the most important thing. If it can win quickly, the Datong dynasty will be able to recover its vitality as soon as possible. If it is difficult to hit the robbers severely this year, then in the next 5 years, they will face the passive situation of sparks. The more favorable thing is that for the encirclement and suppression of gangsters, a certain prince believes that the official army has more than 70% chance of winning. First, the gangsters were not allowed to preemptively this time. Even if they were aware of it, the officers and soldiers were already ready to fight. Second, the number of officers and troops involved in the encirclement and suppression is much greater than in history, and they will be more efficient if they are commanded by 2 powerful commanders. Third, after being equipped with a conscientious artillery, the official army has an absolute advantage in firepower and can easily suppress the rogue. In addition, Yoji will continue to offer rewards. Since all gangsters are not in the standard military uniforms of the Beijing camp, in order to avoid killing good, ordinary soldiers will not be rewarded. Only the top thieves on the list will be killed. Will get 10,000 tals of silver. To get a huge amount of silver, the generals had to work hard to get rid of the big bosses. Among them, Jiang Xian's Hong had the highest reward, reaching 150,000 tals of silver, and Liu Rukai took the second place with 100,000 tals. The old roundworms from Jezuo Yuiying, Ma Shuiying, Jilian He Yilong, Zuojin King He Jin, Ruler Yuxo, and Shishi Wanglin were cultivated, and their heads were worth 50,000 tals of silver. The desolate Li Ziking was waiting in the mountains for the good news of Zongcai for loyalty, but it was also equivalent to the thieves of the 5th camp of Jezuo. His subordinates were Liu Tikhan, Yuan Zongdai, Liu Zongmin, Huan Shaosu, Gao Yaigong, and Tenhu Arlong. Everyone is worth 10,000 tals. In comparison, Lij, who is short of soldiers and horses, is the best delivery service, but at present, I don't know which corner of the horn is hidden. I have to send someone to search the mountain. If I can't find it, I just set it on fire. Among the 3 gangs in northern Huguang, Jiang Xian's Hong's fighting force is the strongest, and Sun Qiang and other generals are also very advanced. But to eat this piece of fat requires a good pair of teeth. The 5th battalion of Jezuo is like 5 eels. When they encounter a strong enemy, they will be broken into pieces and scattered to break through. If the enemy is weak, they will attack and bite fiercely, so it is not easy to deal with them. Liu Rukai, nicknamed Cao Cao, is not only scheming, but also good at communication. Among the gangsters, He is the best person. Many people give him face. When the moment of life and death is really at stake, the nearby thieves will not ignore him. Hong Chengchu's task is very arduous, to deal with Jiang Xian's Hong, who is the best combatant among the gangsters. It is very necessary to draw him in properly. The minister has not done anything, so I would never dare to bear such love from His Highness on behalf of my mother. As he was about to rush to the battlefield, the prince wanted to show his favor to himself. Hong Chengchu understood very well, but the title of Mrs. Yipin Ming was indeed a bit too dazzling. King doesn't need to shirk anymore. If you are grateful, let's kill Jiang Ni for this palace. When the triumphant triumph, this palace will give King a 2-month holiday so that King will return to Fujian's hometown to show her filial piety. You can't take back what you say, especially this kind of thing. Just to remind the big toad, your old wood is also loyal to the court. You just look at it and do it yourself. The minister will do his best for His Highness, and he will die. At this point, Hong Chengchu had to accept the kindness of the prince, and if he wanted to repay the divine grace, there was only one way left. Anyway, it doesn't cost much, so I will give a gold plaque, and at most 2 jade bracelets will be finished. You can buy people's hearts at such a low price. Of course Yoji is willing to do it. And then he smiles. Okay, flatter yourself, kill the pirates, return to the pirates. King should be loyal to the Ming dynasty, and by the way, you can often eat beef ramen. Although there are southern snacks in the south at this time, there are also several well-known noodles, but the taste of ramen in a certain prince is obviously overwhelming similar products of this era. Hearing the steps the prince gave him, Hong Chengchu hurriedly got up to take the stubble and said, His Royal Highness is extremely true. This immortal realm beef ramen is an extraordinary noodle, and it is indeed the first one in the world. Other matters need to be divided into 3, 6 or 9 grades, but when it comes to eating, from the chief assistant and generals to the eunuchs and court ladies and ordinary soldiers, they are all qualified to make irresponsible remarks. The 3 idiots who ate noodles with him hummed as they ate, just like pigs, and they didn't feel addicted. They still had to eat garlic, thanks to the reminder from the waiter next to them. If after eating, the prince asked them about their affairs in the west of Lining, and your mouth was full of bad breath, then, are there any brothers and children in King's family who have never been an official? By the way, Yoji would like to ask Big Toad about the situation at home, which is considered to be more caring for him. His Royal Highness, there are a few brothers and nephews who are stubborn by nature and have never joined an official position. They do some small businesses. Hong Chengchu didn't know why the prince asked such questions, but he could only answer truthfully. Wouldn't he have to reward several officials for doing it? My palace intends to open this ramen restaurant to Fujian. I want to open a restaurant in King's hometown. The income must pay 20% of the income. The remaining 70% is the cost of joining the ramen restaurant. The remaining 50% goes to King's family. It seems that the Hong family is the best partner in the Fujian area, even surpassing the old Zheng who runs the train with his mouth full. He should live his little sex life in the country. How does this make it? His Royal Highness has already favored the minister and the Hong family, and the whole family is grateful to His Royal Highness. How dare to seek personal gain? Who dares to do business with the prince? An inattention is a serious crime of full-fledged copy cutter. The prince earns 30%, and he earns 50%. Even if this ratio is reversed, Hong Chengchu will be frightened. That's it. My palace intends to open ramen restaurants all over the country, and I don't know any reliable people. If King doesn't intend to help my palace, who can I trust in the world? My palace is only responsible for it. To provide formulas, personnel, and training, King's family must provide supporting resources such as funds, venues, tableware, etc., and have to bear their own risks. Therefore, 50% of the profit is not much. This is also a fixed proportion that the palace intends to implement everywhere. Because King is a minister of the arm, she will be inclined. You can rest assured, after the operation manual is written and the chefs have mastered the ramen technology, Yoji can lie down and collect money for 100,000 tals a year. This is called a certain prince's daily life, and the taste is even more beautiful than ramen. At this time, the vast area south of the Yangtze River has not been affected by the war in the north, and the life is very comfortable. For the middle and upper class people, in addition to the necessary work, every day is left for eating, drinking and having fun. Making money with ramen is equivalent to mosquito legs, but no matter how small the meat is, it is also meat. If you can't open a few more shops, you can squeeze the money out of the pockets of the local tyrants. The more the better. The minister still feels that 50% is too much. Hong Chengchu didn't dare to take the big shot. Doing business with the prince was nothing more than trying to seek skin with a tiger, and he had to be careful everywhere. Not much, not much. The house has something to say first. If you make money, everyone will share it, and you will lose the money. The Hong family will bear it. What a certain prince took out was all soft power, and he had to rely on his partners for things like throwing money, and they were the ones who had to pay for it. Anyway, this palace gives you 50% of the profit. It is your own business how your family divides it, whether to eat it alone or evenly. Yes, the minister will inform the brothers in the family so that he knows them well. And don't dare to damage your highness' interests. Hong Chengchu felt that even if he paid for it out of his own pocket, he had to make up the prince's share, and it was impossible to report the prince's business loss. Even if you lose money, I won't lose anything. As long as you operate normally according to the manual written by the palace, the taste of ramen will not be bad. If Hong King finds it delicious, it is not difficult for the noodle shop to make a profit. He opened a noodle restaurant in his hometown, and his elders and villagers would also visit and patronize. Quanzhou is the trading port of the Datong dynasty. There are many wealthy people. If Hong Chengchu, who has tasted the delicacies of mountains and seas, would like to eat this flavor of ramen, it is not difficult to grab the appetite of the local tyrants. A bowl only costs 50 cents. For those local tyrants worth hundreds of thousands or even a million tals of silver, the money is really a fraction of a buck. Hu Peng Huan Yu will come to a dozen bowls with meat, and even make a reservation. Easy. Shi Kitchen is not talking about it. This beef ramen is really the best noodle in the world. Chen thinks he has eaten more than a dozen kinds of noodles, but he has never eaten such a delicious noodles. After using 2 bowls, he is still not enough. When it comes to the taste of noodles, Hong Chengchu seems to have confidence in this business. If he evaluates it according to the taste, there is indeed no reason to lose money. The court officials like it, and the gentry people have no reason to refuse. I dare not say anywhere else. If you play the Hong family's signature in Quanzhou, the folks will give themselves a little bit of face. If the taste is similar to the noodles they use in the palace, there is absolutely no reason to lose money in the business, and there may be more customers. Sun King is from Shankian. I know that Shankian people are delicious noodles. I don't know how Sun King commented on this noodles. Yoji doesn't say how delicious his ramen is. If it's useful, you have to ask people who have eaten it to evaluate it. Even if you find a few eunuchs and palace ladies who have eaten it, they are more convincing than self-proclaimed. The minister has eaten many noodles in Shankian, Gifu and other places, and he believes that Mr. Hong is right. This beef ramen is worthy of the world's first noodles. The noodles are elastic. The beef is tender, and the soup is delicious. The extremely peculiar fragrance makes people linger and want to stop. The noodle experts in the imperial court are the old grandsons, not to mention the only ones. They must be a few of them, because their hometown is mainly noodles, and they are definitely senior gluttons. Sun Quanting didn't know why he wanted to eat even when he was full. Later, he figured out that it was the peculiar smell that was causing trouble. Yoji couldn't help laughing when he heard the words, and thought, you smell less, smell too much, and burp before you eat. That's good. Then Sun King can also open a beef noodle restaurant in his hometown, which may have limited passenger flow, So you can open it in the more prosperous Taiyuan mansion first. Using Raymond to show good people around you is probably the cheapest investment. If you give me a pill and iron voucher, the intangible investment will be valuable. Chen would not dare to expect this extravagantly. This was originally to evaluate whether the noodles were delicious or not, but it became openly asking the prince for benefits. Sun Quanting hurriedly got up to salute and clarify the misunderstanding. Aching doesn't have to be like this. My palace also intends to open a store in Shangqian, but looking at the Sanjin area, who can I trust besides Aching? If even Aching is unwilling to help, wouldn't my palace become a lonely family? Hong Aching agreed. Sun Aching won't refuse this palace, will he? Raymond will enter Shangqian sooner or later, and Sun Quanting is the most reliable partner in this place. The minister is grateful. Thank the Holy Grace, you must do your best. It is said that it is a cooperative business. In fact, it is the reward given by the prince to the two right-hand men. It is impossible to make a few hundred gills of silver each year. No one who is an official at this level is a fool. Sun Quanting and Hong Chengchu looked at each other and they understood. Even if you are dismissed by the court due to unfavorable combat in the future, you will still have a proper income after returning home. B flat. What this palace said is nothing more than expressing a meaning. As long as the two Love Kings serve the country faithfully, this palace can eliminate the worries of the two Love Kings, and there is nothing at home before they can fight on the front line with peace of mind. If the task of suppressing the bandits in the south is done well, Shanqian and Fujianjing can give it to you. Even if you only open 10 noodle restaurants, you can steadily drop thousands of gills of silver each year. This is a complete income for you. How you want to spend it, it's all right. This is already very straightforward. Yoji would not tell ordinary people to the outside. What he said was all righteousness, and that was all idiots. With these two people, there is no need to hide and tangle. Go straight, concise and concise. It's best. Sun Quanting may be better. Big Toad can't wait to have 3 eyes. To deal with this kind of person, you can only understand the reason and use money to conquer it. If you add a few Yangtze thin horses, the odds of winning should be even better. Big. Your Highness, please rest assured, the minister will do his best. The minister vowed to eradicate the pirates to the death, and protect me, Daming Jiangshan community. That's all right. There is nothing to give right now, just give the 2 fans, with the poem written by my palace on them. Yoji asked Yang Jinkao to take 2 large folding fans and gave them to his right arm. Hong Chengchu opened his eyes and looked at it again, shocked in his heart, and immediately admired. This poem is heroic and extraordinary. It is a masterpiece that shocks the past and the present. Your Majesty, with this ambitious ambition, I am inevitable. ZTE is booming. There was a mother who taught from a young age and was instructed by her mentor to say that she was so talented, but Hong Chengchu thought that there were few talented people in the court who could compete with him. However, this poem by the prince is concerned about the country and the people, and it implies a feeling of grief and anger that has not been rewarded. Reading it will make people burst into blood, determined to serve the country, and is comparable to a master's work. After talking with the prince for a long time, Hong Chengchu discovered that the prince was not like a 10-year-old child at all. Whether it was talking or thinking, he was far more than an adult, and he even had to be careful about himself. It is reasonable for someone to make suggestions behind the scenes. It is nothing more than Empress Zhu and those in the East Palace who have spoken and read. But the manners and expressions of adults cannot be learned by children. The prince's words and deeds are exactly the same as those of adults, except that his body is much different. Is it really an eye-opener when he returns from a study tour in the fairy world? Otherwise, the beef ramen will not be explained, and so will the poem written on the fan. We still have to work together with the 2 Achings. Hong Aching has just arrived in Beijing and has no idea what happened in the past few days. After all the big and small things are finished, I can give Hong Aching a general introduction. I have been going up for 3 days. What happened in these 3 days? I am afraid that people who have not experienced it personally will feel the same as dreaming when they hear it. Unfortunately, Yang Jinkao happened to be an eyewitness and witnessed such a grand occasion. Chapter 167, The Secret. With the permission of the prince, Yang Jinkao can naturally summarize what happened these days like a storyteller, including anecdotes such as the confiscation of honorable honors, the elders of the Shij, the imprisonment of Yang Sicheng, the cleaning up of Chen Biqian and Li Jixi, the going to a banquet at Yang Shikeng's mansion, and the exemption of 3 rates, the resumption of 3 taxes, the provision of food for work, the construction of cities and the reclamation of land. There is no need for him to add oil and jealousy, because these things are just as fascinating as ordinary stories full of fantasy colors. Especially the Huangdi who blatantly deceived the emperor, really can be described as the first god in the more than 200 years of the Ming dynasty. A certain prince believed that the court officials who had been punished had not missed it since the attack. All those who should be killed were those who deserved the crime, and the possessions copied were counted in units of 10,000 tals. The rest of the ministers who were arguing with him, even if they said too much, would go to the mountain to mine at best. This lenient and self-disciplined style of exercise is far from being called the name of a king. Hearing what Yang Jinkao said, Hong Chengqiu couldn't help being shocked again and again. He was so surprised that he opened his mouth for a long time without noticing it. He was completely immersed in it, unable to extricate himself. Unexpectedly, when the prince was young, he was able to do such a world-shaking thing. The future is really limitless. From this point of view, the prince at the time of Huangku does have the characteristics of a generation of Ming Jun. If the prince really meets Emperor Taizagao in the immortal world, is killed by his ears, and brings back a large number of advanced academics, Daming Zongxing is really just around the corner. The confiscation of the wealth of many nobles and ministers, presumably, the annual income that has plagued the court for many years can also be relieved to a certain extent. The prince's willingness to take out 600,000 tals of silver a month to suppress the invaders is the most obvious signal. Hong Chengqiu estimated that the total amount of gold and silver that could not be copied could exceed 5 million tals. In this way, the money paid to the coup could be settled. As long as the military budget is sufficient and the various ministries are free from worries, the soldiers will naturally fight bravely on the front line. It has nothing to do with him to copy this kind of thing. As long as the prince reuses him for a day, he will not do things like cunning rabbits and running dogs. My mother is about to get the title of Mrs. Yipin Zanming is the biggest piece, free of death gold medal. Knowing that the prince took the initiative to exempt the 3 taxes and advocated for the recollection of the 3 taxes, Hong Chengqiu felt a little bit worried about the prince's decree. Mineral taxes, sea taxes, and commercial taxes are not so easy to collect. They were collected as early as the Wanli period. As a result, they were strongly resisted by the southern gentry and merchants. The prince put the 3 taxes on the agenda again. Not very optimistic. As a native of Quanzhou, Hong Chengqiu is very aware of the virtues of maritime merchants. In the eyes of those people, the levying of maritime tax and commercial tax has moved the money in their pockets. Things will be counterproductive. It has become a common practice and trend for merchants to pay less or not to pay the 3 taxes, and they collude with local officials. The relationship is intricate and difficult to eradicate quickly. Without thunder means to reverse it, the practice of levying the 3 taxes in this dynasty may repeat itself. The past mistakes. As for the prince's exchange of Huangzhuang for gold mines, both the cabinet and the 6 ministries agreed. Hong Chengqiu would not comment on it. It is a good relief method to recruit a large number of gold mines. Because gold is dug out from gold mines, there is no need to worry about the market. The more people involved in mining, the greater the benefits to the hillside area, the lighter the burden on the court, and it can also increase revenue. It's a clever strategy that kills 2 birds with 1 stone. If Shandong and Shaanxi, the 2 severely affected areas, can implement the prince's relief work order in an orderly manner, the impact of the disaster in the north on Daming will at least be reduced by about half. And most of the disasters will not be there if they have a living plan. Thinking of rebuilding. It is about the lives and deaths of dozens or even millions of people. It would be extremely tricky for anyone to accept this matter, but the prince can easily resolve it. I have to say that it is very likely that it has really been instructed by the Emperor of the immortal world. Now it is about to go south to suppress the bandits. There are many officers, soldiers, sufficient food and drink, well-planned, and preemptive strike. If it can be determined by the first war, it will be able to forever end the troubles and completely quell the rebellion that has harmed Ming for many years. The war against the bandits will end before the end of the year. In the beginning of the spring next year, more than 100,000 troops will be transferred to the north to fully deal with the frequent entry and looting of the East bandits. This may change the unfavorable situation of Ming's passive beatings in the past 2 decades. While Big Toad was thinking carefully, Yoji was adding up, and there was one good news and one bad news. The good news is that I don't have to go to the morning tonight, and I can sleep in. It's really rare to get some free time. The bad news is that the war in the outer city is far from over, and I may be disturbed by the sound of guns and sleep very restlessly. With the assistance of Huang Degong and Sun Quanting, his little fortune was saved, and it was a secondary problem that he could not sleep well. And it didn't matter. There is also a smaller piece of bad news. Tomorrow should be a rest day. This is completely mixed up by the scum of the Beijing camp. Not only can't rest, but also let the waiters prepare some experimental equipment so that they can start refining sulfur, and by the way, cultivate the invincible green-haired cantaloupe of the universe. When General Yang Jinkao said that the land was about to be reached, Hong Chengqiu immediately sang his hands and praised the lower reaches of the temple to learn from the immortal world. Returning to the world of Ascaris will surely save all living things and protect us from the poison of the gangsters and the East. It is really a blessing for the court and the blessing of all people! Exclamation mark. After listening to Yang Jinko's dreamlike story meeting, Hong Chengqiu had already taken a look at the Crown Prince. It is true that one cannot make a conclusion based on his age. The Saint and the First Emperor have been in power for many years, and they have not had such an astonishing move. On the contrary, the prince can save the truth in 3 days, punish the rape and eliminate the evil, let the court update the atmosphere, and make millions of calamities depend on. It can be described as a hero. A king is overwhelmed. When he was in the immortal world, Grandpa Emperor Taizu ordered this palace to tell the 2 A-kings, "It's time to pretend to be a ghost." And this is the good thing that can sap his appetite. The minister Hong Chengqiu and Sun Quanting listened to the emperor's decree from Taizu. Whether it's true or not, you must listen to it seriously. The 2 important ministers directly knelt and kowtowed, especially the words of Taizu Ai. This is not something ordinary people can hear. Grandpa Taizu Wang said that the 2 A-kings have talents in ruling and commanding the army, and they will put their strength in supporting the mansion. Compared with Xu Die and Liu Boing in the past, as long as they are honest people and work steadily, they can die safely. Gongju, let's be flat. Originally, I wanted to say that you will be made earls if you eliminate the gangsters, which is of the same grade as the previous title of the cheap grandfather, but whether it can be eliminated as soon as possible, so I don't need to mention this for the time being, so that I don't feel itchy. Chending remembers the emperor's edict, self-denial, and self-cleanliness. Chending remembers the emperor's sacred edict, keeps integrity, guards against arrogance and impetuosity. It sounds like Emperor Taizugao's evaluation of himself is okay. Although he did not say the advantages and disadvantages, the content of the instructions is not deliberately refuted, and it is not difficult to do it. If it is true, then you can rely on it in the future. This is the creed of being a person and doing things. Pretending to be a god for 10 seconds and fooling around for a lifetime. Yoji said indifferently, "It's good for the 2 A-kings to understand. This palace believes that the 2 are upright, they must be able to agree with their words and deeds, and they are flat. Compared with the 2 A-kings, some people not so honest, let alone down-to-earth, eating imperial food, leading the silver, but half-hearted. Grandpa Emperor Taizu asked military teacher Liu Bowen to pinch and calculate. If there is no such thing as this palace, there are a lot of my general soldiers in the Ming dynasty. So, look. Yoji pushed the two envelopes in front of the table to the table for the two of them to fetch. The knowing Hong Chengqiu and Sun Quanting held them with both hands, and carefully took out the letter paper and looked through them. They were shocked. Liu Jin and Liu Bowen were known as nothing to lose. He was the #1 army division next to Emperor Taizagao. He helped Zhu Yuanzhang succeed in the northern expedition and established a dynasty in history that extended the rule of the previous dynasties from south to north, and then unified China. His estimated talent is said to be more than that of Zhu Zhiliang in the Three Kingdoms period and comparable to Zhang Liang, who assisted the emperor of the Han dynasty. Because of this, the two important ministers were shocked by the words on the letter paper, almost to the point of being out of control. Especially Sun Quanting couldn't believe that the few soldiers he brought out with his own hands would end up so unsightly. He Rinlong, Nu Chengwu, Zheng Jiadong, and Xiao Xinding all escaped. Zhuo Guingxian and Bai Guangjun, who had been recruited, were even more shameless. They dropped the thief. Gao Ji was killed by the spies. Only Zhuo Xunrang was considered regular. In the war, Yu Shiwei died at the hands of thieves. His Royal Highness, the minister, is ashamed to the Holy Family. Sun Quanting knelt down again and kowtowed his head to apologize. He originally thought that he had trained as a good soldier. According to the letter paper, his kin soldiers were a group of mobs. The generals and lieutenants were greedy for life and fear of death. It would be better to be in Liudong. Those colleagues who died in the war. Liu Junshai once calculated a divination for Aking. If there is no help from this palace, Aking will be defeated and killed 4 years later. Then Aking's generals will descend and run. Ginbing it ceases to exist. This time it was not a flicker. It was completely true. After the defeat of the Persimmon battle, Sun Quanting began to recruit troops again, ready to fight again. But Daddy Xiaogo urged the battle again, causing the recruits to fail to join the army, and Sun Quanting had to leave Tongguan. As a result, he encountered the main force of the express delivery brotherly in Henanjia County. The two sides fought hard to the end. Ginbing collapsed first and was killed 40,000. The old grandson also died in the rebellion. Hearing this news, Sun Quanting's body became stiff, and he was silent for a long time, speechless. If Liu Bowen had personally measured it, the result would be correct. This is a catastrophe, and he is determined to be unable to return to the sky. Hong Aking will lead an army to die in Songshan in 3 years' time to rescue Jinzu. Yoji didn't want to irritate the old grandson anymore, and he saved some face for the big toad. He described surrender as a war debt, and it was not good for everyone to break it directly. Moreover, Dau had a very special one in prison. Force. The ministers have nowhere to rule the army. Ashamed of your highness. Having received the news of his own death in advance, Hong Chengqiu felt sad, but combined with the letter paper in his hand, he felt ashamed and extremely sad that he cried bitterly. Wang Pu was executed for fleeing. Tang Tong first surrendered to the thieves and then to the Qing dynasty. Zhang Renxiu was robbed of the post of the general soldier. Zhuo Liang did a better job. He directly launched a rebellion and blatantly opposed the court. There was even more shame than this. Think, if the prince does not transfer himself back from Chanhaiguan and stays in the west of Lining for a long time, he will definitely fight the Qing army to the death. If he is dead and his hands are cleared, then the battle will be a big defeat. How to face it with face prince. My palace first read this letter to the two Akings, not to make Aking cry to herself, but to be vigilant and take precautions before they happen. As the saying goes, the advantages of people are used to prevent the shortcomings of civil defense. Now that they know the ultimate goal of these people as a result, the two Akings will be able to take precautions when they lead troops in the future. Only the three of us know about this. Don't tell others about it. Just be flat. You won't be able to suppress the bandits and drive them away. It is for their good to show this to them. A certain prince knows how to use people, but the two handsome talents are still kept in the dark. and they all regard their subordinates as being able to serve the country with loyalty and loyalty for future use. This is true, but you must know it in your heart. Whoever thinks carefully must understand and understand. Beware of things that are not listened to, and even adjust those ghostly things to the front line and play with the gangsters. Hurt the game. The two A-kings now know how to use people. When the battle outside the city is over, when the rewards for meritorious service are over, the palace will promote Ji to the commander, and split up the troops of Heerenlong. Gauji and the thief are regarded as soldiers. Therefore, I can't go to fight the bandits. The other divisions of the King Bing, Sun A-king acted on the occasion, and did not need to play in advance. After Hong A-king and Wang Pu arrived in Beijing, they first participated as witnesses in the trial of Yang Sicheng's case, and then Hong A-king took the lead to fight the bandits south. If there is something wrong, A-king can cut it first and then play it. This is true for Tang Tong, Zhang Renxiu, Zhuo Liangu, etc. Especially to be wary of Zhuo Liangu. This person is not a good person and is good at killing good people, taking merit, plundering the people's property, and being dubbed the nickname Bandit General by the people. For these unpredictable soldiers, the two A-kings can order them to take the lead and consume all the troops, otherwise it will become a great disaster for the court over time. If you want to wipe out the enemy and win, you must first screen out the inside and exclude the dissidents. Otherwise, no matter how great he is, he will have to be dragged down alive by a group of pig teammates. A certain prince asked these two coaches to lead a large army to fight the bandits. In fact, it was far more than the bandits on the books that had to be eliminated. These people on the letter paper will also be written off sooner or later, but they must not be too obvious, otherwise it will be counterproductive. Keeping them is a time bomb. As long as the war goes unsuccessfully, it may explode at any time and hurt itself. It would be great if the bandits could be used to eradicate them, and it would be better if both sides died together. His Royal Highness, please rest assured, the minister will fulfill his mission. Hong Chengqiu and Sun Quanting are now underpinning. Having this letter paper is equivalent to grabbing the little tail of their subordinates. Whoever looks inside will be clear at a glance after reading the letter paper. With such an easy task, Liu Bowen would certainly not be wrong. Now the prince has the first words to give him the privilege of cutting first and then playing, so that he can treat all his subordinates according to the results on the letter paper, and in the future, he can do more with less. The meaning of the prince's last sentence is the most clear. It is to use the hands of the bandits to clean up these trivial generals, and there will be no fault in doing so. After thinking about it, the prince had such scheming at a young age. Really? Chapter 168, The Unexpected Battle. A certain prince believed that the respected Sun Quanting would not betray him, and Hong Chengqiu, who saved him a lot of face, would never stand on his own or hug others' thighs for a while, so he showed them the final fate of the 20 soldiers. After the spoilers, the two masters were able to more easily control most of the sneakers and skiers. The commanding subordinates should also strive to know the basics, otherwise they will be easily sold by these 2 or 5 generals. At the end of the Ming dynasty, many generals did nothing different from the gangsters. Commanding troops to rob the people was commonplace, and there were countless people who killed Liang Po attack. From south to north, the combat principles of the pirate soldiers are basically the same, almost to the point of tacit understanding. If the thieves are strong, they will flee. If the thieves are weak, they will chase. If they lose, they will take credit, and the thieves will be prosperous. Surrender. Zhuo Liangu, the bandit general who used the army to do evil, was the most typical representative. The troops under his command were officers and soldiers, but they used the behavior of the bandit, which was hated by the people in the past. I was even more arrogant, and the governor Huxun, who was kind to him, couldn't control it. After the imperial commissioner Yang Sicheng arrived at the Huguang battlefield, Zheng Zhulong passed it on. Zhuo Liangu, who likes to support the invaders and respects himself, just abandons it. But to say that they are warlord is to exalt them. Personal military talents and political deeds are far from the ability of the warlords in the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms to achieve the separatist regime. Therefore, the so-called local separatism has never been formed and can exist for a long time. Among these self-interested generals, Zhuo Liang was the big one in Wuxi. In the 17th year of Chongzhen 1644, he had hundreds of thousands of soldiers in Yugeng, known as millions, but he was just a group of mobs. After Zhuo Liang's death, the secretive Zhuo Mengling led an army down the river in an attempt to seize the righteousness of Nanming and claim the throne by himself. However, he was defeated by Huang Degong and Tongling, and then surrendered to the King army. There is such a strange thing in a bunch of wall-to-head soldiers, and the others are bullying and fearful of hardships, and they are regarded as gangsters with the status of officers and soldiers. After the imperial court lost control of fiscal revenue at the end of the Ming dynasty, the worst result was the loss of control of generals and troops. After the Huazhuo system was replaced by the recruiting system, one of the biggest drawbacks was that when the army was tight, the ministries would become the personal belongings of the generals. After the privatization, it was not the main reason that directly led to the decline of the Ming army's combat effectiveness. The Qi's army, which was fully controlled by Qi Jiguang, was still able to conquer the north and south, whether it was against Japanese pirates or Mengu. The root cause is the family formation. The generals used the methods of eating empty salaries and deducting the salaries of the soldiers to support a small number of elites, turning them into direct family members. This inverted way of ruling the army caused the entire army to be divided into 2. The family members who benefited are naturally willing to fight for the lord, while the ordinary soldiers whose interests have been damaged can only choose to swallow their breath. Daily training is perfunctory, and it is even more impossible to fight with their lives on the battlefield. It is impossible for any dualized Ming army to become an elite division, and it may have a chance of winning in the face of robbers. Once encountering a king army who dares to head, most of the Ming army will be defeated. The generals are greedy for life and fear of death. The soldiers are lazy and slippery, and the soldiers are separated from each other. Such troops cannot win the battle against the King army. The Liuxi tribes are obvious examples. If they don't fight, they will collapse. Yoji didn't want to control these generals that he couldn't control, nor did he want to incorporate these rotten troops. With the money, it would be better to ask Zhuji to recruit troops again. Let these troops who are in harmony with the imperial court be transferred to the south to encircle and suppress the gangsters. Winning can also eradicate the evil for Ming. It doesn't matter if they lose, these generals would have died. How to use them and how to use them to death is the matter of the old grandson and the old Hongtu, and they are clearly written on the 2 pieces of paper. Even if something against the water really happened in the future, a certain prince would not hold the pot. The pot has already been thrown out today. Back to the pot, non-existent. It's impossible to hold back in this life. If the house is rich and will pretend to be a ghost, how can it be possible to carry the pot on its own? When I came to Ming, I wanted to prove that my son was better than Lao Tzu. Shake it coolly, happily, excitingly, irritatingly, and utterly incomparable. This is a secret. It is already hurting the peace of the 2 kings that my palace has leaked. I hope the 2 kings will not disclose it. Yoji took out a dozen papers with the resumes of 20 generals written on it. All of them were generals under the command of the 2 commanders. Chen follows the order: don't dare to leak anything. If a minister leaks secrets, he will be struck by thunder. After the pledge was made, Hong Chengqiu and Sun Quanting respectfully took it over, carefully examining the contents above. Each general soldier has only one resume, which briefly summarizes what will happen to them in the next few years. With just a few lines of text, the 2.5-old men were terrified and stunned. The first thing Hong Chengqiu saw was Zhuo Liang's resume. Because this funny Pirine was special, a certain prince wrote it last, so it was placed on the top. What Zhuo Liang has done in the next 5 years has almost made Hong Chengqiu gritted his teeth with hatred and abhorred him. As a general of the imperial court, How could he do such a rebellious thing? In the early stage of the suppression of the bandits, I just did my own way and kept giving orders. In the later stage, he blatantly rebelled and attacked the court. When he arrived in the underworld, how could he face the ancestors and the ancestors? The minister courageously asks His Royal Highness to kill Zhuo Liang first, and beware of endless troubles. Hong Chengchi has always heard about Zhuo Liang's behavior, but he didn't expect that he would start to harm the world a few years later. Liu Bowen had a brilliant plan to assist Taizagao Emperor in the immortal world. Naturally, he would not misunderstand and deal with this servant. Aking doesn't have to be so impatient. Zhuo Liang doesn't know that Aking already knows his secrets. Why doesn't Aking use tricks? Even though Zhuo Liang is a wolf, Aking uses the gangsters as fresh meat and keeps tempting him. This wolf will be hooked after a long time hungry. When it is almost used, then Aking must not forget his son Zhuo Menging. For people like Zhuo Liang, there is no need for fair and honest means. It is really appropriate to use the method of crossing the river and breaking the bridge to clean up the despicable people. Regardless of the success or failure of the bandit, the other general soldiers may be spared from death. Zhuo Liang can't stay, because the goods are too harmful to the court and the people, and his son Zhuo Menging will also be snapped. Both father and son are veritable black sheep. The minister followed the order. Since the prince is unwilling to cut the general and hurt his morale, then it is better to plan. Hong Chengchi now has a new understanding of Zhuo Liang, and he also has a plan to make him sell his life. At that time, he will do both soft and hard, and he is not afraid that he will not obediently submit. Below Zhuo Liang was Liu Zeking, who was not much better than him. As one of the 4 towns in the north of the Yangtze River, he had already sent people to meet him before the Qing army went south. In the end, Ling Kai's execution for treason was deemed worthy of the crime. For Liu Zeking, Aking can sacrifice his owl before the war. All of his subordinates must be dismantled and deployed to other generals to make him charge into battle. If he fails, he will immediately rectify the law on the spot. Like a hungry wolf, Zhuo Liang is somewhat useful, and he has fought 2 tough battles, nearly beating Jiang Xian's Hong, and also killed Nanyang bandits Yang Dan, Hu Yumin, Go Sanhai and others by the way. In contrast, Liu Zeking, who is selfish and waits and sees and must report, can only support his own strength and self-respect. He lives a life of drunkenness, and indulges his men to ransack the people, which is really useless to the court. A certain prince wants to use Hong Chengchi's hand to completely eliminate this official version of the gangsters. Anything that does not contribute to the court, from the general soldier to the soldiers, should not exist, and none of them will work. The minister followed the order. The prince was still a prisoner to Zhuo Liang, and the master could live for some time. But for Liu Zeking, he will not be amnesty. When the general soldier arrives at the commander's account, he will have to make his head fall before he can get rid of him quickly. After seeing Liu Zeking's aftermath, Hong Chengchi was relieved. Liu Zeking didn't have any strength during the suppression of the bandits. He was arrogant and domineering, and repeatedly defied the court's orders, so he really should kill. Yoji also has a corresponding method on how to attract this cunning fox. The palace will order Liu Zeking to garrison in Jining to protect the safety of the canal hub. This is a fat shortage. I believe he will obey. Aking will lead the army south. If it arrives Jining, when you see Liu Zeking, you can kill him directly. If you fail to follow him, Aking can eradicate him. If he is stagnant, Aking can lead his army to exterminate him, which is regarded as minutes extermination. Liu Zeking has always been greedy for money and lust, and Jining is an important hub connecting the north and south sides of the water transport. Garrison here can get a large amount of supply from the past merchants, and the oil and water are extremely rich. With Liu Zeking's virtues, it is impossible not to be bait. But everything is in case. If this stuff really doesn't come, let Hong Chengchi lead several general soldiers to come to the door. With Liu Zeking's combat power, There is absolutely no chance of winning with outnumbered opponents. His Royal Highness is wise, this servant is very harmful and must be eradicated, and the minister will not insult the Holy Order. The beheading of Liu Zeking can serve as an example and a reminder to Zhuo Liangyu, who is fond of opportunism. Hong Chengchi has never commanded Liu Zeking, but he should be cut off by Lin Kai for his future actions. In comparison, Wang Pu and Mark, who can only run off on their resumes, can be used for the time being. It may not be enough to fight the East, but it is not a big problem if you want to go to the South. Yoji also wanted to take this opportunity to kill Zhuo Liangyu, but cutting off 2 commanders at a time might make the other commanders fearful, and even more afraid of the Shangfeng sword in the hands of the old Hong Tu. Maybe he went to encircle and suppress the gangsters. There will be no fighting. It is enough to chop off Liu Zeking in the early stage. Zhuo Liangyu's head is temporarily stored on his neck, and when a certain prince needs it, Hong Chengchi will take it away. It is also good to chop it down and kick the ball. Cruel? Not at all. Ask the people who have been harmed by Zhuo Liangyu's men. Is it cruel to do so? In the territory of Daming, you dare to play the game of locusts, which is the Daming version of Wallenstein. Give Zhuo Liangyu to these people, and if they don't do anything, they will be able to take Zhuo Liangyu alive, and tear him the whole time. If Zhuo Liangyu was deliberately timid or didn't exert all his strength, then he didn't have to wait until the bandits were wiped out. Old Hong Tu could have him chop him off halfway. The deadline is set for 1 year. Zhuo Liangyu really has the ability to package Jiang Xian's Hong into rice dumplings. A certain prince might be able to amnesty the goods, take away his military power, and let him go home to take care of his life. But the possibility is really slim. Although Jiang Xian's Hong's division was not large, the remaining soldiers were all elite soldiers who had been fighting for many years, and at the same time, they could not say anything about the 5 or 6 generals of the battle officers' army. If Zhuo Liangyu is really lucky to be able to make up for the knife he missed last time, he half-cut Jiang Xian's Hong on the spot, and the 150,000 taels of silver would be enough for him to go home and live with his son for 20 years as a local tyrant, if he can live to that age. Hong Chengchi has 3 quick horses. Wang Pu, Mark, and Tang Tong are very good at running. Tang Tong ran to King Qin when he was about to hang himself. Although he finally surrendered to the enemy, he still had some loyalty. After the Qing dynasty, he was stationed in Texas and was mainly responsible for shipbuilding. He didn't do anything angry and complained. As long as the bandits worked hard, they would probably avoid death and continue to serve as his generals. The other 2 would have to wait and see for a long time. In the winter, Wang Pu sold Luke Xiangxing. He skipped the ticket and ran away. Yang Guozhu and Hu Doi ran with him. 3 years later, during the Songjin battle, he was cut off by the court for the 2nd time. If Yang Guozhu and Hu Doi can continue to be reused, then Wang Pu can also be used in theory. After all, a certain prince who was scared by the Qing army was not able to count with both hands. Furthermore, looking through the materials of these generals under Hong Chengchi's command, if the punishment is determined, half of the generals would have to be chopped off in the end, and the team would have to fall apart without waiting to suppress the bandits. The marching route of Hong Chengchi's army was to first gather the 4 soldiers of Wang Pu, Mark, Tang Tong, and Li Fuming in the Jifu area, and then head south along the canal to Jining, slaughter Liu Zeking's sacrifice flag, and then go to Henan to bring the troops of the Zhangren Academy. After entering Huguang, join the 4 general soldiers Zhuo Liangyu, Miao Yukai, Yang Yufan, and Feng Yu, publicly announce the imperial decree and relevant rewards and punishments for the invasion and suppression, and you can kill Jiang Xian's Hong from east to west. Old Nest. Among the 4 general soldiers assembled in the Jifu area in the early stage, only Tang Tong and Li Fuming were reliable. In the name of defending the capital, I first came to Tiaolishan, and took the horse department out of Shanhaiguan. Otherwise, he told him directly to expedition to Huguang. This guy must have said on the spot that he had unbearable abdominal pain and could not return to his life. He hoped that the prince would choose another person. Wang Pu's situation was similar. First, he had to be a witness to kill Yang Sicheng, a fat man who had been imprisoned, together with Yang Tinglin, and then sent troops to Huguang, fearing that he was afraid that a certain prince would pursue Lu Xiangxing's death, and would not dare to come over in Datong. If he really has a ghost in his heart and dare not lead his troops, he will have to let Yang Guozhu or Cao Bianjio's subordinates cover his shortcomings, and a certain prince will have to find a way to send troops to fight Wang Pu, and the situation in the north will be completely chaotic. Stewed. If Commander A does not come, Command B will replace Commander B, and then Commander C and Commander D will besiege Commander A. Yoji has to make all kinds of emergency plans first, otherwise he will be caught blind when something really happens. Wang Tingchen could go to make up for Mark's vacancy and stationed in Shanhaiguan, but who would pick up Tang Tong? Who had left Man would have to worry about him. The current situation is that there are only 6 or 7 lids for 10 pots. If only 3 or 4 pots can be thrown out, insufficient troops will not be able to form an absolute advantage over the gangsters, and the implementation of the encirclement and suppression plan will become more difficult. Chapter 169. The path to the troops. If you can get rid of Liu Zeking, you can naturally paralyze Zhuo Liangyu. For this bandit general, Yoji also has a way to deal with him. Aking led his army to Huguang and joined Zhuo Liangyu's army, so you can tell him first. The court ordered Zhuo Liangyu to be named General Danku, rewarding silver 10,000 tals, and promoting his son Zhuo Mengjing as Lieutenant General, rewarding silver 5,000 tals. Former Deputy General Liu Dai was promoted to Commander General and rewarding silver 5,000 tals. 2. Divide Zhuo Liangyu's troops into 2 according to the general rank. Hong Aking and Liu Dai are a brave general, no less brave than Cao Wenzhou of the year. If Liu Dai's troops are weak, they can be defeated. Liu Zeking sent the remnants to Liu Dai's command, so that the remnants and soldiers charged into the battle. If there are cowardly warriors, regardless of the level of official position, they will rectify the law on the spot. Since Liu Dai is brave and good at fighting and can fight very well, then there is no need to obey Zhuo Liangyu's orders. Good birds choose trees and well. Zhuo Liangyu is not a good jade. There are only 2 ways to follow him, or follow him to reconcile. The end will not be much better. Either he was sold by him, and he was killed directly. The original Liu Dai was also killed in such a battle, and a certain prince could not let him give Zhuo Liangyu a fool. The original 10 generals, Liu Zeking was about to be executed, and Liu Dai was promoted to generals, and he could still make up a whole number. How Zhuo Liangyu thinks that is his own business. The court has given him what he currently wants. Yoji didn't believe that Liu Zeking was dealt with by Hong Chengqiu, and his subordinates could continue to jump. Those generals and soldiers under Liu Zeking can surrender and send them directly to the west if they don't want to. Anyone who surrenders does not need to be sent to the peninsula for mining, but can continue to stay in the army and follow the old Hong to Huguang to suppress the bandits. Killing enemies can still receive silver, but if they dare to take a half step back, they can choose to be chopped off their heads or their legs by the superintendent behind. The minister followed the order. The crown prince's trick was to grant silver in name, but in fact the way of dividing the trilogy was really vicious. It was a preferential killing strategy. After hearing this, Hong Chengqiu felt a cool breeze from his back. The crown prince hated Zhuo Liangyu so much, he wanted to find a chance, put it to death. This time, Liu Zeking is the first one, Zhuo Liangyu is the second, and who is the third? I'm afraid I'll be able to see clearly when the bandits are attacked. The prince has already said that he can cut first and then play. Kill without mercy. The 300,000 tals of silver drawn each month, except for the daily monthly salary and the purchase of grain and grass, and supplementary ammunition. The remaining part can be arranged by Aking. Whichever is effective in combat, can be rewarded. The amount is self-determined, and it will be reported afterwards. Just give it to this palace. War death pensions will be paid at 100 tals of silver. 5 people in the family are exempt from taxation for 10 years. Anyone who greets ink and pensions silver will be punished as a crime of conspiracy. The 2 generals, of at most 60,000 to 70,000 people. Even if the monthly salary of each soldier is increased from 1 and 2 to 5 to 2 and 2, if the soldiers' salaries and supplies purchased nearby are eliminated, there will be about 30 to 4,000 liang per month. The above, a certain prince does not intend to ask for this money back, and simply ask the 2 old men to give it out to reward the meritorious ministers under his staff. After all, no one will think that he has a lot of money in his hand. Can he get this money? It depends on their respective abilities. The ministers, on behalf of all the soldiers, thank your highness for being generous. After Hong Chengqiu finished speaking, Sun Quanting followed him on his knees and kowtowed. He led the soldiers in the war for many years. The most difficult thing for the 2 of them was not the endless robbers, but the stretched silver pair in their pockets. I really don't know how expensive firewood is. If you don't supervise the army, you don't know that you have less money. If you want to fight hard, you will have to make a lot of preparations. You will have to spend money on everything. If you don't have money, you can't do anything. The monthly payment of 300,000 tals of silver for them is nothing more than a long drought and rainy weather. As long as the silver pair can pay on time, even if the soldiers under their squads are intent on ghosts, they can have a target and strangle the gangsters to death. The palace's former fan also said that each of the 2 kings can withdraw 300,000 tals of silver each month, and until the end of the year, the amount has been reduced to 200,000 tals. The palace punishes corrupting ink, and now it has some silver. Why? A king is about to go to the front line. She doesn't have to worry about paying for the money, and the necessary food and grass will also be delivered to the front line on time and in quantity. At present, the only difference may be weapons and ammunition. Once the war in the outer city is over, the Beijing camp will be seized. The ordnance materials for the magnate were distributed to the 2 kings, and the remaining part was transferred from the warehouse. The palace then ordered all the ordnance factories in the city to speed up the production. It must be equipped with some before the expedition. If it is still insufficient, you can rely on the order of the palace from the government along the way, draw from the library. The silver is enough to be used until the end of the year, and there is no need to bring food and grass from the capital. Someone will provide it when he arrives. A certain prince does not need to pay a sack of food, and he does not even need to use forage for horses. The most troublesome thing is the weapon. If you add 500 muskets to 1 soldier, 10 soldiers equals 10,000. If the munitions factory in the city is too late for production, you have to seize all the guns in the Beijing camp. Fortunately, only the Qin soldiers and the Yonghua battalion were involved. The troops brought back by Lao Hongtu were not mixed in, and there was a group of War 5 scum on the opposite side. The loss of technical weapons should not be very large, otherwise the officers and soldiers going south would have to deal with the rogues. To Big Knife. His Royal Highness is wise. Both Sun Quanting and Hong Chengqiu were greatly relieved. As long as the money and food were in place and the military strength surpassed the robbers, Deshing triumph was just around the corner. The other thing is to do a good job of sanitation and epidemic prevention in the army. For the epidemic that has been raging in all parts of the north for a long time, the palace has already dealt with it. The relevant manuals will be distributed to the army after a large number of printing. Every place in the camp, especially the feces, needs to be immediately cleared and buried. In addition, you cannot drink raw water, you must drink the boiled water. If a soldier develops an epidemic, he must be quarantined in time, and must be burned and buried after death. Yoji didn't want to put things together on his own. The army that had finally built up was overwhelmed by an infectious disease before it was able to make rice dumplings. If you want to form an army of 100,000 people, I'm afraid to make the most of the north. If you are a soldier, it will really hurt your muscles and bones. The minister will act carefully if he follows the order. Sun Quanting had been in court for many days, and he also knew something about such an epidemic. The prince paid so much attention to the epidemic. For this reason, he also set up a medical department and set up a hospital to treat illnesses and save people. You must be very cautious, because this disease cannot be cured in 3 or 2 days with a headache and fever. Once the disease breaks out in the army will lose its combat power and will die without a fight, without waiting for the gangsters to fight. While waiting for replenishment in the Gifu area, they had to send people around to purchase a few medicinal materials needed for the Dano and special medicine recommended by the prince. We must not wait until the march to purchase along the way. Only with this arrangement can we prevent problems before they happen. Hong King just arrived, and I don't know much about the disease. After I finished speaking for a while, Sun King can explain it in private. Now I can discuss the route of marching. Hong King led his troops down the canal south and killed Liu Zeking in Jining, and then turned to the southwest, joined Zhuo Liangyu and other generals in Xianyang. After that, the troops were divided into 3 groups, from Dengzhou, Xiangyan, and Nanshan to Guqing. Sun King first went through the west of Henan to the south of Shaanxi, and then led his troops from Xikuan and Shang south. Shangjin and Bei came out of the 4 places, and the people along the Bei River can go straight to Xun County along the Han River. Facing the aggressive Iron Tong's offensive, Yoji believes that Jiang Xian's Hong, Liu Rukai, and the 5th Battalion of Jesuo will not be able to go north, because there is a line of defense behind the 20 generals. Only by breaking through this line of defense can you enter Henan and Shan. Akane. Even if they are lucky enough to break through 2 levels, the gangsters after the breakout will inevitably lose more than half. If the war is unfavorable, a certain prince can immediately order Boding Governor Yang Wenyu to lead 3 or 4 generals to go for reinforcements, not afraid of the gangsters being alone and lonely. Sun Quanting looked at the map for a long time and replied in a serious manner, His Royal Highness, this marching route may take more than 20 days. Carrying a lot of ordnance and equipment, even if you go to the official road, you can travel 100 miles a day. It takes 10 days to travel from Beasley to Henan, and then from Henan to southern Shaanxi. It will take such a time. Unbearable. Yoji also knows that the old grandson has always been simple and honest, and rarely talks about empty words. He has also estimated that the distance from Beijing to Anyang is more than 400 kilometers, which is equivalent to 900 miles. It takes 9 days to complete this road without talking. If you walk from here to southern Shaanxi, it will take about this long. If you continue to march for a long distance under the scorching sun, it is already fast to reach your destination on the 20th. If you want to go as fast as you can only equip every soldier a horse, even a donkey. Yoji is not unreasonable, so he give a little more. The palace gives Sun King 25 days, and within the time limit, all the troops must rush to the place of dispatch. Today is March 20th. And the Big Zongtsai should hold the salted fish turnover activity on the 5th day of May. If they learn that Daddy has become a vegetative person, and a rebellion occurred when the prince was in charge of the country, then they are accomplices. The time for rebellion may be greatly advanced. A certain prince intends to attack him on April 25th. No matter how soon he will not be prepared properly, let alone transporting weapons and ammunition to the front line. Even the various troops under his command will not be able to make it to the designated place. Location. Excluding today, it would take about 334 days to complete the calculation. There is still time for various ministries to wait for supplementary supplies around the capital, about a week or so. Excluding this, the marching time is actually very tight. His Royal Highness, please rest assured, the minister will lead his department to arrive on time. 25 days is almost the end. Although it takes a long journey, Sun Quanting is relatively sure about this deadline. If it still doesn't work, he will leave the camp in advance and return to southern Shaanxi. How does Hong King feel about the time? The first half of the Big Toad is a canal. It took a big advantage in the marathon with Lao Sun too. Soldiers can march around the clock as long as they board the boat, and they can rest on the boat except for excretion. The only time that must be wasted is to dispose of Liu Zeking in Jining, and then take advantage of the trend to subdue the troops. If the target is detected or the team continues to resist, it will be very time-consuming. Hong Chengqiu is a wise man, and he is extremely clever, a kind of seldom making mistakes. If even Liu Zeking can't be cheated and killed, then he is handsome and interesting, and he will lose face when he spreads it out. After solving Liu Zeking, the big toad can have two choices. One is to continue to take the boat and land after arriving in Xuzhou. The horses will turn to the southwest and travel to Xinyang via Yingzhou. The second is to go ashore directly from Jining and go to Xinyang via Shanqiu. The former has a longer marching distance, which is probably more than 100 miles of detours, but some of the foot strength can be replaced by ships. The latter is shorter and must be landed in advance. How to make a decision depends on Big Toad's thinking. His Royal Highness is wise, the minister has no objection, and the specific path of the army is allowed to be considered by the minister. Hong Chengqiu had obviously counted the time to deal with Liu Zeking, and he thought of the two roads going south, but he couldn't answer immediately which way he would go. This can't be determined by just looking at the map. It must be calculated carefully. No hurry. Aking has plenty of time to weigh the pros and cons, choose the most convenient route, and report it to the palace before sending troops. As long as Aking pays attention to confidentiality, especially not to let the fourth person besides hear know, then it's easy to get rid of Liu Zeking. Yoji also considered this issue, and then didn't plan to think about it, because this kind of thing is just as cumbersome as making sulfur. If Liu Zeking is not included in the calculation, it is easy to calculate, but with this roadblock that must be cleared, it is difficult to calculate the exact time. Assuming that Hong Chengqiu can solve this more difficult problem within 3 days, then all the people and horses will move forward together, and he will definitely reach Xinyang within 25 days. If it is soon, 20 days will be enough. On the contrary, it may be overtime, maybe 30 days. Everything depends on the time wasted on Liu Zeking. When discussing major issues with the two important ministers, Yoji was only around Yang Jinkao and Xia serving around, and the possibility of them leaking secrets was very low. One expects the prince to take the throne to take the place of Wang Chenjin. The interests of the prince are above all else. He doesn't need to do much, just hold the chicken thighs tightly. The other was raised as the future prince bin concubine, and irrelevant foreign affairs were not in this giant ball girl's mind at all. Sun Quanting and Hong Chengqiu are even less likely to leak their secrets. Unless they are really stupid or talk in dreams in a dream, they are unlikely to speak truth after drinking. Thank you for your mercy. Hong Chengqiu was very grateful to the prince, marching for thousands of miles. Maybe there is a battle in the middle. This kind of thing cannot give an answer immediately. If he is questioned by the prince, he can only give a time period. During this time, except for the banquet of the palace, do not go to the banquet, so as not to say the wrong thing after drinking, and do not sleep with others, so as not to leak the secret in the dream. If you really need it, you can play during the day. The palace will let Yang Jinkao give the two lovers. The king allocated 1,000 taels of silver each to meet domestic demand. Yoji thought that the prince was really no one. Like Lao Mu, he gave 1,000 taels for sex. This money should be enough to play with Yang's a thin horse for a week. His Royal Highness Sun Quanting also wanted to shirk, because he had already received 5,000 taels of silver before, and he hadn't spent it yet. There is no need to shirk. This palace has already said that as long as you obey the orders of this palace, fame and fortune will not be lost, and the palace promises that the two-love king will die well, and the welfare can be inherited by children and grandchildren. Yoji didn't directly say that he would be able to seal uncles, princes, or even princes, whether it was Sun Quanting or Hong Chengqiu. As long as the gangsters were completely wiped out, it would not be too much to seal the country's duke. Anyway, the three teasers headed by Huang Du are your own main action is dead. Chapter 170, Wang Pukangzi. His Royal Highness As soon as the general soldier Wang Pu entered Ma Shuiku in northern Zili province, he said he was suffering from a splitting headache and it was really difficult to move forward. So he led the army back to Datong. The servants repeatedly persuaded him, but Wang Pu flatly refused on the grounds of headache. When I went to ask Wang Pu's in-house attendant to send a better message to a certain prince, he had persuaded him many times on the way, but none of them had any effect. Wang Pu was a general in command and could not use force. In desperation, the eunuch had to return to the capital in an awkward and horrified mood. He couldn't find a place to cure like Wang Pu. I heard on the way that my palace was looking for him to ask him for a crime, so I used to call him sick as an excuse to hide in Datong. Get up, don't blame you for this matter, my palace will take care of it. This bastard thought that the Emperor Xianyu, the Prince Jiang-o, would be fine if he hid in Datong. Go ahead and make his spring and autumn dreams. If the other generals did what you did, the plan of the palace to encircle and suppress the gangsters will not be implemented anymore. Everyone will go back to each house and it will be over. How should the two king handle this matter? Yoji already has a countermeasure, but since the two handsome guys have heard this exciting good news, let's listen to their suggestions. By the way, the incident happened suddenly, just when the prince was planning to assemble a heavy army to encircle the robbers. It was quite tricky to deal with it. If Wang Puming was stubborn and deceived the prince is young and ignorant, the court would have to mobilize various people to conquer. However, nearly half of the troops in the north will go south to suppress the bandits. The time and route for the troops to be dispatched have been determined. At this time, the troops will be sent to Datong, and there will be a tendency to draw salaries from the bottom. If the bandits really rebel in early May, Guang and even the Central Plains will be in distress. Sun Quanting thought for a moment, but still did not want the prince to send troops immediately, and cautiously said, the minister thinks that the encirclement and suppression of the robbers is the first task, and His Royal Highness can first appease Wang Pu. When the robbers in Guang are gone, the army can go north to annihilate Wang Pu's tribe in one fell swoop. At this time, if you want to attack Datong, then the force used to suppress the bandits may not be sufficient. If you want to kill the bandits, you must ensure the superior position of the officers and the army in terms of strength. If you do not have the strength of the encirclement, that one action will be taken. Destroying the gangsters is just empty talk. Hong Chengqiu did not approve of starting the war first. At present, the strength of the troops is a big issue. It is necessary to ensure the size of the soldiers to suppress the bandits. The ministry considered what Mr. Sun said, that the bandits in Guang are the confidant of the imperial court and must be eradicated as soon as possible. Wang Pu is now alone in the frontier and isolated. Without assistance, Your Royal Highness can arrange for the monitoring of them first, and after the army strangles the gangsters, they can go north, and it is easy to kill Wang Pu's subordinates. There are also tens of thousands of gangsters entrenched in Guang. But Wang Pu's headquarters said that there are more than 10,000 people. This is still on the roster. With Wang Pu's nature, it is inevitable to eat money. In fact, there are 6,000 or 7,000 people. I hope that the prince can understand the priorities of the two. Although Wang Pu is close, but after all, he is a clown, not to be afraid. Although the robbers were far away, they were bone-corrupting maggots and had to be removed. The two evils are the lesser one, and Wang Pu can naturally let him live a while longer. My right-hand man is reluctant to act on Wang Pu at this time, but a certain prince also has his own choice. In order to avoid long nights and dreams, this palace intends to let Boding Governor Yang Wenyu be the governor of Xuande, and lead Jizen's generals to be as fierce as a tiger in Xuande. Bing Yang Guozu, Yang He, Deputy Commander Jiang Xuan, New Commander Gaoji, and Deputy Commander Hu Dao. I went to the fight, and showed Wang King a good look at his headache. The total number of people under the 5 men should be 20,000, and it should be enough to deal with Wang Pu, who is less than 10,000. A certain prince wants to let the shameless Wang know that the end of the second run is very tragic. It is a stab to stretch the head, and it is a stab to shrink the head. If the troops are insufficient, Tanjin's commander Margzi will be sent to support him. I don't know if Margzi has blocked the Tanjin's Beijing camp. Your Highness is wise. Since the prince had already made a ruling and insisted on eliminating Wang Pu's subordinates as soon as possible, as a courtier, Hong Chengchu could only follow suit. As long as there is no splitting of the men and women who are going south to encircle and suppress the robbers, the prince arranging troops like this, it is possible to do top-pronged operations at the same time using soldiers to strike out thieves in two places. The minister has no objection. Sun Quanting also understood that the prince was eager to send troops to conquer Wangpu. Datong is one of the important towns on the 9 borders and must not fall into the hands of thieves. If over time, Wangpu colluded with foreign enemies, and even offered the frontier fortress to the eastern captives. When Wangpu was anxious, it was not impossible for Yang Wenyu to bring a group of people to destroy Wangpu. As long as his troops were very fast, he could secure winning ticket and regain the court's control over the important town of Datong. That's good. This palace wants to make Wangpu atypical, so that other soldiers understand that this is the end of not listening to orders. This palace allows you to be the general soldier, and you are the general soldier. This palace does not let you be a soldier. You hide in the corner of the corner. There is no use in it. There is also Chai Shiwa, the general soldier of Gansu, who was ordered by the father of the palace to come to Qingqin when it was winter. This servant walked halfway and then turned back. It's really ignorant. If the goods were in the vicinity of Jifu, the sacrifice flag would be killed directly, but they would hide further away in Gansu. If they sent troops to conquer, they would have to walk for more than a month. But no matter how far away he was, he had to conquer, because Chai Shiwa finally rioted against Turpan beggars bordering Gansu, and attempted to counterattack. Fortunately, Lu Daqi, who was in Gansu, sent his troops to counter the rebellion and let the goods set themselves on fire. When Sun Naking wiped out the Huguang bandits, after the class teacher returned to Shaanxi, he went to Jinsel to eliminate Chai Shiwa's subordinates and keep me safe in the western part of Ming dynasty. At this time Yoji didn't plan to use troops in 3 places at the same time. It was able to eliminate Wangpu as soon as possible and kill the bandits in Huguang as planned. Even if he didn't work in vain this year, Chai Shiwa would have to die sooner or later. Chen Zunzai. After a false alarm, Sun Quanting hurriedly agreed. Hearing the irritated words of the prince, he thought that the gangsters in Huguang would not fight, and he would first lead his troops to Gansu to fight against Chai Shiwa. Chai Shiwa also acted boldly. The emperor ordered all soldiers to go to Qingqin in the Jifu area. He even dared to resist the decree and disrespect the imperial order. I am afraid that he would have long been rebellious, but it would not work if he echoed things with Wangpu. Up, for this time to go south to fight the bandits. This palace has also prepared a fire gun for the 2 A-kings. Come here, bring it up. Yoji triumphantly showed off to his right and left arm the unscrupulous cannon that had slapped Guineaing. This weapon has been tested in actual combat, and it seems that the effect is pretty good. The 2 handsome men didn't see the expected firecrackers. They saw 2 little servants carrying a large E-caliber iron bucket one after another. Could this be the firecrackers the prince was referring to? The eunuch Zhang Liuan of the armor factory and Liu Feng, the bureau officer, and Huang Degong, the chief soldier of the Yongwing battalion, had eaten the beef ramen. They were digesting their food outside. Hearing the prince's summon order, they came in and waited for dispatch. Huang Deliang first kneeled and saluted, and reported the situation. The final admiral sees His Highness, the enemy who attacked the inner city has been repelled, and Zuyuji is leading his troops to clean up the enemy from the outer city. After all, I can't guarantee that this posture will last too long, because surely Huang Degong ate 3 bowls of ramen in a row, and after holding back for a long time, he would be easy to burp. Yoji will give a verbal thank you first, and the actual benefits will be given out after the war. There is Lo Huang Aking, so be flat. I heard that Aking did not eat less ramen, so I won't give a seat to avoid abdominal distension. The soldiers of the brave battalion fought for the safety of the imperial city and the inner city for a whole night. They have done a great job, and this palace has its own awards. I don't know how effective this palace fire gun is killing. Has Huang Yaking seen it with his own eyes? Looking at the shape of your belly, the three of you have eaten a lot. It is estimated that if a few waves of generals lead into Gongkangfen, the Ramen Master's arms will be so tired and sour. Huang Degong had seen the powerful power of a conscientious cannon in the city. It is not difficult to recall, His Royal Highness, this gun seems to be simple, but the connotation is mysterious. When the gun bomb explodes, the radius is 1 square meter without leaving a living mouth. Within 3 feet of the thieves all fell. The posting factory and Liu Jugwan commanded well, and fired several bullets, killing hundreds of thieves, making them deterred from the city, and finally defeated. First of all, we must affirm the powerful lethality of this weapon made by the prince to comfort the Sacred Heart. Secondly, it is worth mentioning the merits of colleagues who fought side by side. This is a qualified general of the Imperial Army, otherwise it will end up sooner or later. The actual situation is the same. Huang Degong didn't add any oil and vinegar. At first, he didn't like these simple iron buckets. It was almost the same to bath the soldiers. He didn't expect that the fire blasts would be a blockbuster, and the effect was actually to wash the ground. Using a telescope, he saw with his own eyes a pack of gunshots fell into the courtyard where the thieves were hiding. After the explosion, more than a dozen thieves were killed instantly. This is something that most other gunshots can't do. If they had deployed this weapon earlier and threw it out when the thieves launched an attack on the city, they would probably not even have the opportunity to climb the ladder. They would be blown up tens of meters in front of the city. What does Liu Aking think? Huang Degong is a general after all, and Liu Feng is the one commanding the artillery unit, even though this temporary artillery unit is not a regular technical unit at all. Even though Liu Feng, the officer of the Armor Factory Bureau, had made military exploits, he still had to respectfully say in front of the prince, the gun made by His Royal Highness is simple in structure, easy to make, extremely light in weight, and easy to transport. According to the minister, it's a medicine bag. Usually more than 10 people can be killed, or even dozens of people. Even if the thieves are not bombarded on the spot by the pill pack, they will bleed from the ground, deaf their ears, and lose their combat effectiveness. At that time, Liu Feng used his spare light to sweep Huang Degong next to him. This general soldier opened his mouth and watched the grand occasion almost all the way. As an industry insider who makes firecrackers, at first he didn't believe that an iron bucket can become a firecracker. The armor factory can produce weapons that can defeat the enemy by hiring some blacksmiths and carpenters. But the facts speak louder than words. The 4 fire guns killed and injured hundreds of thieves. There were countless people who fled in panic. There were even internal strife between thieves. If the guns could be put into battle earlier, the credit would be settled. Why? In an era when enemy soldiers were fighting in armor, it was very difficult to take dozens of people with a single explosive kit, but with hundreds of steel balls tied outside, this goal could be achieved. As long as the steel balls hit the face, the person who was shot would be hit. It's overwhelming. Liu Feng, the bureau officer who personally directed the loading and firing of the artillery, said, His Royal Highness, although this gun has a relatively short range, less than 300 steps, but the power of the gun is amazing. As Chief Huang said, after the explosion, within 30 feet, there is no standing person. If the thieves approach our army, 10 blunderbuss can kill hundreds of thieves at once. This blunderbuss is fast to load, easy to transfer, and easy for the gunner to familiarize and master the skills of smashing. It can be said to be a big one. Killing weapons, batch equipment officers and soldiers will surely be even more powerful and deter the enemy's courage. If it weren't for the shorter range of this iron barrel firecracker, it would be enough for the armor factory to only produce this one. Yoji was basically satisfied with the subordinate's narrative, and then asked Zhang Liuan, the eunuch of the post factory, Zhang Aking, in your opinion, can a blacksmith and a carpenter make a qualified lonking mortar a day? It's useless to build it quickly. The important thing is to ensure the quality. Don't wait to do anything to the enemy. The gun chamber blows up first. After thinking about it quickly, Zhang Liuan immediately replied, His Royal Highness, in the opinion of Yi Kan, if a blacksmith and a carpenter are a team, one mortar can be built in one day. The quality exceeds the for use today. It is not difficult, if the situation is urgent. He can also be ordered to build one in the morning and one in the afternoon. Yoji knew that the batch of experimental products he had asked the craftsman to rush out were all things born after a black lamp ding, and it is not excessive to say that they were crudely manufactured. If you want frontline soldiers to use them with confidence, the quality of the artillery must be guaranteed. It is perfectly acceptable to slow down the production speed. A group of craftsmen can build one cannon in 2 hours and 4 hours. This way, 2 cannons can be built a day, and 50 groups of craftsmen can build 100 cannons a day. The 2 commanders waited in the capital for 6 days, and then they could each take away 300 Longking mortars and distribute them to the generals under their command. There could be as many as 30 for each passerby. When I was facing the rogue, I threw 30 explosives packets at a time, and then other weapons assisted in killing and wounding. How could it kill and wound 400 or 500 people? The rest of them dared to rush forward. Fate. As long as the positions of the generals are not chaotic and to avoid being ambushed by the bandits, with the help of the Longking mortar, the officers and soldiers will no longer have to be afraid of the enemy in front of the enemy when the bandits are suppressed. It's as easy to beat a Grandis well. That's good. The 2 leaders will stay in the capital for 6 days. Zhang King is responsible for summoning the craftsmen. Starting from tomorrow, the craftsmen will be asked to build 600 mortars. At least 100 qualified mortars must be produced every day. The guns must be fired, and the quality must be guaranteed. Our palace will let the Anmin factory produce the necessary kits and propellants, and the armor factory can do what it can according to its own conditions. Liu King is responsible for training the gunners under the command of all soldiers. Be sure to let them master the skills of mortars, and don't just go straight to them if they don't know them. The airship is too late to prepare for the right hand. The only thing that can be installed in large quantities at the moment is the conscientious gun. The money are collected, the food and grass are also sponsored. The strength of the troops has surpassed the rogues, and there are new weapons that can be put into the battle, so if you can't win, you will be hell. There is also Wang Pu who is hiding in Datong. After a few days, the palace will ask Yang Wenyu to take tens of thousands of people and hundreds of mortars to see you, to ensure that the medicine will be cured. A medicine pack weighs 10 kilograms, the quantity is enough, and all is free, and it can eat your turtle alive.